Hello and welcome to Illumination, the Disney Lorcana podcast. My name's Max.
I'm Sam.
Who are you?
I'm Sam.
Thank you. One shared microphone. So if you're hearing this on the live stream, welcome on in. Happy to have you all here. We are here every week, not necessarily doing Lorcana, but doing all kinds of good stuff with our mother group, our mothership, Superliminal Entertainment. So check us out. It's YouTube or twitch.tv/superliminalfilms, youtube.com/superliminalfilms. It's pretty easy, and you will find Illumination everywhere you find superliminal films and entertainment. So you got that going for you. And we are here. This is going to be a little bit rawer if you're coming to YouTube or onto the podcast audio. Thank you again. We appreciate you too. You're going to hear some music. That's unusual. And you're going to hear us kind of unfiltered. It's going to be a little bit rougher because this is going to be like 3 or 4 hours long. And editing 1 minute of podcast typically takes us about 3 minutes real time. So in order to do a 3 to 4 hour podcast, we'd be spending like 2 full working days chopping away at this podcast. And I love you, but I do not love you that much. I would do anything for love, but I will not do that. So let's get started with this set review because we've got a lot of cards to talk about. Before we get into each individual card, we're going to go through our ratings guide here and kind of elaborate a little bit on how we evaluate cards. And if you missed the episode, there's a whole episode of the podcast about evaluating cards, so check that one out as well on our link tree there. Yeah, perfect. And also you just search up Illumination anywhere you get podcasts, you'll find it. YouTube, it's there. Superliminal, youtube.com/superliminalfilms. So to start off, Sam, you want to run us through our ratings guide?
Sure. So we're doing it a 1 through 5 scale. A 1 would be like understated or overcosted cards that we don't think we'll ever really see play. A 2 would be a limited card, so something that might be good in limited is not necessarily good in constructed. 3 is just like our unexciting, is that what we said was a role player?
Yeah, it's curve fillers.
Yeah.
It's something where it's like, I don't love this card, but I need one more thing on 3 or
It's
something
playable.
along those lines. Yeah.
4 would be like a strong staple, and then 5 is an absolute bomb.
Yes. It's a good way to describe it. Very succinct. And Hyper Hippo coming in with the tier 1 sub. That is 8 months. Oh, your love is forever. I appreciate that. And we are looking to kind of make sure we understand, like, there could be a limited card, right? There's going to be limited cards, so I don't want to say that a card's unplayable. And there are cards that are just going to be a little bit below the curve for what the game is right now. So I wanted to delineate those. And then 3 is kind of we need this card in the deck, but it's not flashy, it's not a sexy, cool card, it doesn't help us win the game per se, but it's the thing that we need to do. This is like your smash on 3, Strength of a Raging Fire in certain builds that aren't like song-based, singing-based. Those are the kind of cards we're talking about here. They're unexciting, but they are necessary cards in the deck. Then we have our staples, where it's like, no, this card is real solid, and we need it in the deck. It does a lot of heavy lifting. And then finally, the absolute crazy bomb. Either the card that's like, the whole deck is built on the back of this one particular card, or a card that is so crazy powerful within the context of the color that you just play it because you are playing that color. So that's kind of what we're looking for here. Of course, this is going to be, as I alluded to in our episode 2, card evaluation episode. It's a little hard to do all of these things, and while we spent an extensive amount of time talking about it, we're never ever going to be able to do any of these cards true justice and see into the future. If we could, we'd be a lot richer. So we are going to do our best to explain why we think things are the way they are, and we will move along from there. So I am going to get started here with our very first card. It is Baloo von Bruenwald, the 13th. So this is 0-3 for 3. It's uninkable. So the way we typically look at the card is we look at the stat line, the effect, and the cost. So the stat line for this card is 0-3-1. So we're reading the strength, the willpower, and then the amount the character quests for, if any. When it comes to actions, songs, locations we'll read pretty much the same way because they have the same stat line. When it comes to actions and items, we will probably just read off that they are that, read the cost and the effect. Keep it very, very simple. This card seems like 100% a 1.5 or 2. Okay, well, we'll see what we rated it. So let's start talking about it. We are talking about Baloo here, 031, as I alluded to, and it costs 3. It's uninkable, and it has the ability of Bodyguard. We're all very familiar with this. If you're not, it comes in exerted, and then if something needs to be... It may come in exerted. If it does, something that would challenge has to challenge the Bodyguard first. So he protects your other exerted characters, which is pretty cool. And then his ability of, let's make like a tree. When this character is banished, you gain 2 lore. This seems like a rougher Bodyguard, and we talked a lot about this. It's a pretty tough one on the curve. In the aggro decks, you want to start to kind of explode a little bit more. But being able to use one of the cards we're going to refer to a little later, which is Piglet, into Baloo could be a decent stat line, and you really don't want to get rid of Baloo in the late game because he does gain 2 lore. So it is not super exciting. It is a tough card, but I don't know as though it's relegated to the world of a limited card, and I certainly would not call it a staple of the set. So I landed at a 3 on this card. Sam, you landed at a 3 on this card.
3 as well, we agreed.
Yes, so we actually agreed. So we are calling this a 3. We're not doing the half score, we're just rounding up if one of us is different. So we're just like a hard 3 or a soft 3, I guess. We'll go with like the needle drop style. So this is a soft 3. So that is what we think of Baloo here. Moving on to Bernard, pretty straightforward here. This is a 1/5/2, so a decent stat line, and I'll explain why in a moment. It is a 4-cost inkable card, and at the end of your turn, if this character is exerted, you may ready another chosen character of yours. So, pretty cool card. It works kind of like a reverse Bodyguard, right? Where instead of protecting your exerted characters by coming in exerted, it protects your exerted character by readying it. So it's a little bit more secure than a Bodyguard would be, because it is just full-on readying the character. It's not conditional on, oh, I'm going to smash your Baloo and then attack your now exerted and vulnerable characters. This just readies it. So it's a little bit more expensive. It's got a good stat line, and the reason I say that is because 1/5 in the early part of the game does survive a Madam Mim, which is really important, and we've seen cards that were otherwise fantastic taken completely out of playability because of Madam Mim. So if they don't quote-unquote pass the Madam Mim test, they are probably not super duper good. So, not to say it's unplayable by any stretch, the effect and the cost could definitely warrant us thinking about cards in a different way, but one thing to take into consideration is a stat line that, when it comes in turn 3, 4, and 5, does this survive Madam Mim? Not many things are going to survive Maui, so that's kind of a little bit of a fool's errand to do a Maui test, but you could definitely say that Madam Mim is a good stock standard to see if a character would survive.
Yeah, we definitely did a lot based off of Madam Mim.
Madam Mim is a format and probably game-defining card. I don't think there's any other way to say it. But yes, I am 100% with Hyper Hippo here on the 3. Maui test does sound off. Sounds like you're going to get hooked to the face. Sam, you also gave this a 3.
I also gave it a 3.
Which means that it is a hard 3.
Yes.
So, cool card. I think it's pretty darn good. So, let's hop on over to this. Out of the gate, so we started alphabetically, or this is actually set number, right, which is alphabetical and then by color. So, Amber is the first color, or first faction alphabetically, and then you start with the lowest letters alphabetically and organize from there. And so Baloo into Bernard into Chernobog. It's not like easy. Couldn't we have started with like a common? Like, no, not so much the case. But we do have Chernobog here. Chernobog is a 9/9/3 for 10 uninkable. He does have some effects. The Power of Evil. For each character card in your discard, you may pay 1 ink less to play this character. Ooh, so this is kind of like our dredge payoff. If you're a Magic player, this is our self-mill payoff for all the steel cards that draw and discard. Really cool effect there. When you play this character, shuffle all characters from your discard into your deck, which is also a really cool little ability that can help in the late game to make sure things you've put on the bottom, maybe with Ariel and things like that, actually get shuffled back into your deck. So pretty neat card, and I think that it is a relatively interesting card, but I don't think it's as good as a lot of people may think looking at it initially. So I think that at the end of the day, we're looking at a card that quests for 3. I do think -1 or a 5. There are no other ways. I like that. I think that this is a card that, at the end of the day, we're going to have a big quester for 3. This fits like the Steel Cinderella role. It's just big, and it's hard to get rid of, and is going to quest aggressively. So if you can dump cards into your discard pile quickly, like Simba Future King into Steel Cinderella, and you can just kind of like keep dumping characters into the discard pile while naturally through the state of the game challenging. I think you can realistically get Chernobog down on like turn 5 or 6, but it's just that big beefy quest, right? It still goes down to Greatest Criminal. It still goes down to Dragonfire. It can still be dealt with in some capacity. It does pass the Maui test. But it is just a cool top-end card. I don't think it's as flashy as people think when they see these big numbers. So I ended up giving Chernobog a 3.
And I gave it a 4.
So that puts us at a soft 4. But I do think it's a cool payoff, and hoping to see more self-mill stuff, which is always exciting because that is a fun little way to gain card advantage. We have one of many different arts for Dalmatian Puppy Tailwagger as our next card here. Dalmatian Puppy is a 2/3/1. It costs 2 and is inkable, and it has the ability of where did they all come from? You may have up to 99 copies of Dalmatian Puppy Tailwagger in your deck.
I don't know why you'd want to do that.
I think it's just for flavor purposes.
I know.
So, if you have 99 Dalmatian Puppy Tailwaggers, 99 copies. So if you have the Tailwaggers and you have Pongo and Perdita, you have 101 Dalmatians in your very flavorful Dalmatian deck. So kind of cool, and also hi to Doridius. Appreciate you hanging out, buddy. And it's fine. The stats are not very good. It doesn't quest for a whole lot, and Amber can just be more aggressive than this, and Amber can also have a tendency to be a little bit more value-oriented than Dalmatian Puppy. This feels very much like a flavor card to me. So I have this. Flavor is 99. It is set to 99. There's no question. I have the Tailwagger at a 2. I would probably play this in a limited deck, but I'm not super excited about it unless I opened a Pongo or a Perdita. So I think that I'm sticking with a 2 here. I don't think it's unplayable, though.
I'm going to give it the same.
Okay, so that is a hard 2 on the Dalmatian Puppy. Then we have Joshua Sweet for all of you Atlantis fans out there. Joshua Sweet is a 1/5/2, and it is a 4 inkable bodyguard. So this comes down a turn sooner than Maximus, a turn sooner than Goofy Musketeer. He is a 1/5, which is an annoying set of stats to get rid of. He passes the Madam Mim test. She single-handedly can't take him out, but unfortunately they can just hit you with your Minnie Mouse, always classy, and then pick it up and smack you with the Madam Mim. So Joshua Sweet's pretty good. I like that he comes down on 4 and has a significant amount of willpower. It seems like he's going to probably survive the turn you play him as a bodyguard most of the time. So I do like that, and if not, it looks a little grim for him. I think you just ink him.
Right.
So,
and he quests more than most of the bodyguards we've seen.
He does. It's a really cool stat line to see a 2 in the bodyguard card, because normally it's always a 1.
Right, and you actively want to quest with him.
Yes. So I think he fits what Amber is trying to do very, very nicely. So I put Joshua Sweet at a 4, because I think we'll see him in these aggro decks.
And did I agree?
You
I did
did.
agree. I agreed at a 4.
Okay, so that's where we're at on that. A hard 4, and he costs 4, so it's thematic. Next we have Kita, and Kita is the old 2/2/1 stat line, and she costs 1. She's inkable. We know, if you've played this game long enough, you know that this is a shift target. So we're going to see a better Kita that can be played cheaper on top of this Kita a little later in the game. And this Kita is just usually there to make your next Kita a little bit cheaper. So, very cool piece of flavor here. This says, welcome to the Inklands in Atlantean. So, that's a pretty neat piece of flavor that the design team did by actually putting Atlantean text from the movie Atlantis in. I really like to see that. Overall, this is pretty easy for us to score. It's just, it's a vanilla shifter, which we put in as an unexciting card because you're going to want it, because you want to shift, but it's not exciting to play a 2/2 for 1, so this goes in at a 3.
Yep. Pretty much most of our vanilla shift targets will be a 3.
Yes. Oh, Kita. This is the shift target. Look at that. You get it back to back. Boom. Alphabet. So, This is Kita, Protector of Atlantis. She's a 3/5/2 for 5 inkable with a Shift 3 alternate cost. So again, if you have a previously named Kita out in play, you can play this Kita for the reduced shift cost of 3 instead of 5. And she has an ability. When you play this character, all characters get -3 strength until the start of your next turn. So this card is the spice. Like, this is the reason you're playing the little Kita. I think she's an awesome, like, Kita on 1, some kind of, like, obviously, like, maybe a Wendy Darling or something on 2, and then a Kita on 3 with the shift. A quest for 4, stop everyone from challenging unless they were to play out a Madam Mim, but then they couldn't do that little trick where they hit you with their Olaf and then pick it up. So I'm way in for this Kita. She seems like a really good card. Even paying 5 for this Kita seems like a totally reasonable deal, and it makes sense as a legendary card. What do you think?
I gave it a 5.
You gave it a 5. You didn't talk long enough for me to drink. I gave it a 4 because I think it is not necessarily... I think it's the card you want in the deck it's good in, but I don't think it's good enough, and I don't think the ability translates across to other decks enough to be a 5 for me. Because I am tough to please.
You are.
So I am giving this a 4, but it puts us at a soft 5. Our first 5 on the whole goes to Kita. Next is Lucky. I'm going to let you read.
I was going to say, do you want me to read it? Lucky is a 2/3/1 for uninkable. With 2 abilities, we have Good as New, which is where you exert to reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. You may put each character card with a cost 2 or less into your hand, and you put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. And then the second ability is Puppy Love. So whenever this character quests, if you have 4 or more other characters in play, your other characters get +1 lore this turn.
Really cool card. So we talked a lot about this card when we were reviewing it. So when I personally look at a card, I tend to look at 2 things. I look at, does the card help me close out a game that I'm ahead? Like, when I play this card, it's like, I was winning, now I have won. This is the final nail in the me winning the game coffin. I also look at the inverse of, if I'm really back-footed, does this card help me get back into it?
Kita, I think.
Yeah. So, I think that this card does help you come back from a situation that... dodge the Dragonfire. I think this card does get you back from a situation you're behind in, because simply by exerting, you get to reveal 3 cards and put all the characters in. And again, I think this is the Amber aggro decks that want this card potentially as the... this is towards the top end of our curve. I think it's a pretty cool 2-of in the deck for sure. Yes. Yeah. Yep. But I think that Lucky's pretty good. I put this card because it can help close the door with its second ability if you already have a bunch of characters down, or it can help you get characters back and give you some card advantage when you're behind. I put this card as a 4.
I put it as a 3.
Which puts us overall at a soft 4, because it is clunky.
Yeah, I don't like that it's uninkable.
And it is slow to use its ability because it's an exert or quest ability. So it's a little slow. It can come down immediately, get answered, and do nothing. So that is the risk here. If that was just when it entered or quested, I think I'd put this card up to a possible 5 in my book. But for now, I put Lucky at a 4 as I'm being an optimistic guy about Lucky. So next we have Minnie Mouse, musical artist. This is a 1/3/1 for 2 that is inkable. She has the ability of Singer 3, and we have the ability of Entourage. Whenever you play a character with the Bodyguard ability, like we saw earlier on Blue, you may remove up to 2 damage from chosen characters. So Singer 3 means that Minnie costs 2, but she can sing songs as if she costed 3. And if we play a Bodyguard, we get to take damage counters off of any chosen character. That would include your opponents if you're in some weird corner case where you needed to do that.
Yeah.
So this card's pretty cool. She does a lot. She's kind of interestingly statted. Yeah. Differently statted than Sebastian, who is a 2/2/2 Singer 3. So that's really interesting to see. I think that she does a nice job of singing some of the steel cards you want early and she's not a bad Cinderella impression, so I can't imagine she'd be a 4 of.
We definitely have better singers.
Yes, we have better singers, and I think she comes down. She's good because she comes down on that weird part of the curve where we didn't have anybody really interesting, and the 1-3 helps us protect ourselves from Let the Storm Rage On, which is going to, I think, be very important in a world of certain Emerald legendaries we're going to review shortly. So, on the whole, I think she's pretty good, but I don't think she's phenomenal, but I think that she will end up seeing some play, perhaps, in some of the singing-based decks, so I gave her a 3.
And I also gave her a 3.
That puts her at a solid 3 from us. Moving onward and upward is Miss Bianca. Speaking of singers, we have a 2/2/1 stat line for her. She is a 2-drop inkable, and she has Singer 4. So a little bit better than what we saw with Sebastian, because she can sing a little bit better. I think the main thing between this card and Minnie is, are you comfortable with this card getting got by Let the Storm Rage On? Or do you value this card being able to sing in early and then along came Zeus? Mm-hmm. So I think the question is, what does your deck need more? And I think you're going to find the answer of, in my flex slots, am I playing Bianca or Minnie? I think that's going to answer your question, is how devoted are you to and then along came Zeus? And how quickly are you wanting to sing that particular song? So I think Miss Bianca could see a little bit of play, though she is susceptible to those kind of things. And again, I gave her a 3.
Same thing.
So another solid 3 for what is the sing mechanic. So there are cards in this game, because it's a Disney game, that are songs. So they are essentially like sorceries and magic, except that you can use a character to pay for them if the character costs as much as the song does or more. So the singer ability allows this 2-cost character to sing a song that costs 4. So pretty neat ability for these cards. It gets you a lot of value. Being able to just play spells by tapping your creatures essentially in this game, super powerful mechanic. And it is it's really, really good in the game. It's like one of the top 2 decks is a song-based deck. It's very strong. But good question. Anybody who has questions, lodge them our way. That's what we're here for. Yeah, pretty much exactly. Yeah, exhaust in this game, expend, tap, whatever you prefer to sing a song. You just tap the character, or you can pay the cost. So if the song costs 3, you could either have Miss Bianca tap to sing it, or you could tap your 3 mana, or in this game they call it Ink, to play it. So either way, it's kind of dealer's choice. So it lets you start double spelling very quickly. Yeah, really neat. Really neat ability. So next to Miss Bianca, we have Mr. Snoops. We have a 4/8/2 stat line and a 6-cost inkable character with no ability. Nope. So not a lot to talk about with Mr. Snoop, so this is just pretty much a 2, I think. 4/8/2. Yep. It's annoying to get rid of. I would happily play it in Limited. It doesn't do much else. Nobody's really going to be playing this card in Constructed. At least I can't imagine it being the case. So we'll move right along to Nani, who is a 3/6/2, 5 inkable, and is a bodyguard. So I think that, again, this feels like she's competing with Maximus and Goofy. Yep. I think it's just going to be pick your choice, but again, as you pointed out, that double lore stat line.
She's an upgraded Goofy.
She's upgraded Goofy unless you're playing all 3 Musketeers, most likely. You're essentially playing the Musketeer deck, which didn't really take off, unfortunately, because it got 0 support in the following 2 sets. But yeah, she's pretty much just straight up upgraded Goofy. If you want a 5-drop bodyguard, I think this is a good consideration, depending on if you want the support for Maximus or you want the extra questing power from this particular character. So I have her at a 3.
And I agreed with the 3.
Yeah, I think so. I think that the cheaper Joshua Suite might be more prevalent just because one difference in an aggro deck is a big deal. Yeah. But who knows? Next we have Orville here, who's an ace pilot. 1/4/1 is the stat line for this character. A lot of rescuers love here in Amber. I have not much to say about this card. It's pretty much just going to be a filler. Like, you might play it Limited, you might not. It's between a 1 and a 2. I put it at a 2.
Yeah.
Because it's from the rescuers.
Yep.
That's not the reason, but it is cool to see the rescuers here in this set. Next, more puppies. Speaking of things we've seen quite a bit of at this point, we have Patch, who is a 3/4/1 for 4 inkable, and Patch has the ability of barking, so you can exhaust Patch and give a chosen character -2 strength until the start of your next turn. So almost like a mini Kita style ability. So this is fine. Like, it's not anything fantastic. The stat line's a little rocky. Like, sort of passes the Madam Mim test because it at least trades with her. But outside of that, I don't think this character's quests for enough to be considered by Amber, and there's not really like an Amber, I want to manipulate stats deck. It's definitely more of a limited thing.
At least not yet.
Not yet, but I think this is more of a limited kind of ability. Why is the puppy bigger than that? I mean, because he's in front of a window? I don't know.
Because he's intimidating.
Oh, he's intimidating, I see. He's intimidating, I'm told. So there you go.
So, I don't think we said our score.
2.
It was a 2.
Yeah.
Okay, we did.
We did. I thought. If not, it's a 2. Perdita. Devoted Mother. Fine. 162 is the stat line here. 6 cost uninkable, so quite expensive for Amber. When you play this character, and whenever she quests, you may play a character with cost 2 or less from your discard for free. So she essentially, in flavor terms, lets you get back some of your puppy tail waggers. But more realistically, she'll probably be bringing back like Simba bodyguards. Maybe shift targets to help you out on the following turn to double spell. I think she's pretty interesting, but I think she's quite slow. The 6 uninkable is rough. I think Snow White Legendary is better than this card, and Snow White Legendary had the same problem. Granted, or no, this doesn't have any kind of shift ability. Snow White did, and I just don't see it. Because when you play it, it immediately triggers. You at least get some value where Snow White did not. But she could shift to help make up for that. So it feels like she's kind of relegated to this world of, she's a cool card, I just don't know if she's going to find a home.
Yeah, and I disagree with myself. I would give it a 3.
Then I am also giving it a 3, which puts us at a solid 3 on Perdita. Picking up seems good. Yeah, it seems good. Summer's a Monster, hello, good evening. Thanks so much for jumping in to the set review. Appreciate you being here. Continuing on, we have this very, very happy-looking pirate. It is Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain. It's a 2/2 for 1 on the stat line. It costs 2 and is inkable, so a lot of flexibility there and a good spot on the curve for Amber aggro. His ability, and I'm the Captain, which I don't know if they were going for the meme or not, but here we are. While you have 2 or more other characters in play, this character quests for an additional 2 lore. So all of a sudden, that stat line with 2 other characters in play is 2/2/3. This card is insane to me. This very, very easy to go 1, 2, 3, and then Piglet immediately quests for 3. Especially bodyguarding this thing is like almost cheating. It feels very, very good. Yeah, no, I think this card is insane. It's one of the highest scores. I think it's the first 5 that I gave during our set review. It is in fact the first 5 I gave. I think this card is absolutely nuts in the aggro decks. It sings bare necessities. It is absolutely a house in the aggro decks. Sam, what did you give?
I agreed, and I gave it a 5.
So we are on our first solid 5 of the set review for Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain. This card's awesome, and he is going to make a lot of folks quake in their oversized Piglet shoes, I think, coming up. Next, we have Pluto, who is the Determined Defender, with a 3/8/2 stat line for Pluto. 7 cost inkable character that also can shift for 5, so makes that a little bit cheaper. Has Bodyguard, and the ability of Guard Dog. At the start of your turn, remove up to 3 damage from this character. So you can't chip away at Pluto very well. You have to kind of just chunk your damage in on Pluto. Kind of like an odd delayed resist on Pluto. It's cool ability. I think it's a relatively decent stat line, and if you can shift him, I think it's a playable. Exactly, and you nailed it. It's clunky, it's a little slow, it's a cool card, and the problem is
Pluto.
Yeah, the biggest problem is the next card we're going to review, which is the small Pluto that is our shift target, and the next little shift target, I'll kind of use that to segue into this, but we gave this Pluto, Determined Defender, a 2, unfortunately, because I don't think it's going to see any play, because this Pluto here, this unassuming friendly pooch, a 0/2 for 1, quest for 1, not a great stat line, it costs 1, it's uninkable, has the ability called Good Dog, and that reduces the cost for the next character you play this turn by 1 ink. And I think this card is a complete and total bomb. This may be one of the strongest cards in the set in its entirety. This card does so much work on a drop that to this point we have not gotten a utility card that does work. Lantern costs 2. Your ramp in blue is the earliest you get is Grandma or 1 jump ahead costs 2. This card costs 1. It costs 1. This card is crazy. Even if they fire the cannons, you 1 for 1. It's so good. Yeah, exactly. The ramp is the good part. The ramp is the payoff. If someone kills this quickly, you can probably assume they've played some Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
If someone leaves this be, they probably have not experienced the almighty power of Birds of Paradise. So this card is totally insane. I cannot express to you how good this is at every point, even after 1. Being able to accelerate the way this card accelerates you is dangerous. It triggers our Pooh Pirate Captain. It does so much heavy lifting. And yes, exactly. It's like you need to take care of this Pluto near on site if possible. I know if you
fire the cannons,
with your fire the cannons, with your Baboom, with your Let the Storm Rage on, with whatever you can throw at this thing, because you do not want this to put you that far ahead, especially if you're on the play. It's already hard to win games if you're on the draw in Lorcana. If you start out with this Pluto on the play, the game gets so hard for your opponent to win. It's very good, and I do not want people to think just because it looks friendly that it is not a scary dog that will bite. I give this a 5.
And I gave it a 5 as well.
It's also a solid 5 from us. So Pluto and Piglet representing the Amber Peas with strong scores. You love to see it. Pongo, how do you do, buddy? We have a 3-2-1 stat line for Pongo, so not great. 3 cost inkable, solid and flexible, I like that. And he has the ability of Twilight Bark. Once per turn, you may pay 2 ink to reveal the top card of your deck. And this is at any point, just during your turn, 1 time. If it is a character card, put it into your hand. Otherwise, put it on the bottom of your deck. So this is a pretty neat card. It could be any character. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It is a little expensive for the gimmick. I think that the stat line is pretty soft here, but I do like that you can play this on 5 and immediately add something back to your hand to kind of replace the Pongo if you're willing to spend 5. So I think that maybe some of the aggro decks might play a couple of Pongo if their curve's a little soft on 3. So I think that this has some potential, but I think overall the fact that it's good on 3 and good on 5, so I think it's going to end up being it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tricky one, but I do like the idea of playing Pongo on 3, passing. If they don't kill it while it's readied, you can then immediately pay the 2, use the ability, and then play that character if it's a 2 or less, or just play a 2 from your hand that turn. So it's like you're going to get a card and play a card. I like the card advantage of it, but I think it is gimmicky is a good word, Hyper Hippo, for it. I was being optimistic here, and I gave it a 4. I think I'll stand on that 4.
And I was lower on it than you, and I gave it a 3.
Yeah, I just tend to give the card advantage cards a little bit higher of a bump. But that gives us a soft 4 on Pongo, so we'll see if he ends up cropping up in any lists going forward. Next, we have the Queen of Hearts, Wonderland Empress. She's a 3/3/1 for 3 inkable. Whenever this character quests, your other villain characters get 1 additional lore when they quest this turn. This card's pretty bad stat line. We were just talking about Pongo's stat line. This card's no different. They both fail the Madam Mim test, unfortunately. They trade with Madam Mim, which is something, but they don't continue to kind of eke through and stay on the board. And you need this character to quest to get the ability. So that's unfortunate, too. Yes, that is a big thing that Amber's been leaning on, is leveraging the top card of your deck to give you card advantage. It's a cool, unique way for it to get card advantage versus like Amethyst, where it's straight card draw, I think it's pretty neat. Or the Sapphire style of looking at them and picking one.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like they've done a nice job of keeping card advantage through a lot of the colors, but doing it in different ways. Steel has the loot ability to kind of card filter more than gain card advantage. But it's pretty neat. I'm happy to see it. And this card is just, it's medium. I don't think it's very good. It's kind of all upside. Yes, it does. It can do that, like reflection and that new song where it can rearrange the top cards. Scrying, I guess, if you're a Magic aficionado. But yeah, this card just doesn't do enough. Like, this card is a great example of upside. Yeah, the Sorcerer's Hat, good call. Hey, Zepha coming in with a party of 47. We were just watching you before we got on our stream. So that's really cool to see. If you're in our chat and you're not following Zepha, please take a moment to do so, because you're not going to find better Lorcana-ing than this gentleman's YouTube channel and his Twitch stream. Awesome stuff. I am already a subscriber and a follower, respectively. Really appreciate the raid. It's awesome. Hope everybody had a good stream. I was watching intently up until we started about 36 minutes ago. So if you're just jumping in and you want to hang for a set review, you're not very far through it. So we just started not too long ago. Appreciate it. Hey, I was watching it anyway. You kept everything entertaining and informative as always. Really appreciate it, man. So Queen of Hearts, the problem here is she's all upside, right? When I talk about reviewing a card, the real cooking. Oh no! Now I gotta go back and watch. I'll watch the VOD. Don't worry, I'm gonna do it. She's all upside, right? So when we talk about reviewing a card, does this card get you back into the game? Absolutely not. It keeps you ahead, sure, but that just doesn't do enough when it comes to evaluating a card and giving it a good score. So the Queen from me gets a 2,
and it got a 2 from me.
So that gives us a 2 on the whole for Queen of Hearts. Next we got Raleigh, who is a 3/3/1 stat line, 3-cost inkable with support. That's it, just support. But sometimes that's enough. I really think that this card is not where we want to be. In Amber, it's like not doing enough because Amber's not super duper interested in controlling the board in this way. And we talked a little bit about this earlier with the negative strength abilities. Not for Kita. Kita's crazy. But this card doesn't quite do what you want. It doesn't protect your characters. It promotes challenging, which we haven't seen an Amber deck really super interested in yet. So it's just kind of doing things that we don't really need to be doing right now. But I think this is a good card. Like, I'd be happy to play this if I were drafting or if I were playing in a sealed. Swampy Style, appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Does support see more value now that it can snipe locations with big willpower? I think that is 100% a very valid point. I think
that's why I did my score when we were talking about it.
Yes, and I think that's valid. I think it is a little scary, right, to be like, hey, this thing comes down and it can just straight win the game in some cases, right? We saw the one-turn kill combo with Bayou, so that's scary, certainly. All of them generate a bunch of advantage, so I'm excited to see how they interact, right? Like, this is going to be exciting, and it makes it extraordinarily daunting to evaluate them as we haven't seen them before. So I agree. I think that's a very valid point. And Raleigh is, for me, a 2, but, I mean, you're starting to win me over here.
Yeah, I gave it a 3 for that reason alone, was, you know, you can pump your characters to be able to take out one of those locations.
Definitely. I think that is a really awesome point there. So, great point. I'm glad to hear about it and give me a different way of thinking. It's why it's really exciting to do this on Twitch. So if you didn't join us on Twitch for this one and you're just catching the podcast or the YouTube, hey, I'm just incentivizing you to do this, right? Lavidia Lorcana, appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good evening. Hope you're enjoying the review so far. We have Tinkerbell Generous Fairy, and we have a Generous Chatter here, too, with the follow. Appreciate it. So Tinkerbell is a 1/4/1 stat line. She's a 4-cost uninkable, and she has an ability to make a new friend. Wacky GG, appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. When you play this character, look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal a character card and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. So this card does generate an ability to replace itself. So it is a pretty strong card on the whole for that. Like, in terms of just card for card, it can replace itself. That's pretty good. Looking at the top 4 and finding a character is pretty negligible. So I don't think that it's unreasonable to say that this card would see play. I think the negative here is the stat line. This is extraordinarily susceptible to Madam Mim, and the inflexibility of a 4-cost uninkable card doing this, I think, just doesn't cut the mustard for me right now, or at least the way the meta is at the moment. I don't think it'll end up cutting the mustard, and if it ends up going to where we're seeing a little bit more support and ability to challenge characters, this one on the way back isn't a whole lot. So, not the greatest.
So I give it a 2.
You gave it a 2. I gave it a 3, just because, again, I am a little bit more generous with my cards. I want cards. But yeah, I gave this a 3. I don't think in either case we're going to see this as ends up being a soft 3. If you would just chat the link tree again one more time, that would be amazing.
I'm going to do that in the podcast.
Thank you. Oh, that's a great idea. So Sam is going to share a link to the podcast if all of you hanging out want to check us out. We are every other Wednesday doing an episode of the podcast. We just released our 3rd episode on Wednesday, and we are doing this as a bonus, so it's pretty cool.
There's a link tree?
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's a great way to put it. That's not inkable for some reason. You got the link tree. So you can, I think you just want to share on the website, and that would be...
Okay.
Yep. There you go. And she'll share the site if you want to subscribe. Any way you listen to podcasts, you can do that. And you can follow us on YouTube, on Twitch, all of that right there through the link tree.
We're also going to put this onto the podcast.
This will be on the podcast as a bonus episode, this whole long thing. And it will also be on YouTube. So if you missed part of it, or you want to check it out, or laugh at how stupid we are, you can do all of those things on any of those platforms. But we appreciate you being here. Seriously, it means a lot. Thank you so much. And Wendy Darling, 132 stat line, which is pretty darn solid at Amber. 2-cost inkable. Pretty darn solid at Amber. Mm-hmm. And I think we're all going to take a moment to pour one out for our good friend, my favorite card to ink in all of Lorcana, LeFou, Bumbler. Because this is just a strict upgrade to that particular card. So she's going to see play, of course. Bumbler saw some play in the aggro decks. So I don't see any reason why it's going to change with Wendy. She can't get tagged by the 2/2s for 1, unlike LeFou, who's just the saddest bumbler of them all. She's pretty good, and it's a cool piece of flavor here. I don't see any reason why Wendy is not, in fact, going to be a darling of the Amber decks moving forward. I gave her a solid 3.
Yep.
You did the same, so we got her a 3. Moving on to our first action of the review. You already listened to 3. More voices always, yeah. And ours is relatively short. So if you got 20 minutes, we wanted to talk about topics in a more micro sense, so that you can kind of jam pack the listen into your commute or into your workout or something along those lines. Because I just like the shorter, easy to grok pieces of content. So really appreciate that. Yeah. And our first action is 99 Puppies. It is a 5-cost uninkable. Whenever one of your characters quests this turn, gain 1 lore. We've seen a lot of effects like this. None of them are good. I have a feeling that they will continue to not be very good. So I gave this a 2.
And I gave it a 1.
Yeah, which puts us at a soft 2 for this. We'll see. I mean, if it was going to get played, it's going to get played in this color. So if it doesn't get play, I imagine it's not going to get play anywhere. Big old 0. That's not on the list, Hyper Hippo. Hyper Hippo throwing out decimals and zeros. He's just making numbers up. Next, we got Boss's Orders. It's a 1-cost inkable action. Chosen character gains support this turn. Now, I gave this a 1, and I think the valid point about support being more important is totally valid, but I think we can find the better value
ways to do it
on the already existing cards. We don't need an action to give something. We don't need to go down and 2 for 1 ourselves, or 2 for 1 for 1.5 ourselves. It's not great, right? Like, it costs 1, you'll give it a 1. Fair enough. That's what we're all doing.
We gave it.
Cool. Heal What Has Been Hurt. This is a 3-cost inkable action that can be sung because it is a song. So, Doridius, if you're still with us, is our first song of the review. So, this particular tune allows you to remove up to 3 damage from a chosen character and draw a card. So, this can be from a chosen character. So it could be any character, even your opponents for some reason. I don't know. You don't want to. You don't want
the Rapunzel.
I'm not gonna let you Rapunzel, so I'm gonna sing this Rapunzel song. I guess, yeah. Since you can't give it a negative, you can give it whatever you want. You got your own system over there going on. You do what you want. I'm happy to hear your score. I think this card is okay. I think it will see maybe an occasional play because it is a song. It might be like a 1 of or a 2 of. If the meta shifts away from where we need Greatest Criminal Mind. So I could see it maybe minimally being okay. I like anything that says draw a card on it. So I gave it a 2.
And I gave it a 3. I gave it a 3 because I think it would be good in a song deck.
I don't disagree. It depends on how the meta shifts. So I wouldn't mind seeing maybe one of these in there. It's a little weak, but it's not bad.
It draws you a card. It replaces itself.
Right, and you can do up to 3, so if you don't have any damage to remove, you can still draw a card with it and sing a song if you need to activate your Sleep Beast flutes. So it's something. Better than nothing, certainly. Next, we have a quick patch for all the Tailspin fans out there. It's a great piece of art here. Got the Sea Duck going on. Remove up to 3 damage from chosen location. It's a 1-drop inkable. I gave this a... What did I give this one? A 1, yes.
We both gave it a 1.
Yeah, this is a 1. It's not very good. It makes you go down a card. I like that it does a location and it's cheap, but I don't think that's going to be super duper important. There are better options, I think, for your locations. Moving on to this one. Bare Necessities. It is a 2-cost song. Again, can be sung by anything that costs 2 or more.
Or has Singer 2.
Or has Singer 2. Like Cinderella, says Singer 3. Chosen opponent reveals their hand and discards a non-character card of your choice. Easiest 5 rating song there ever was. Yeah, that's what so we were going back and forth on this, and now since I've been watching Pixelborn, people playing on there before it went down, I think that this card is absolutely like, it's kind of duress on steroids, because I'm trying to think, it's not quite Thoughtseize, right? Because it can't get a character, but it's better than duress because it can get items. If you're a magic player, yeah. But no, this card's nuts. I like watching it play. It is not okay. And the fact that 2-drop Ursula can sing this is also not okay. I think the aggro decks have gotten such crazy good upgrades, and this is one of the big cards that it's kind of on the back of. So yeah, I think it's also can hit lands. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, no,
that's a good point.
Really great point. And you can just, the more you think about this card, the more value you extract from it, and the more like absolutely backbreaking it is for your opponent. So yeah, I'm a 5 on this one.
5. I think I'll agree with you.
Okay, so we give this one a solid 5, and great points coming out from the chat. Really appreciate everybody sharing their thoughts with us. Cleansing Rainwater. We're moving into our items now. So this is a 2-cost inkable item, which you can then banish to remove 2 damage from each of your characters. Hakuna Matata didn't see any play out after the Chapter 1 meta. This probably is not going to see any play unless you like really need a random healing item. I can't foresee that being the case. Yeah, I just think that on the whole, this is probably a 1, right? Did I give this a 1?
I agree.
Cleansing Rainwater, yes, I give it a 1. Yeah. Okay. Heart of Atlantis. I'm interested to hear what some folks have to say about this one, because we had a bit of back and forth about this one. This is a 4-cost uninkable item, and it has the ability of Life Giver. You can exert it, and then you pay 2 ink less for the next character you play this turn. So this is like a big lantern, right? It's 2 times the cost. You get 2 times the payback from it. I think that it is quite slow and clunky. I would much rather have Lantern. I don't know what I'm ramping into on this card.
I was going to say, we talked about what do you want to do by the time you get this card down.
Right. Like, it's a weird deck, and you have to be, like, completely paired in a color that doesn't get any ramp whatsoever to want to use this. It's susceptible to so much removal that's less expensive. Judy Hops, Benja. It's just, these things cost less ink than what you just outlaid for your Heart of Atlantis. If that happens, that's a pretty bad beat. Like, you really are down in the ink race quite a lot at that point. So I just don't think this card is worth the risk inherent in playing it. So I like Hyper Hippo, I do believe, gave it
Nope,
I gave it a 1. Okay, I gave it a 1.
I gave it a 2.
I started Hyper Hippo. There you go. I was the one. We covered both your scores, too. So, yeah. So, we're on a soft 2 here. I just don't think you're getting enough out of this card. The card does need Ward.
Oh, I wonder if they'll ever do that with actions and items. Or items, not actions.
Enchanted Ward, I hope all your comments are just, this needs Ward. Benja Valentine, like, you play that Benja and you just feel like even more of a genius. It's like, oh, by the way, next turn I'm on quest for 2. Just, rub-ins are big. Another item here, 2-cost Inkable. Hey, Chef Keaton, thanks so much for the follow. Wildcat's Wrench is a 2 Inkable item. Has the ability of Rebuild. You can exhaust it to remove up to 2 damage from chosen location. So, I think that this card is a wee bit on the clunky side for sure. Again, we just talked about an item like, if I'm on the draw, I pay 2 for this and I pass, and then my opponent benches and takes it out. Like, I'm wasting time. I could be playing Pride Lands already on this draw. Thank you. Card does need Ward. It absolutely does. It's just slow and it's clunky, and as happy as I am to see Tailspin in this set, I'm not thrilled that, like, Quick Patch and Wildcat's Wrench or some of the Tailspin cards we got, because they're just, like, not great. Yes, I agree with you completely. They need the flexibility to be considerable. 0 as playable, 5 as a resource. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I came down on Wildcat's Wrench pretty hard with a 1.
I gave it a 2 just because it's better than Quick Patch.
That's, I think, valid, right? We gave that a 1, so you have to give this a 2. You're, like, obligated to do it. 10 for references. Yes, I'm in for that. Now we have an item, and apologies, these locations are going to pop up sideways, but I need the window to be the same size for every card. So if you're visually watching this, apologies that you have to tilt your head, but it's the only way I could think to do it reasonably for the stream and for the YouTube video. So this is a 1/4/1 stat line on a 1-cost Inkable location. It's Neverland, the Mermaid Lagoon specifically. So this is a pretty vanilla item, it's not an item at all. It's a pretty vanilla location. It doesn't seem like it's going to do a lot, but it's such a low cost that if you have something that can benefit from, like a Zazu, like if you're playing like Emerald, Amber aggro, it seems like this could be a fine location to be playing, but it seems a little bit thin to me, and I'm not convinced that we're going to see a lot of play out of this particular location in this particular color.
And I agree with you. It's like, okay.
It's okay. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't think that Amber's super duper interested. I think Emerald's more interested in visiting locations because of cards like Zazu and the Peter Pan potentially, but I don't, like, that's the way to top end kind of close out a game. But it's cheap, and you can play it that turn and move to it, I guess, if you need to move to it. I don't know. It's yeah.
Yeah, I like the way
right.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Would you play this?
Probably not.
Would you play this as a character? Probably not.
So we both gave it a 2?
Gave it a 2.
Yep.
Yeah, not much more to say about that one. It is a common. Now we have a rare one. It is the Pride Lands. This is a 2/7/1, and it has 2 abilities. We are all connected. Characters get +2 willpower while they are here. That's pretty great for Amber. And Lion Home. If you have a prince or king character here, you may pay 1 ink less to play characters. Period. The end. Mm-hmm. Again, you get the uninkable because it has the lantern-like cost discount. They've been very careful about making sure those effects are uninkable cards, because you can't have flexibility if you want your discounts.
Still cheap.
It is cheap, and it's got way better stats than the previous location. And the characters just get +2 as a reason to come here. It's the 2 movement cost that's rough. I like the 1 movement cost because I do feel like there are turns of this game where you just kind of have 1 hanging out sometimes. So moving a character to a location is pretty negligible, but having 2 just hanging around isn't going to be the case. Like, there's not going to be that off turn where you're just like, I can't be completely efficient with my ink. And 2, you have to be much more intentional to pay that move cost. So it's like,
it can be expensive.
It's a tough one, but I think the loadout for this is really good. Like, just being able to have 1 king or prince, which it's not hard with Simbas and things like that already. It's really good. Yeah, it's really good. And you just put Hawkins here. Yeah, like, man, it just seems pretty solid. I gave it a 4.
And I gave it a 4. But this is also has a special place for me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm excited about Disenchanted, so.
Right. Oh, yeah, no. You love the Lion King related cards. That's your thing.
It is.
Right. True. And we have Tiana's Palace, which I believe wraps up the amber color
It does.
for us here. Move for free. It's a move for free. I like that. And then just start getting the discount. All the Lilos and Maleficents. Yeah. That's, oh, God. Yeah. Don't say these things. Scary stuff. So Curse Merfolks and whatever else you're playing.
Tiana's Palace, 2/8/1. For 3 uninkable, and characters can't be challenged while here.
It's a cool card.
It is cool.
I want it to be good. It definitely is.
They have to answer it.
It's like a bodyguard location. It's just kind of a cool piece of flavor. I just don't know that a 3 cost on Inkable is where we want to be. Joey Havoc, appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. I think it's the cost here, and again, the move cost being 2 is a little rough.
Does your card get exerted when it moves to a location?
It does not.
No. And you can do it the turn it comes in.
Yes. Either thing. That has nothing to do with, like, wet characters that aren't dry yet, haven't sat around for the turn, can absolutely move to a location. Oh, goodness. You just saying all the scary stuff. Yeah. These things are going to be rough. They're going to be a big headache, and they're going to really command that the control decks now be able to spread their resources out across multiple things to answer. Whew. Yeah, also true.
Yeah.
That's very scary. You're all saying scary things. But yeah, a lot of cool stuff here. So, on the whole, I think Amber got quite the upgrade in this set. Like, there are some crazy powerful cards. Pluto and Bare Necessities, Piglet, all of which are just absolutely gets for this color. Things that needed to really operate efficiently and effectively. And I think it got a lot of those things. So we'll move on over to Amethyst. And the first card in Amethyst is a weird one. It's Alice T. Alchemist. So this is a 4/4/2, costs 6 and is inkable, and her ability is Curiouser and Curiouser. She has the ability to exert, and she then exerts chosen opposing character and all other opposing characters with the same name. I think that card needs war. It does. It absolutely does. I think that this card is probably fine in multiplayer. I do not foresee this card seeing much play in actual tournament-style constructed. I'd happily play it in limited, but yep, exactly. It just trades with Fox. Fox is half the ink cost. Like, you have to put these cards up to the Madam Mim test unless they have a really explosive ability and they're costing 5, 6, 7. You have to know that you're going to either trade, like, you're going to lose it to Fox, you're going to lose it to Maui, you're going to lose it to then, and then along came Zeus. Why is that name so long? But it's just, you have to be realistic about these cards. And I'm not saying dies to removal, or Ward, good point. I'm not saying dies to removal is a valid argument, but it's definitely something to consider when you are evaluating a card, right? Like, you have to keep that in your mind. Is, what is this doing for me for the output I am paying in ink? Is this giving me something right away? Or is this a delayed effect that maybe has a marginal impact on the game and I'm paying a lot for it and then I'm putting it at risk of being taken out for half the ink? And in this Alice's case, yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. So I gave this one a 2.
I gave it a 3, but I think after talking about it, I'd probably do a 2 as
2?
well.
Okay,
yep. So
we'll give it a hard 2 on this one. Moving over to Chernobog's followers here. This is a 1-cost inkable 2/1/1. And it has the ability of Restless Souls. Whenever this character quests, you may banish them to draw a card. So it's kind of, I quest, I get rid of them, I turn them into a card, which is cool. You get the lore there. But I think it's a little less flexible than Kuzco. But I do think the strength being in front is a unique place to put this particular number. So it could be something to, in the late, like mid to late game, you could just challenge if you need to, or turn it into something. I think it's okay. I don't think it's anything spectacular. Obviously fits in with Chernobog because they put themselves into the discard.
Yep. And you're like, I think another reason it's bad is because, like, if you be prepared, when you be prepared, you like to have characters out on your board that's going to draw you a card, and it just doesn't do it.
Right, like you'd much rather be prepared with Rabbit and Kuzco out,
right.
Much less so with Chernobog's followers. But you can quest with them to get your
yeah.
card in there. But if they take it out at a point,
beforehand.
just like they grab your sword or something because you have a couple small characters out, you get nothing back, where Kuzco you do get something.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like a trade-off, but I think Kuzco's probably going to end up getting the nod in the long run. Who knows? We'll find out. I think it's cool to have options, right? You never know until you try, and that's why in the podcast we push the try everything ethos, because why not? Worst case, you have scientifically proven that it's not work. Next we have Diablo, Faithful Pet, 2/1/1 for 1 inkable. Whenever you play a character named Maleficent, you may look at the top card of your deck. Either put it on top or bottom of your deck. For the most part in Lorcana, cards that name other specific cards have not been super duper good. I think this card kind of falls in line with that, where it's a 2/1/1. It's not really a good stat line. It does cost 1, but everything tangles with this, basically, outside of a Curse Merfolk.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like not going to do enough in a game to warrant a spot in your deck. Now, if you have like 2 or 3 Maleficents in a limited deck, or you're trying to build like a cool Maleficent theme deck, then I'm all for you getting on with this card, because I do think that it is cool, and I'm really happy that it's a Lorcana card. I just don't think that it's a tournament caliber card,
yep.
Unfortunately. So I gave it a 2 just because it's a 2 strength.
And I gave it a 1.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Soft 2, solid 1, just not something you're really going to want to see. It's a limited card, right? Now, this is a card we can talk about. This art is awesome. This is Genie Supportive Friend. If you haven't seen the art, oh, is it a treat? Especially if you're a fan of Aladdin like I am. Who's not a fan of Aladdin, though, I guess? Stupid people is who.
Somebody in the chat hates Aladdin, and you just called them stupid.
Hey, take that, stupid. This is a 3/5/1 that costs 4 and is uninkable, and has the ability of 3 wishes, very fitting for the Genie. Whenever this character quests, you may shuffle this card into your deck to draw 3 cards. This card does need Ward. I agree with you completely. Yeah, and I agree with Hyper Hippo as well. This card's either going to be a 0 or a 5. This feels like a card that is real scary when it comes down. And Chef Keaton, you nailed it. Nailed it. This is exactly what this card pairs best with, right? Like, I want to go Jafar on 3, Genie on 4, shift Jafar on 5, use my Genie, or use my Jafar to sing my whole new world, and then Genie after that too, to gain my casual 10 lore out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's really good, and for those reasons, I do think that people are going to be testing with Genie.
I'm excited to try it.
It's a hard card to evaluate, right? Like, it is super hard because you don't know how it's going to land. Is it going to be a 2 of in some decks because he's a 4 cost uninkable? Like, he does a lot, but he also demands a lot in your deck. Like, when you're deck building with this card, he demands a lot of respect. But I do think that he's going to end up... Anything that draws you 3 cards in the history of trading card games, if it costs less than, like, 6... is usually a playable somewhere in Constructed, so I see Genie being no different than that. I put it at a 4.
I put it at a 4 as well, but I could see it being a 5.
I could see it being a 5.
Or a 0, like Hyper just said.
Yeah, dropping all the way down, and just, unfortunately, nobody plays this card. Because we already have some of those cards in Lorcana where you look at it and you're like, man, this card's really cool, but nobody can play it. Will they ever print a Tidings? I don't know. I mean, they printed Divination with Sing on it, so I mean, who knows, right? It's a song divination. Like, this game's nuts. We're gonna get to another really good song that draws 2 cards too later in the review. So 4, solid 4 for Genie from Illumination anyway. Moving on, we have Hydros, and this is a 2/2 for 2. And it has a 3 inkable cost, and it has the ability of Blizzard, which allows you to exert it, and then exert a chosen character. So this is a Titan, and that is relevant because there are effects that impact specifically this creature type of Titan. I don't know as though there's enough Titans to make it really warranted to play a card like this. I like that it quests for 2, but on the whole, I don't really think it's going to be super playable. Maybe if you're playing like yellow purple aggro and you want to try to fit in just another 2 quester and you want the flexibility of being able to exert something for some reason, it just all seems thin. Even as I'm saying it, I'm like trying to grasp at ways you could want to play this card. I'm just not getting there. We don't play little Elsa that has that ability and the better shift card. Yeah, oh yeah, Pinocchio 2 drops way better. It's just, this isn't really doing enough, honestly. Like, if you wanted to build the Titan Hades, like, Hercules theme deck, I'm down. It seems sweet. But for a tournament playable deck that you want to, like, drop tournament prices and entry fees to get into, I don't think this is a card you want to put in your 60, so I gave this one a 2.
And I also gave it a 2.
All right, and next we have Iago, who's a pretty poly, which is premium. If you like Aladdin, that's good stuff. With all the crackers in the artwork, it just gave me a big smile. It's a 3/2/1 evasive that costs 3 and is inkable, and his fidget is Green Peter Pan. We've seen this card a bunch of different times. This time it's in purple. This one's my favorite because it's Iago and it has the coolest art.
Yep.
I do like Great Mouse Detective, so Fidget's probably number 2 and then Peter Pan number 3. So that's where I'm at so far on the 3 2s for 3 with the inkable slot. But that being all said, I'd say it's a 3. Probably gets played if Mini is.
I was going to say, it takes out Mini.
Yep. So, yep. Where were you in set 2?
Yes,
exactly.
Exactly. Yep.
I just want the better art Fidget. If they switched them, I would have been way happier. But yes, so Iago, okay. But not great. Jafar. So we have Lamp Thief Jafar is a 2/2/2, and it costs 3 and is inkable. Has the ability of I am your master now. When you play this character, look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one of them on top of your deck, and the other on the bottom of your deck. This is our Jafar shift target if you want to stay in purple and not pair with steel. So this is what you're looking to shift onto most of the time, I would say. The other Challenger Jafar is not the best, but it's also not the worst choice. But being able to Genie on 4, you want this Jafar to go 3/5 on the Jafar line. So it's pretty good for that reason, right?
I'd be happy to play it.
Yeah, if this was a 2/2 for 1, it'd be like our quote-unquote vanilla shift target. I don't think the ability is good enough that it warrants a whole lot, but it does something, and it could quest for those last 2 points in the red-purple decks, so that's relevant as well. So I think that this is fine. I'm definitely happy to give this one a 3.
And I'm right there with you.
So solid 3. Playing steel? Yeah. And here it is, the big boy. This is the one that everybody's afraid of. Jafar, Striking Illusionist. It's a 4/5/1. Not great stats, but decent, especially when you look at the shift 5 to go with its 7 cost inkable, and it is evasive, which makes a 4/5 look a heck of a lot better. And Power Beyond Measure is its ability. During your turn, while this character is exerted, whenever you draw a card, gain 1 lore. Yeah, this is the boogeyman. Everybody is concerned about this card. Everybody's mind is on this card. Everybody is testing with this particular card. Merlin Goat was a complete and total game changer in the second set. This card does not need more.
This card does not need more.
It would be completely busted. But I think that this card is so very scary for the reasons that Merlin is, right? The goat could be 3 to 4 lore out of nowhere. Just, I watch you win the game. Like, I can't interact in this game, right? Like, this is the card that I just sit back in terror and go, please don't win, please don't win, please don't win. And Jafar can do that from, like, I'm at 10.
Right.
The goat was scary enough from, like, I'm at 15. I hated even letting my red-purple opponents get to, like, 12 to 13 because of what they can do. This is a 4, you're calling it. I think
we're hearing a lot of that. Like, we think it's just overrated.
I think a lot of people are putting it at overrated, and I think that that is probably true because I think people are going to, like, I don't know if this Jafar requires an entire deck build around it. Purple Steel was a good competitor. I like it. No, I'm with you. I appreciate your firm stance behind it. I think that a lot of people were already playing Purple Steel. If Purple Steel were really super weak, it needs a 4, needs a word to be a 5. Fair enough. If Purple Steel were super weak, I would say that this card is probably closer to the 4, or maybe even just as a flash in the pan. But I think a lot of the Purple Steel decks just slot this in and slot in Whole New World and kind of play in a little bit more of a fashion that mirrors the Blue Steel decks in some capacity, and I think that's not a hard step for them to make. And the package they're adding Jafar into is already so powerful, it's hard for me to not say that I would put him at a 5 out of the gate. Yep. I am one of those people who is afraid.
Yep. I put it at 5 too. Like we said, it's it's just something that Amethyst is already doing well.
Yeah. Right. This is true. Yeah, it absolutely does. I think that's a great way to put it, and I really appreciate that the fact that there is counterplay and interaction. It just scares me that this can come down on a turn that it matters. It can sing a card that immediately gains it 2 lore. It's scary. It's scary stuff. I don't want to undervalue it, but I think at the end of the day, you're probably going to be right. I don't know if you're going to play all 4 copies of this particular card in your deck. So does it have does it have the hallmarks of a 5? Maybe not, but possibly. We'll find out. I think that it is very realistic possibility that it is a flash in the pan, but we'll find out. But it definitely has the hallmarks to be very, very powerful. And in complete opposition, we have Lena Saberwing, a 1/3/1 for 2 inkable with Rush. This card is your support target, right? Like, I'm going to support her to smash a location for a bunch. That's kind of what Purple's bringing to the table with this card. But I think you just have better options with Rush in the color.
Yeah, I just don't know why you'd play a 1/3 Rush when you could just play, like, a 3/3 Rush.
Or a 4/3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're going to have better targets. The inkability is nice, but, yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I agree, fully. Not very good. We gave Lena a 2. And that was across the board. Yep. Oh, yeah. Absolutely agree. Mm-hmm. This is Magic Broom Dancing Duster. So a 3/3/1 for 6 uninkable. When you play this character, if you have a sorcerer character in play, you may exert a chosen opposing character and they don't ready at the start of their next turn. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I figured. No, I think that's a valid way to think about it. It'll be 18 and need to be instant banned. I like that. Yeah, I think this big card needs more. This broom needs a lot. It's a bad stat line for 6 uninkable. There's a terrible stat line, right? Like, this gets taken down by Smash, it takes them up, and the ability, like, it doesn't just exert a character all the time. It has to have a sorcerer to do any of it. If it just always exerted and then the sorcerer made it stay exerted, I would say, all right, maybe there's something here because at least you're getting some value when it enters. No, you have to have the sorcerer.
3/3 for 6 uninkable is just...
Yeah, no, not playing that.
I gave it a 1. I'm not sticking with my 1.
I'm not a magic broom believer. I gave it a 2. Yeah. Be it for a future. Yeah, definitely. The brooms need a lot of help. They didn't get it, unfortunately, from these next few cards.
No, the best broom is still original broom.
OG broom is the best broom for sure. So this is Magic Broom Swift Cleaner, 4/4/2 with Rush. Speaking of cards that rush with bigger stats, there's a 5-cost uninkable with an ability called Clean This, Clean That. When you play this character, you may shuffle all broom cards from your discard into your deck.
I feel like you're just shuffling bad cards back into your deck.
It's a rusher that Madam Mim trades with, that Hades devours, that I just don't, like, if I'm playing the broom deck, I need something to answer locations, and it feels like that's what it is. But tried 3 different versions, and they all felt bad. See, I'm glad you were able to justify that, CZ, because I had that feeling looking at these cards, and I was hoping I was wrong, because it's so cool. It's such a cool deck. Mm-hmm. But until we get something akin to a Mickey to make these brooms better still, I don't think we're going to have a broom deck. Yeah, unfortunately. Maybe, yeah. I'd love to see it, but speaking of more disappointment.
Did we give our number?
Oh,
2.
2, yeah, it was a 2 across the board. These aren't too encouraging, unfortunately. Next we have the Big Sweeper, 1/5/1 for 3 inkable. And it has the ability of Clean Sweep. While it's at a location, it gets 2 additional strength. So it can become a 3/5 for 3, which is the best at dealing with Madam Mims. So this might be the best broom, because it's also one of the cheaper brooms.
But you also have to move it to a location.
I do like that it has bucket elbow pads. Outside of that, I really can't give too much positive to the Big Sweeper. I also gave the Big Sweeper a 2.
Yep, same thing.
Next is Magic Carpet Flying Rug. This is a 2/1/1 stat line for 2 inkable. It's evasive, and it has an ability called Find the Way that allows you to exert and move a character of yours to a location for free. I like that part. This card seems okay. Like, it could have some implications to move characters around if you need it, and it's hard to, yes, this one, hardcore, feels like it should, like, it should have ward. The evasive helps so it doesn't get challenged. I don't know if it draws enough enemy fire to want to kill it outright, unless you just were like, I'm going to let Storm Rage on something, it's going to be this guy, whatever, it's going to be anything you play. I don't love that this just gets eaten by Mini Surfer.
Yeah,
and
we talked about that.
100%. Yeah. This is so dependent on how good locations are. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that.
The flavor on this card, though, is top notch.
Oh, yeah. Great flavor here. I love Aladdin. Again, if you don't, you are stupid. I'm standing on that. That is my soapbox, and I'm sticking to it. But, yeah, I think this card's cool. I gave it kind of a middling review because we don't know how good the locations are or how impactful it's going to be to manipulate your units once they're in play. So I gave this one a 3.
And I did the same thing.
All right, let's move on over to Magicka Dispel, a card a lot of folks were very excited about being in the game here. More DuckTales love. We have a 2/3/1 for 2 inkable, and that's all. No ability here, just lots of flavor text, which is great. But yeah, this is your shift target, so it's a shift target. It's not fantastic, but yeah, it's a card. I gave it a 3. Not much to talk about here, but there is some things to talk about here. Magicka Dispel, the Midas Touch, is a 4/6 question mark stat line for 7 uninkable. She has Shift 5 to help with that cost and the ability of All Mine. Whenever this character quests, gain lore equal to the cost of one of your items in play. So, this can be pretty gnarly, right? Like, I know everybody's aiming at the Lucky Dime. I know that's the big target because that lets her gain lore equal to the cost of that particular item.
Which is 7.
Right. The Lucky Dime is not so kind and does not then allow you to gain 7 from Magicka. That is not how that works. Oh, yes. Please, Darkwing Duck. Please, please, please. Yeah, this card needs evasive. It would be nice. The 4/6 stat line's decent. The questing is potential.
Needs evasive.
Yes. Dramatic pause. I think that this card could be pretty strong in a deck that's already like, no, I have a few items that I play and they're pretty good. I just think that it's a bit of a reach that we need this card. This card feels thinner to me than Jafar does. Like, this feels like the cards like Jafar are rewarding you for something you naturally want to do in the game already, which is draw cards. This, unless it rewards you for wanting to play items, and you can only play so many before your deck becomes overbuilt. Yeah, and you're not doing anything. That this feels like you're making a reach to play this card. So I just don't think it's spectacular. I think it's okay. I think it is what I would define as a very cool card. I love the art. I like that she's like translucent. It's like really cool. I like that it still looks like she has the golden flower from Beauty and the Beast in her hand. Like, there's a lot to like. The lighting on this card is top notch in the art, but I just think it's cool. Doesn't mean it's good though. Cool collectible card, not a cool tournament quality card. So I gave this one a 3. Is Darkwing Duck in DuckTales? He did in fact have his own cartoon. Launchpad was the back and forth for Darkwing Duck, so he flew the planes in DuckTales. He also flew Darkwing's plane in Darkwing Duck. And then he did make a cameo in the more recent 2017, I think it is, DuckTales, the one that the art echoes in this set. He does make a cameo in Darkwing, or in DuckTales, excuse me. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for jumping in the chat. Appreciate you. Following up Magicka, we have more Magicka here. This is Magicka Dispel Thieving Sorceress. She is a 3/4/2 stat line on a 4-cost inkable card. She has the ability of Telekinesis, which allows her to exert and return a chosen item with cost equal to or less than this character's strength to its player's hand. So I can get some stuff back. It's a little slow and clunky. Mediocre Matt, good evening. Appreciate you being here, buddy. She's clunky, she's slow. I just don't think, again, like, it's odd that she's got the 2 quests when you really want her to exert. Kinda? Yeah. Yeah, kinda. It's, like, fine. I don't think that it's great. It's the ability to replay for value. It can slow down your opponent. Kinda. Yeah, it's a good way to phrase it. You just keep phrasing things better than me. You need a podcast.
Yeah. It's just kind of like if you return your opponent's item to their hand, you can use an item the turn they come in. So it's just like...
Yeah. Ursula's Cauldron as one of my least favorite cards in this game. I've never been a fan. But yes, it does work well with that kind of card. Because it's free, right? Like, you can move 2 cards and then move 2 cards if they both stay. It's just... I think you nailed it, right? Is the use case is narrow. And that's the problem. Right. Yeah, I think that's valid. And it sucks. Like, this isn't the kind of card you necessarily want to play. If we had sideboards, this is the hallmark of that. But I just don't think that this is the kind of card you want to play. It's so slow. It's so slow. It's just, yeah. I'm not into it.
We gave it 2, I believe.
Yeah. Doing good. Hopefully you're doing the same. Let me know. We gave this one a 2. Yep, 2 across the board. Yeah, right? And we're moving on to a legendary card. Is this the first? No, Jafar was the first purple legendary. Second purple legendary. This is Maleficent, Mistress of All Evil. 2/3/2 stat line for a 5-cost inkable card. Dark Knowledge. Whenever this character quests, you may draw a card. Yes, please. And Divination. During your turn, whenever you draw a card, which should theoretically be whenever you quest, you may move 1 damage counter from a chosen character to a chosen opposing character. Card does need ward.
I've heard this card, like, just from what I've heard, it's doing pretty well. Like, people are liking it.
I am so... This card we talked about a lot when we were doing our review. We went back and forth a ton on this card. This was probably in, like, the top 5. That was, like, we pontificated on it for probably, like, 5+ minutes. Because it was just... There's so much going on here. And so much of it is theoretical. Mm-hmm. Whenever this character quest draw a card, I'm in. 100% in. If you don't draw Jafar for Genie, deal 3. Yeah. Whenever you draw a card. If you want to move if you have the damage counters to move around, right? But you can kind of abuse that. You have things like Mother Gothel, the new upcoming Mr. Smee, which we'll get to, all put damage on themselves and allow, like, you can generate some damage, right? You can manipulate how you deal damage in this game. Mm-hmm. So if you hit something with your Madam Mim Fox or your Madam Mim Snake, you can move those counters around too. Yep. And it can be pretty nasty where it matters. I am so confounded by this card, though. It seems good, but it also does nothing when it comes in. It has to sit for a turn on a point at a point in the game where if they're going to have removal, they're going to have removal, and she is going down to all of it. Smash, Strength of a Raging Fire in most cases. Like, she's going down like a sweet muffin in that.
Needs ward.
Needs ward. He said that. Yeah. Why needs ward? See? So this is a really, really rough card for me to evaluate. I gave it a 3 because I don't know how many would moving the damage count. It would not in this case. Like, it's not removing it to draw a card if you had something that checked that for card drawing purposes or something. It's just moving the counter around. And
I was a little bit more optimistic with this card, and I gave it a 4.
Yeah, odd that you gave the higher score to a card advantage card, but yeah, it's slow, but potentially could very well take over a game if you have the right synergy set up for it. So we shall see. I mean, in a steel purple deck, this could definitely be good with bodyguards, but I don't know if you want to build it that. That's the thing, is it's so much theory crafting around this card. It's really hard.
Take the next one.
Mama Odie, Voice of Wisdom. The 3/6/2 for 6 uninkable, so those are some numbers. And she has the ability of, listen to your mama now. Whenever this character quests, you may move up to 2 damage counters from chosen character to chosen opposing character. We just saw this. I think that this card is significantly worse than the legendary, which is not terribly surprising in that the legendary is a legendary, and this is an uncommon card. So, no shock here, right? Like, it's something. I don't think it's going to see any real play. Its stat line is fine. Madam Mim can't deal with it. It puts a lot of damage on there for you to move around, so that's kind of cool. It's just, like, fine. Yeah, it needs word. I agree with that. Mama Odie, I gave a 3. Sam gave a 3. So, again, put that one at a 3, I believe. Yep. I thought I was looking down at the next card, but I wasn't. Next, we're on Pua. A 2/2/2 stat line for this 2-cost inkable. He is a Potbelly Bunny. Who isn't? When this character is banished, you may shuffle this card into your deck. I don't know if there's a whole lot of implication for Pua. Like, I'm happy to draw this kind of card if I'm playing yellow, and it can shuffle back in, and then I can find it again with my Pongo or something,
would be a cool
or my
card
Lucky.
Rush.
It would be a cool Rush card. But I just feel like as it sits, I don't know if purple yellow is going to want something like Pua, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see a copy of it or two pop up from time to time. So I gave it a 3.
Yep, same.
So that gives another solid 3 for Pua. Next we have some really, really cool artwork on this one. I like this art a lot. This is Rafiki Mystical Fighter. So this is a 0-2-1 stat line on our rare Rafiki here. He costs 1 and is inkable and has Challenger 3, which means that when he challenges, he gets +3. And he has the ability of Ancient Skills. Whenever he challenges a hyena character, this character takes no damage from that challenge. I think that's rather forgettable point, but we just have this, what essentially is a 3-2 for 1, if you're using it offensively. Well, I guess you're using it defensively when you're challenging, if you're using it defensively.
Purple Captain Hook.
Purple Captain Hook.
Basically.
Feels a lot like that. Like, stats move around a little bit, but I think that this card's pretty awesome. I think the artwork's pretty awesome. I think a lot of decks are going to be relatively happy to have this card. So I gave this one a 4.
And I gave it a 3.
So it gives us a pretty soft 4, but I think that we'll end up seeing copies of Rafiki in various and sundry decks. Though he is an 0-2 natively, so he is susceptible to Let the Storm Rage On. So that is worth mentioning here. Moving on to Stratos, the Tornado Titan. This is a 4-4, technically 0, 4-5 inkable, has evasive, and has the ability of Cyclone to exert. This is very important. Exert. Gain lore equal to the number of Titan characters you haven't played. It's always 1, because this is here, if it's exerting. I like this card because of all the ready cards that stop something from questing. Stratos plays around that because its ability is an exert ability, which is really cool. And I think a lot of people won't see that coming. So he's like a double quest off of a Shield of Virtue.
Right.
So if you had Stratos and one other Titan out, you could quest for, or you could exert to gain 4 lore that turn, which I think is really neat. I mean, it's kind of small potatoes next to Jafar, but it's cool and it's realistic. And this card chews through just about everything that's evasive, minus Jafar, oddly enough. Oh yeah, slaughters Mini. I mean, it kills all the 3-2 evasives that are trying to eat Mini. It's so good. Yeah, it would be nuts. Do any of the Titans give ward? I can't remember. Maybe it gets ward. I don't remember.
We will see.
I'm trying to remember. I don't know if there's a green Titan. But we'll see. But I do think it's really a cool card that I think might kind of nowhere and surprise a couple people because it has got some flexibility to it. I gave this one a 4.
And I also gave it a 4.
Excellent. 4s across the board. Next we get to the Firebird. We have a 6-2 for 4 on this one, and it is a 4-cost inkable, 6-2-1 stat line.
I think we talked about this one would be good with, like, the Rush Reckless, like Maui.
This is your location killer in purple, right?
This is just so easily killed.
You can Gruesome and Grim it in to knock a location out. Knocks out most of them. It just doesn't do a whole lot, honestly. But it's a common. Like, there has to be cards in here. Locations are a thing you can get in Limited. So they do need common cards to help answer these locations in Limited. So, not a big deal. Like, it's certainly not flashy, certainly not exciting. But it is a card that I think is better than a 1. So I gave it a 2. Twice as much.
And we both gave it a 2.
Yeah. Next we have the Queen, who is a hateful rival.
I like this art.
Oh, this art's sweet. This is like the hallmark of some good Disney art right here. Oh, I bet you the foil's going to look sick. Especially if that cauldron is foil. Oh, that's going to look good. 4-3-1 is the stat line here. It's a 3-cost inkable, and it has no ability whatsoever, and therefore, I think I gave it a 2 if I'm looking at it correctly.
We both gave it a 2.
Not a lot to talk about here, just kind of a filler card. Treasure Guardian, Protector of the Cave. So this is the Cave of Wonders, but it's not called the Cave of Wonders, which leads me to believe that eventually we're going to get a location called Cave of Wonders. And so that's exciting for all of us non-stupid Aladdin lovers out there. So this is a 6/6/2 stat line for 4 uninkable, and it has the ability of Who Disturbs My Slumber. I am not going to do my Cave of Wonders impression because it's not good. This character can't challenge or quest unless it's at a location. So that's a big cost. This thing costs 4. It's uninkable. Why is this uninkable? That is the thing I cannot get past with this card. Why is this card uninkable?
Yeah.
I just can't fathom it. If it were inkable, I could see it being maybe a role player in certain decks. It feels like a card that they tested and were like, okay, we'll just let it quest, not at a location. You can only challenge if it's a location. No, that's too good. It can only quest if it's at a location. No, that's too good. It can't do anything. Just flat out nothing unless it's at a location. Yeah, that could very well be. That would be awesome, Chef Keaton. That'd be really cool. But right now, it is not very good, right? I just think that this card is pretty much the hallmark of a 2.
Yep.
Just too big of an ask to get anything going. Speaking of art, that's awesome. We got Ursula Sea Witch. We have a 3/3/1 stat line for 3 uninkable with the ability of You're Too Late. Whenever this character quests, chosen opposing character can't ready at the start of their next turn. I feel like this ability is too late to be good. It's not when she enters or quests. It's just when she quests. Yeah, this art is sick. But it just doesn't do enough, in my opinion. It's fine.
It's like a little Elsa.
Awesome reimagining of the storyline, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool. But on the whole, I'm just shrug on this one. It's not very good.
Yeah.
Whenever it quests, can't ready. It's just fine. Yeah, card definitely needs more.
We gave it a 3.
Yeah, it's not great. We gave it a 3?
Yep.
3 across the board?
3 across the board.
Yeah, there she is.
Now we're into our actions.
Action. Bestow a gift. I'll give you the gift of reading it.
Bestow a gift. Move 1 damage counter from chosen character to chosen opposing character for 1 inkable.
Oh, you screwed that up a lot.
I did. That's why you don't ask me to read.
Yep. So, this card doesn't do a whole lot. You're moving one counter, which is already stapled onto other characters. It just doesn't do enough. So, I am not into bestowing a gift, kind of like Sam's not into reading the cards. So I did
better last time.
I gave this one a 2. And you also gave it a 2.
Pack Tactics combo.
Interesting.
I don't remember what that does.
That's the green action. Oof, that's asking a lot, though. Next one is a song that costs 1. It calls me. So, obviously, it can be sung by just about any character. And any character in the game currently. And you can draw a card. Then, choose up to 3 cards from a chosen opponent's discard and shuffle them into their deck.
I think it's weird.
It is cool, discard hate if they're playing Hades, or they're playing Chernobog. So, you can kind of be like, okay, I'm going to play, but this, again, going back to the hashtag sideboards in Lorcana, this is a sideboard card. You're not going to play it in your main board, unfortunately. So, it calls me, I think I gave it 2.
Yeah, I give it a 2 as well.
2 across the board. And we got some weird looking Maui in this one. I love the way he looks, how gritty he looks in this one. Very cool looking piece of artwork. This one is Last Ditch Effort. It is an action that costs 3 and is not inkable. You exert a chosen opposing character, then chosen character of yours gains Challenger 2 this turn. So it kind of lets you smack any character. So this is along the lines of the closest to purple removal we're allowed to get. Bestow a gift in this or variations of that kind of thing. This, I do agree with you. I wish this was a song desperately, because it could be potentially really... And the setup for that's not easy, right? Because you'd have to have someone to sing this, and then someone to receive the challenger. So it's not all... if you just gave it to the singer, it was a worthless card, so it's not worth it. But yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Yeah. This probably could have been a song, and it wouldn't have been, broken by any stretch. But I don't think it's very good.
So we give it a 1.
Gave it a 1. It's too expensive, it's uninkable, and doesn't really do enough. The Boss is on a roll. So our next one, this is a song. It costs 3 and is inkable. It allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your deck. You can then put any number of them on the bottom of your deck in any order you so choose. Then, gain a lore, which feels insanely tacked on. But you gain 1 lore. So, that's interesting. It's just like this crazy Scry 5.
Yeah.
But, yeah, wild card. I don't know if it will see a ton of play, but I could see it being like a 1 or 2 of if you were like, I just really need a little bit more card draw, and this is the closest I'm allowed to get. Big Ursa, or Green Ursula singing this and doing it for 5 cards and then an additional 5 cards feels like a good way to find 1 card and 10 that you need. But it feels like, Broom Deck, yeah. It feels like a tough ask, but I could see it being a 1 or 2 of in a deck without too much of a hitch. I gave this a 3.
And I gave it a 3 as well.
Okie dokie. The Lamp, comma the. This is an item. It is 2 cost uninkable, as items often are. Has the ability of good or evil. Banish this item. If you have a character named Jafar in play, you draw 2 cards. If you have a character named Genie in play, return chosen character with cost 4 or less to their player's hand. So, when I review cards, and I'll go over this a couple of times just in case somebody jumps in midway through. When I evaluate cards, I look at, do they keep me ahead when I'm ahead and help me solidify a win? Or, and she's now singing Poor Unfortunate Souls, that's a treat. And might see play, that's fair. And on the opposite side of the spectrum, does this card get me back into a game that I'm behind in? This card doesn't do that too easily because it requires another card being in play. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't do a whole heck of a lot, and it has a lot of hoops you need to jump through in order to really pay it off. So I think it's just asking too much of you to make it pay off. So, yeah, shout out to Jewel.
Yeah.
Hi, Jewel. So, moving on from there, the Sorcerer's Hat is a 2 cost item that is in fact inkable. It has the ability of incredible energy. You may exert this, pay 1 ink, and name a card, and then reveal the top card of your deck. If it is the named card, you put that card into your hand. Otherwise, you put it back on the top of your deck.
This card works great with your favorite card.
Ursula's Cauldron.
Yeah.
Also good, does well with the song. The boss is rolling. Mm-hmm. Or boss is on a roll. I think this card's just a little bit too much. Mm-hmm. Like, it's like...
You need the other cards to make it good.
This... If Amber wasn't getting a slew of... And Emerald wasn't getting a slew of cards that completely trash a card that, like, punishes you for playing this slowly, this might be playable. But, man, the meta is going to shift into a way where, like, this card's in your hand, you're getting owned. Like, if you're playing a deck that wants this card, you're getting wrecked. Mm-hmm. It feels like to me. Maybe it speeds things up, but I just see it being in a slower, clunkier deck. And I really feel like you're about to get wrecked if you're playing this one. It is location time, and our first one is the first one that was revealed. It is the Forbidden Mountain, Maleficent's Castle. It's a 1/6/1 stat line that is a 2 cost inkable location. I gave this one a 3 because I feel like maybe it could possibly be the spellbook replacement in the early game. Like, if you gain 2 lore with this, it's probably pretty good.
Yep, I agreed with you.
Who knows? Could be a 1.
It's cheaper and it's uninkable.
Yeah,
I mean, it is inkable.
It is inkable, yes. The Queen's Castle is our next location. There's a lot more to talk about on this one. This is a 1/7/2 stat line with an ability... Oh, it is 4 inkable. With an ability using the Mirror. At the start of your turn, for each character you have here, you may draw a card.
I think this could be really good.
This card seems very powerful. This seems like your Jim Hawkins payoff if you're like trying to modernize the Ruby Amethyst control decks. This card, moving one character here on when you have like those awkward turns, like your turn where you would activate a spellbook, for example, shifting somebody over there and being like, you better blow this up real fast. But you're playing so much removal that it's like, it feels like a bait for, like, it just feels like, this feels the most akin to a Planeswalker in Magic, where it puts you in a position, puts your opponent in a position where they may overstretch and allow you to take significant advantage of that. Mm-hmm. This card feels very, very powerful to me. Definitely one of the top probably 3 locations across all the colors. I gave it a 4.
And I also gave it a 4.
Yeah, I agree. Enchanted Ward. Excellent card. And our follow-up here is the Sorcerer's Tower, the Wondrous Workspace, which is a 2/7/0 It is a 3-cost inkable, and it has 2 abilities. Broom Closet. Your character's name Magic Broom may move here for free. So we know what deck really wants this location. And then Magical Power. Characters get +1 when they quest while here. +1 lore, that is, while they quest. I think this card is definitely a plant for the brooms.
Yep.
And I still, at that, don't think the brooms have enough going on to want to have a broom deck. For fun, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that would definitely help it.
Some significant amount of lore would be good. I feel like they want you to kind of sneak this in play and not really be like, it doesn't do anything. And then hope to take over in one big, spectacular, sweeping turn. Oh my gosh, I should get paid more for this.
Oh my gosh.
So that is our Amethyst review. And we're going to move into Emerald. I think Amethyst got some pieces that really help Amethyst feel more like it can operate without having to lean so heavily on Ruby specifically. Like, it is kind of doing its thing a little bit more independently now, but I still feel like it needs some help. I don't think there's a reason to play monocolored in any tournament structure. It's free to throw 4 copies of any second color in, so it's silly to do that. But I feel like it's starting to stand on its own a little bit more, and it doesn't need to lean specifically and pair up with Steel and Ruby exclusively to get removal straight away. I still feel like it's going to be a tough ask to pair this with Sapphire, because between the two, they still don't have enough removal. But I do feel like that Amethyst is starting to come into its own and starting to feel like a color that can operate outside of having an immediate pairing with a color that gives it removal. So just want to take a moment to thank everybody for hanging out with us, and we're going to move into Emerald here in just a moment. So appreciate y'all being here. We are here every Sunday with various and sundry material here on the Twitch channel. Feel free to follow. So many of you have. Really appreciate that. It's awesome. It means a whole hell of a lot to us that you do that. Recapping, thanks to Zepha for the raid. Wow. Couldn't see a cooler name pop on the screen there. Very cool. Appreciate all of you coming from the raid and hanging out with us. Really awesome. Julian the Genius, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And if you haven't seen our podcast, there is a link there for the podcast itself. And if you want to add it to your RSS feed, you're welcome to. If you just want to check us out on YouTube, we have a video there every Thursday. Podcast and a Facebook. Podcast goes there every week, though I think we're behind on putting up the newest episode of the podcast on YouTube specifically because we've been prepping for this.
Yes.
So check that out there. We'll have the video up probably tomorrow. So I just got to add the video element to it. And it will be up on YouTube. So anywhere you get a podcast, you can see this one. And we appreciate you being here for the set review. All that being said, let's dive into Emerald next. And we start off with Cubby, one mighty lost boy. So this is a 3/5/1 on the stat line. It costs 4 and is inkable. And it has an ability called the Bear. Whenever this character moves to a location, he gets +3 strength. This turn, that is one big boy. 6'5" boy.
He's the mighty lost boy.
He's mighty. This is like, it's good because it passes the Mana Mim test, but
other than that, it's like,
it's never questing for a lot. Where is Rush? Yeah, where's the Rush here? This feels like this is kind of your clobbery, I want to clobber other locations with this big mighty lost boy, but on the whole, let's be honest, this isn't going to see a whole lot of play. I gave it a 2.
Yep. Give it a 2 as well. I'd
blow up a location limited with it, but that's about it. This one is going to see some play in limited. This is Cursed Merfolk. It is a 0/1/2 stat line for 1 uninkable. It has the ability of Poor Souls. Poor Unfortunate Souls, Jewel. Whenever this character is challenged, each opponent chooses and discards a card. This is Lilo. This is Purple Maleficent with upside, in my opinion. You sacrifice 1 strength to get the ability of just getting an entire card, something Lilo and Maleficent don't often do. They usually just get 1 damage counter, not 1 whole card. I think this is very scary. I do think that Amber Emerald aggro is going to be a super competitive deck coming in, especially to the early parts of the meta. I am afraid of what it can do with this, Flynn Rider, Bare Necessities, and an Ursula we have yet to review coming up in this color review. I am very nervous if I play slower Lorcana about what these cards mean for my ability to navigate a game. This card is awesome, and I think it's going to see a lot of play. It's really, really good. I give it a 5.
And I also gave it a 5.
This card is the real deal. Next is a Tailspin character, so you know I'm excited. It is one Don Carnage, Prince of Pirates. 4/4/2 is the stat line, but this time it comes with Evasive for an attractive 5 inkable cost. This is an interesting card. It kind of competes with the spot that Ray was in like the yellow, green, Mufasa evasive style decks. I think that deck's going to phase out as the new aggro decks phase in. I think Mufasa still is there at the top of the curve.
It just has like it's a 4/4 instead of a 3/3, right?
And it's a 3, so Ray's a 3/3/3 stat line for 5.
Okay.
So I think that's I'm more interested in closing a game with Ray. I'm more interested in being a interactive player with Don Carnage. Any good 5 drops in Emerald. It's a common. It's not doing the most work ever, but I'm happy enough with it at Evasive. I don't think it's going to see much play at all, but I'm happy to give it a 3 here.
I'll give it a 3.
So we come across with Don Carnage at a 3. You might see it as a curve filler, but that's going to be about it. We have Flotsam coming up next here. 5/2/1 is the stat line here. It is a 3-cost inkable, and your character's named Jetsam. Get 3 strength. So this card will trade with a Madam Mim. The big negative to Flotsam is Flotsam dies to all of the very cheap removal. If I pay 3 for Flotsam and my opponent goes tap my Cinderella, let the Storm Rage on, that's gone, I'm drawing a card and moving on with my life, I feel real bad about my decisions that day at the tournament. It's really hard. I know that there are purple-green pairings you can do with double Flotsam now, double Jetsam, which is cool, and I think the flavor's really neat, but flavor does not translate to a playable card, unfortunately. So it being so susceptible to the fact it can trade down with a 2/2 for 1 that you just have in your deck as a shift target is not ideal. So unfortunately for me, I give this one the dreaded 1. Doesn't do a whole lot. I did the same. 1 for all of us. The podcast people need to hear you talk.
That is true.
Not nod. Next we have Friar Tuck, Priest of Nottingham. He is a 2/4/2 stat line, the dreaded 2/4/2 stat line that Sisu has. And he costs 4 inkable, and he has the ability of You Thieving Scoundrel, which I can totally hear in his voice. When you play this character, the player or players with the most cards in their hand choose and discard a card.
Yeah. Meh.
No, this can...
If you're in the discard deck, you want to have more cards in hand.
Yes, you'll discard a card to Friar Tuck accidentally. The 2/4 stat line means that you get devoured by a Madam Mim and do not trade back, so they can just then pick it back up. It's a nightmare factory. This card is unfortunately not very playable at all. I gave him a 2.
Yep, same.
Oh, sorry about that. I hit the keyboard. Next is Helga Sinclair, Femme Fatale. This is a 4/4/2 stat line, a very common stat line that we see quite a bit. And this one comes at the cost of 5 uninkable or shift 3, like a shift 3. And she has the ability of this changes everything. Whenever this character quests, you may deal 3 damage to chosen damaged character. I was testing this deck, and I was not super thrilled with it. It was pretty cool to be able to put in Big Tank and then shift or have this character in play, then the following turn shift in a Big Tank, or just play a Big Tank and then quest with this character to go from 1 to 4 damage on a chosen character. Felt really nice. The 5 uninkable was a pretty big cost, but I do think that, this card needs something. I think it needs something else. I think you nailed it. Morph makes this card more playable than it would be normally, but I just feel like it's not quite there. For me, at least, I didn't find a home for it. I don't think the cost and the uninkable is going to put it into a deck very easily. So I think a very specific deck wants this card, and I'm not sure that deck is going to exist in the new meta. It very well could. And I don't think it's not playable, and it can be very oppressive. I gave it a 3 because I don't know where it's going to land.
And I gave it a 4.
And
Just because you did it against me when we were testing, and it was
It could be oppressive, yeah. With Tinkerbell out, just nuke any one of your characters. If you play her the following turn, you put in Tink, it's bad. It can be very good. It's a good play pattern. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Emerald does have a lot of evasives. Now we're on the what you want to shift on to if it's not Morph. Helga Sinclair, Vengeful Partner. So this is a 2/1/1 stat line for 2 inkable with the ability of nothing personal. When this character is challenged and banished, banish the challenging character. So the stats here are not great in terms of numbers, but they're actually kind of like sneakily pretty good, because the old trick with Cheshire Cat was you smacked him with the character you didn't want to get banished, and then you finished him off with some little turd that you didn't care got banished. You can't do that with Helga Sinclair. You kind of got to go in with something.
So whatever you have.
So, like, you just have to send... But the problem here on the opposite side of the coin is the little turd single-handedly takes it out.
Yeah, and she only quests for 1.
She only quests for 1.
For 2 like Cheshire Cat.
Right. So I think the Helga Sinclair on the whole is not very good, but she's fine enough. I think she'll probably see marginal play,
if any.
Perhaps. I think Morph just makes it so she doesn't see any play personally. We will see. But I gave this one a 2.
Yep, and I gave it a 2 as well.
So that gives us a 2 across the board on Helga Sinclair. Next one up is Jetsam Riffraff. We got a 2/2/2 stat line.
Here's our ward.
3 cost inkable with ward. This one actually has it. And then it also gives Flotsam's ward. So you kind of need the Jetsam first before you play the Flotsam if you're going to go for that combo. But I just don't think that they're bringing enough to the board. Like, if they both also gave each other the ability to quest for an additional 1 lore or something, I could see it being kind of cool. But the 2/2 for 2 is just so easily challenged, and it's the one that quests for more. So it's like, these cards were, I don't know, it just feels like more flavor than substance on these ones to me.
Yep. So I think we both gave it a 2.
Yes, that is accurate. It's better than Flotsam is the note. Next we have Kit Cloud Kicker, which is an unfortunate name to have to say a lot. It is a 2/2 for 1 from Tailspin, so we love that. Costs 3 inkable, and it has the ability of Sky Surfing. When you play this character, you may return chosen opposing character with 2 strength or less to that player's hand. I agree with you, Enchanted Ward. Should have swapped the Flotsam and Jetsam stats. This card seems like it could be okay. I just don't know what you want to be returning other than to delay, like, the aggro decks a little bit. Like, the optimal feels like you have a character in play, you play Kit, you bounce their Simba or Kita bodyguard, and then you can crack in on their Lilo or small character. That's what it feels like you're looking for in this regard, or to, like, put back a Pinocchio if you're on the play so you slow him down a turn or something. It doesn't feel like the best option except for anti-aggro.
Right. I know when we were talking, you were saying it would be better if you could bounce your own stuff with it.
Yes. Yeah, it has to be an opposing character. Like, it just feels like there's a lot of restrictive words on this card, and that always leads me to believe that it probably didn't have those originally. Because the designers of this game have done a fantastic job of trying to keep the cards to as few words as possible, to certain new players' detriment, where there isn't enough words to explain sometimes. But this card feels like it has specific word choices that came about as a result of playtesting to me. So I feel like this card's going to end up being maybe perhaps a little bit playable, and I hate giving lower scores to Tailspin cards, but I gave this one a 2.
I gave it a 3. Hopefully it's good.
I think we'll see him from time to time. Maybe just in green-blue as a shift target. Next is Lyle Tiberius Rourke. 3 names in 1. This is a 2/1 stat line on a 3 cost uninkable. Has the ability of, well, now you know. When you play this character, chosen opposing character gains Reckless during their next turn, which means that they cannot quest and must challenge if they are able to do so. And, thanks for volunteering, whenever one of your other characters is banished, each opponent loses 1 lore. Which I think is the first time we've seen lore control in green. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
So, this character is pretty good. I think he comes down a lot cheaper than John Silver does. While the uninkable is a bit of a cost, if you have this card, like if this card is played in the mirror match, you can set this up to do some pretty nasty stuff, like force their small characters into your bigger characters unless they can do something about it. Seems pretty good, but it's tough because if they're playing like green-purple aggro, they can just use the Madamim to bounce, but if they're leaning on amber-emerald aggro, it's a little tougher because most of the time you're leaning on bodyguards to do something, so you gotta hope to like sing a song or something with it. But if you target like a Lilo with this, it's probably just going down.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty good. And the lore control benefit there is also pretty nice. The stats are poor.
Yeah.
I will say that. But it's just when you play this character, not when he quests. So he doesn't have to quest. He can just set up a really disadvantaged interaction on your opponent's turn and then sit there and slowly bleed your opponent for lore through the next few turns. I think fairly solid.
Yeah. Yeah, I spec'd on it, I think, a little higher than you did. I was a 4.
Yes, and I came in at a 3. I think probably we'll see this more than we won't in certain decks, but I just don't know if Green wants to move this direction. It's really going to be dependent on that. A lot of these, right? Meta-dependent, but I think it is a solid card. Next is Milo Thatch. Clever Cartographer is the 2/2/1 for 1 inkable, and we all know that that's the hallmark of a shift target, so we gave that one a 3. Now, on to the Milo Thatch that will be shifted upon that small Milo Thatch. Milo Thatch, the King of Atlantis, is a 4/4/3. Those are stats. And is a 7 uninkable with a shift 4. So it's a 4/4/3 for 4, potentially. Whoa. And he has the ability of Take Them by Surprise. When this character is banished, specifically banished, return all opposing characters to their player's hands. That is bonkers. Mm-hmm. This thing is definitely a potential for top end of an aggro deck. Being able to banish it in any way. If it's Dragonfire, you're still bouncing all your characters. Like, it's really quite oppressive. It is a little vulnerable against controlling decks because they may want to, or either have no characters or want to actively bounce their characters to get value. So that could work against you. So, in some cases, it could be a deterrent. In some cases, it could be an enabler for success for your opponent. It's really hard to say, but I will say that it is a good card, irrespective of any of that. And I think we will definitely be seeing him crop up from time to time. I gave him a 4.
I give him a 5, but I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. Certainly has the potential to be
right.
oppressive. Morph obviously makes this quite good as well.
I think your point of, sometimes your opponent wants their characters to be bounced could make it just be a 4,
And the aggro decks don't always have a choice. Sometimes they just have to play this because it's the most efficient questing they can do in the turn. So 4 or a 5, we'll see. TBD. Oh, it's morph time. So if you're not familiar with this card, you haven't looked at a spoiler yet. It's an early spoiler, and it is a hell of a card. This is Morph Space Goo. It is a 2/1/1 stat line for 2 inkable. It's the ability of Mimicry. You may play any character with Shift on this character as if this character had any name. So normally you have to shift onto a character with the same name. So the Milo we just saw has to shift onto a Milo. Now that is not the case. It can shift onto Milo or Morph, which makes Morph insanely powerful. One of the drawbacks to shifting strong characters is you often had to play the less good version in the early game to upgrade. Morph takes that away and goes, just turn your hand into a smorgasbord. What's the best Floodborn for you to play this turn? Turn me into that one.
Yeah.
That kind of flexibility makes it extremely powerful. So Morph is very, very strong. No doubt. So I really can't say. I mean, like, all those hallmarks are insane. If you're playing green and some amount of Floodborns, you're likely playing some copies of Morph. Ward would make that too good. I agree completely. As it sits, I give this a 5.
I gave it a 5.
Card's insane. Next is Peter Pan, Lost Boy Leader. It's a 3/3/1 stat line for a 4 inkable card. Has the ability of, I came to listen to the stories. Who didn't? Once per turn, when this character moves to a location, gain lore equal to that location's lore cost. So, once per turn really makes this character feel like it can't do enough to win a game. Like, you can't bounce it. Like, you can't go, because it's just once per turn. It would be nice if he could do that. So I just think he's a little overcosted for what he does. I just don't think that... If he had evasive, maybe, like the other Peter Pans we've seen, I could see him maybe getting away with something, but on the whole, I'm kind of underwhelmed with this Peter Pan, so I'm just giving him a 2 here.
I gave him a 3.
Could see play. You never know. I mean, just kind of going, I'm going to play this location, move him over, gain 2, and then if you don't kill it, I'm gaining 2 more. 4 lore, that's no joke. But I think it's just like asking a little bit too much. Some great art here. Prince John, Phony King. This is a 2/4/2 stat line for a 5-cost uninkable. So that stat line is rough for that cost. He has the ability of collect taxes. Whenever this character quests, each opponent with more lore than you loses 2 lore. This card is pretty clunky. I don't know as though it's doing enough to entice me into playing a 2/4 right now. I do like the 4-point lore swing. While you gain 2, they lose 2. That's a big swing, no doubt. But the big concern I have is it just is poor stats and you're going to do it one time and that's it. He's a one-shot, right? Like, I don't think that's quite good enough. I'd rather play like Red Aladdin and have them lose a lore, or something that just loses a lore on the whole. Rourke is a better example of this, but again, we're talking an uncommon versus a super rare.
I just think this card needs to be inkable.
Yeah.
Because it's good if you need that lore swing.
Right.
But if you're ahead, you don't want to play this.
No. He's already susceptible because he has to sit for a turn before he can use his ability. Mm-hmm. So it gives the opponent a full turn to interact before you can do anything, and then it's an uninkable in your deck. It's just too much to ask of you to get the payoff of Prince John. So Prince John for me got a 2.
Yep, we both gave it a 2.
Excellent. Need shift. Need something, that's for sure. I agree with that. Next, we get some great art here. Robin Hood Daydreamer. This is a 4/5/4 stat line. Holy cow. For 6 inkable.
These are the ones you need to have me read.
Yeah.
It's just simple.
This card seems very powerful.
Yeah.
I think it passes the Madam Mim test. She crashes into it and dies. Well, is banished.
I just think it's pretty good.
Oh, it's awesome.
Good top end, especially for an aggro deck.
It could be an aggro deck, could be a great... I think it's more home in the
really,
mid-range deck. Yeah, just... Here I go. Quest for 4. What say you? Survives a Tinkerbell hit. Like, it just kind of does it all. Mm-hmm. These are really good. Survives a Tinkerbell hit. Not in the same turn, right? Because that would be 5 damage.
Yeah, Queen and Emerald.
Yeah. So...
That's the one where you discard it and you gain the lore, right?
Emerald. Yes. Yeah. Correct. Yep. The printed 4.
So we gave it a 4.
Yes. This card's awesome. I like it a lot. I think it's going to end up seeing play. I've already seen it being played in Pixelborn, so I imagine that will continue. Next is Shenzi. This is a 0/6/1 stat line for a 4-cost inkable character with the ability of I'll handle this. While this character is at a location, she gets +3 strength. And then, what's the hurry? While this character is at a location, whenever she challenges another character, you may draw a card. I feel like this card is good, but it requires a lot of things to happen to really be good. Otherwise, you have just played a 0/6 that quests for 1.
Right.
And I think that keeping you ahead, it doesn't really do that because all her abilities are predicated on defensive stats, like challenging and getting a plus to strength, which are all defensive or reactive benefit. And she really needs you to be in a position where you have a location out already, or play one that turn and immediately move her to it to get the benefit, all to get 1 card, and you had to have 2 on the board. One of them is this. It just, again, it feels like it's asking so much of you to build around Shenzi that what I get back is, yes, card does need board. And what I get back out of it does not really give me what I put into having it and locations and all the things I need to make it work in the deck. It's just not enough. It doesn't give me back what I'm putting out. It's not a two-way street with Shenzi, which totally fits the character, but does not a good tournament card make, at least from my vantage. So
I think a lot of these like location dependent cards are just gonna matter. It's gonna depend on how good locations end up being.
Mm-hmm. and how free the ability is. Like the Zazu we're going to do in a minute. You already want to quest with a cheap character in an aggro deck. It's just letting you do that better with a location.
Right.
This is requiring you to be... It's already... You're in a defensive deck, so locations maybe aren't quite as strong for you. I don't know. It just seems like it's not really all there for me. I gave her a 2.
Yep, we both gave her a 2.
Yeah, the floor on this, meaning you have no location, you have a 0/6 that quests for 1. And that ain't great.
No.
Next is Sir Hiss. Aggravating Asp. Pain in the Asp. 3/1/1 is the stat line here. It is a 2-cost Inkable, and it has evasive.
Yeah, it takes care of many.
But it trades.
Yeah.
But it costs less.
Yeah.
So, it's got advantages and disadvantages to it. I don't know as though it'll see a ton of play, but if it's just hanging, it can quest.
Yeah.
So, I give it a 3.
Give it a 3.
Yeah, I think it's fine. You could do a lot worse. Skippy. Energetic Rabbit. 2/2/1 is the stat line here for this little rabbit with a hat. He costs 2 and is inkable, and he has Ward. This card is kind of irrelevant to have Ward. It's Aladdin, but with no potential shift target in any color. So, I don't think we're playing this one. Unfortunately for Skippy, I gave him a 1.
Yep, same.
Next is Starkey, the Devious Pirate. It's a 6/6/3 stat line for 7 inkable. No ability whatsoever. Flavor text. I don't know as though green really wants this card. 7 is pretty significant. Like, you have to really be paying a lot to get that.
Yeah,
but
and the Robin Hood we just reviewed was just better.
Just straight up better, but it was a rare.
Yeah.
This is an uncommon. This feels like a limited card. It doesn't, like, it tags a location, right? So, I think that Starkey is not my favorite thing ever. I gave him a 2.
I gave him a 3.
I think that's reasonable to say. Next is Stitch, Covert Agent. Love this art. This is a 3/3/2 stat line for a 5-cost inkable, and it is a evasive character to go with the 3/3/2, so nice stats on an evasive character, and it has the ability of Hide. Well, this character's at a location, he gains Ward. This is so cool.
It is cool.
I really like the flavor. Evasive and Ward together is a scary combination of cards and keywords. I think that this card's really cool as it can deal with Minnie Mouse. Not the most efficiently, but it's still pretty good, and it quests for quite a lot. Having evasive, it's a threat, it can move fast. I think it's a good Emerald mid-range card if a good Emerald mid-range deck comes to be.
Yeah, I'd be happy to have a 3/3 evasive. It's a little expensive for just evasive, but then you tack on the Ward, and it's like, this card's great.
Right, like if you're playing this mid-range, I'm playing locations and trying to eke out maybe some value. This feels like one that just gets a straight benefit from locations. It's not asked. I play a 3/3 evasive. It's fine. It's worse Ray, but I'd still play it. And then the ability to go, oh, and by the way, you're not going to manage this card. It's just going to sit over here and just be a questing machine until you take out this location is pretty oppressive. So I gave this one a 4.
And I also gave it a 4.
Yeah, it's a good card. Seems like it'll be pretty cool. And the artwork is splendid. Not that impacts the card. Next. Oh, boy. Next is Ursula Deceiver. So this is a 1/3/1 stat line. We've seen this a lot. For a 2-cost inkable character, so a little bit more than your minis and your Olafs. 10. Love that. Love to see that. You know where this is going. You'll never even miss it. When you play this character, chosen opponent reveals their hand to you, the whole thing, and you discard a song of your choice. Show me your hand, what you got. Get rid of that song because that wrecks me. Or get rid of that song because it gets you back in the game. Fantastic. Super annoying for your opponent to have to deal with. Sam, you've played against this card.
I have. You were testing that against me, and you took my Be Prepared, you took my friends that I was about to sing. Very annoying.
Yeah, card is very powerful. It will sing a very good song we're going to mention here shortly. We already know that it sings Sudden Chill. We already know it sings Bare Necessities.
And
whoa.
Even if you don't get a song, you get information.
Yeah, this card is nuts. This card is nuts. And it's the reason why I think we're going to end up seeing a lot of Emerald, Amber, aggro decks coming out, at least at the forefront of the meta, because between Bare Necessities and Ursula, it is so insanely disruptive for your opponent, and they basically get 0 shots at having a late game because you pick their hand apart. Woof. I gave this card a 5.
I gave it a 4, but I don't know what I was thinking. It's a 5.
It's a 5. Okay. It is a solid 5. You were just keeping yourself on your toes.
I guess I just was mad because I just got beat by it.
A card is a beat. More Ursula goodness coming our way here. Ursula, Deceiver of all. Not just a Deceiver. She's upgraded. She goes from Deceiver to Deceiver of all.
Yep.
This is a 2/3/1 stat line. Not great stats for a 3-cost inkable, but it has an ability. Oh boy, does it. What a deal. Oh, isn't it quite a deal? Whenever this character sings a song, you may play that song again from your discard for free. Then put it on the bottom of your deck. So this card allows for such shenanigans as Sudden Chill, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. If you want to reach into Steel, it lets you Strength of a Raging Fire. It lets you let the Storm rage on, kill 2 characters, draw 2 cards. Holy crap is what this card is. It is a card that is dependent on other cards to be good, which is why the inkable, wow, it is surprising this is inkable. Friends draw 4, great point. There's just so many songs. Bare Necessities get 2 cards. There's so many songs that this interacts favorably with. It does such a good job of becoming completely oppressive. And the only negative is it's reliant on songs to sing from your hand. I mean, it really feels like this should be a 5. I gave it a 4 because of the dependency on songs,
right.
But I don't know. Hard to say. What do you say?
I kind of agree with you. I think it should be a 5.
I'll let you give it the 5. I'll be the naysayer and give it a 4, even though I've already been playtesting with this card. It was one of the first cards I playtested with. I playtested it the day it came out. I think this card's nuts. But I will give it a 4 just because it is dependent on other cards for it to be good. By itself, it can't get you back into a game. Oh, yeah. No, it's nuts, dude. This card does so much. And, yeah, unpacking the micro advantages like J-Rod mentioned there makes it just everything you say makes it better and better and better. It's so good. Whew. Moving on over to Wildcat, more Tailspin. Jared, you're just in time for Tailspin, buddy. We got a 2/3/1 stat line on Wildcat for 3 inkable. It's our mechanic, of course. He has evasive, fantastic. And he has the ability to disassemble, which allows it to exert and banish an item. I really like this card. I think that this gives Emerald the ability to compete in 2 ways. It lets you blow up an item. Fantastic. It lets you also tag a Minnie Mouse. Fantastic. Now, granted, 2 turns to get that Minnie Mouse is not the best thing ever, but Benja is none. It can't hit it. It's a single purpose. It quests for more, so Benja can help you close a game better than Wildcat, but I think Wildcat is a good role player and something we haven't seen out of Emerald yet. So I am while not excited for his wrench previously in Amber, I'm very excited for the card itself. I haven't gotten to test it yet, but as the next card I'm putting in, I'm going to try it over Benja just to see how it does with battling the aforementioned Minnie Mouse, just to see if that is a good enough exchange for me or it's too soft. But I kind of think Wildcat has some decent potential to be pretty good. I gave it a 4. Sam also gave it a 4. I think you'll be seeing some Wildcat, because he can also just sit there and quest, by the way. He's got evasive. He just chills and gains you lore. Card seems solid to me. Follow that up, we have Zazu, Steward of the Pride Lands. This is a 2/1/1 stat line for a 1-cost inkable card, and it is an ability that is it's time to go. I read that like bollocks, but it's time to go. While he's at a location, he gets +1 ability to +1 lore when he quests. So that's flexible. This is a card when I'm talking about locations, just interacting with characters that get a benefit. I think if you're going to play this character in an aggressive deck, the stat line's not great and you can do better. But if you're just going to play a location to also gain you a lore here or there, I think that's awesome. And I think he slots right in. I know a good friend of the channel, Artemis Siege, buddy, has been testing with this card and says it is quite solid. And it probably is going to take a card with it most of the time when it trades, especially early on. So, pretty cool card here out of Zazu. I gave this one a 2. Sam gave it a 2 as well. So I'm hoping to be wrong, and I'm hoping Artemis Siege is right about this one, and it's a little bit more like a 3 or a 4 as we start the new meta here. Next, we have Has Set My Heart, which is a song, of course, and it costs 2 and is inkable, and it allows you to banish an item. So the first time we're seeing this ability attached onto a song, I think it's pretty neat. Again, this this game doesn't yet have access to sideboards. If it ever does, we'll see, but as of now, it does not. So this kind of card seems a little too narrow to be played, even as a song with the alternate cost. But I think on the whole, it is relegated to sideboards for now, or relegated to not play because there's no sideboard for now. So that's kind of where I'm at on this one. And where is this card in my list? There it is. Oh, okay. This one Has Set My Heart. This one's Touched My Heart.
I noticed as we were going through, there's a couple differences. I guess probably the translation in languages.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. I Will Find My Way as the next card. A fantastic song from the movie Hercules.
And I love that we can see something up there
yeah,
that he's looking at.
Yep. Some cool Lorcana flavor stitched into this card. This is a 1-cost song, so any character can sing this one. Chosen character of yours gets +2 strength this turn. They also may move to a location for free. So it does 2 things for 1, and at the cost of being able to be sung is pretty neat. I just don't think that any of those add up to enough quite yet. Though I could be wrong about the location part. Who knows? I just don't know if the song is good enough quite yet. I'm not convinced, but we'll see. I gave it a 1. I said it was too narrow.
And I gave it a 1 too.
Next is the opposite. This is a very, very good song. This is Strike a Good Match. This is a 2-cost inkable song. Draw 2 cards, choose and discard a card. This is the other card that goes with the new Ursula. So it would allow you to draw 2, discard, then draw 2, discard, which is a lot of cards for one. That is, in fact, just straight 2 cards for one, because you play, you're down 1, and then you go up 2, then back down 1, then you go up 2 and back down 1, so you're ahead after you strike a good match with Ursula. I mean, you're often ahead when you're singing with Ursula. But yeah, this card's awesome. This is exactly the kind of card green needed, and the fact that it comes for 1 cheaper than Friends, I know people have been testing it out, even in green-purple decks, over some copies of Friends, just to see if it's a little bit more flexible, being able to be sung on that very, very important 2-drop. This is an awesome card, and I can tell you from testing it in person that it lives up to the hype. Being able to smack their hand with Ursula and then fix your hand with this card feels real unfair.
Yep.
Real unfair.
We gave it a 5.
Oh, yes, that's a 5. Next is Airfoil. This is a 2-cost item, and it has the ability of I Got to Be Going. This says, Exert. If you've played 2 or more actions this turn, draw a card. Asking a lot of you out of this item. It's inkable, which is not like the most common thing to see on an item, but it requires you playing 2 or more actions this turn just to replace one of those actions.
Yeah.
So unless you're like strike a good matching with Ursula out, it's really not good, and even then it just feels like it's more too much of a good thing for too much of a cost to be put in the deck, even inkable. Unfortunately, I put it at a 1.
Yep, same here.
Robin's Bow. It's an item as well. It gives you Forest's Gift, which allows you to exert this item and deal 1 damage to chosen damaged character or location. So it gives us some flexibility there. And then a bit of a lark. Whenever a character of yours named Robin Hood quests, you may ready this item so you can ping all over again. I don't think this does enough. It's an uninkable item, so it's pretty detrimental to be running. I don't know as though it's going to be quick enough and do enough on the board to warrant everything it's got working against it.
Yeah, I agree.
I gave it a 1. Sam also gave it a 1.
Sorry. I said I agree.
Starlight Vial is our next item. This is a rare item. It is a 4-cost uninkable. Has the ability of Efficient Energy, which allows you to exhaust it and pay 2 ink less for the next action you play this turn. And then Trap. Pay 2 ink and banish this item. You can do it while it's exerted, which is important. Draw 2 cards, then choose and discard a card, so it's Strike a Good Match attached to it. I don't know as though this does a whole heck of a lot. It lets you play a Strike a Good Match for free and then pay the cost to then strike a good match. But you had to have previously paid for it. It just seems out of place to me. Like, it seems like if you really want like a purple-green deck and you want Magicka payoff, that's what this card's for. Mm-hmm. I just don't think it's very good, unfortunately. I gave it...
Actually, does Magicka even... Oh, well, I guess the big Magicka.
That's what I'm talking about.
I was thinking the little guy.
No, big Magicka. I gave it a 2.
And I also gave it a 2.
Yes, you did. Next is our first green location. It's DeVille Manor, Cruella's Estate. 1/1 stat line on this one. It is a 1-cost inkable card. That's it.
Yep.
So you get 1 lure every ready step that this is out. So you play it the first turn, then the next turn you get 1, the following turn you get another 1, and so on until they decide to take it out for the 4 willpower. It costs 1.
Decent, because you don't play much in green on 1.
No, and I think like this is kind of what the aggro characters might want to flock to, something very cheap and easy. If you go first and play this and pass, what is taking this out on your opponent's side of the board? Like, you're getting a lure out of it. And then if you play your Zazu and move it, the following turn you're questing. Or you play your Zazu on 1, then you play this on 2, move the Zazu, and then quest for 2 right away. Yeah. And it's like, you better deal with one of these things. Mm-hmm. So this can be pretty good, I think, for the most part. I gave it a 3.
Yep, and I also gave it a 3.
Next up is Fang, River City. This is a 2/6/2 stat line. Costs 4 inkable, and it has Surrounded by Water. Characters gain Ward and Evasive while here. Yeah.
It just seems nuts.
We talked about this a bunch in chat already, how powerful those 2 keywords are individually. Stick them together, and boy oh boy, I need to deal with this location right away.
Yeah.
I think this can be pretty oppressive in the right deck, and I think it lets you do some very unfair things pretty much as soon as it comes out and you move somebody there.
Yeah.
It's just a hefty move cost, so it's not the easiest thing to be doing, but having those characters there and then basically forcing your opponent to take a turn off to answer this almost without all Maui's aside, that's pretty rough. Mm-hmm. So I gave this one a 3 only because of the cost when added to the movement cost.
Right, and I gave it a 4. I do agree that the cost is a little high, but like the cost is high, and so the effect is pretty extreme.
Oh, the effect is insane. Yeah, I agree, and it's 2 lore. Has the potential to be scary. Speaking of potential to be scary, we have Cusco's Palace, home of the Emperor. This is a 3-cost inkable for a 3/7/1 stat line. Our first 3 to move here cost. It has the ability of City Walls. Whenever a character is challenged and banished while here, banish the challenging character. That's oppressive. 3 movement cost seems like it's too much for this particular card. Mm-hmm. Every one of these 3 green locations had like pluses and minuses that felt like they balanced out very much to like a could see play depending feeling to me.
Yeah, you were more generous on this one than I was.
Yes, I gave this one a 3 because again, feels like this could be quite nasty.
Yeah, I just feel like that 3 to move is too expensive, and we have that ability on a bunch of characters.
Yeah. Also, it doesn't have a pool.
A pool?
A pool.
Oh, the palace.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you talking about?
That is the plot line of the movie. Yes, so that's fair, I think. Coming up with a very soft 3 for this one, but we'll see. So that does it for Emerald. And we'll move on to Ruby in just a moment. Just want to, again, thank everybody for hanging out with us. Really appreciate you being here. This is awesome and encouraging to see. You can catch our podcast, Illumination, every other Wednesday. We just put out an episode on Wednesday. You will find the video version of it on YouTube if you prefer it. on YouTube Podcast, so I'm told. I'm triple checking on that one because YouTube Podcast is weird. We are also here every Sunday with some game or another, having a good time, so you should definitely check us out while we're here. Sam and I tend to do more Lorcaning, a little bit of Magic. You'll get all kinds of stuff, though, depending on who's hosting the stream. Jared's been doing a lot of Star Wars. It's been really exciting. We've been seeing some fun crossover. It's neat to see how many of our collective nerdy interests intersect in this group. So, and there's a new video on YouTube every Thursday, so check that stuff out. A lot of content if you like listening to us jibber jabber. We keep you with plenty of filling for your ear holes. Ruby, starting off strong with Ariel, Adventurous Collector. This is a 2/3/1 stat line. She is evasive, and she costs 3 and is inkable. She also has an ability called Inspiring Voice. Whenever you play a song, she does not have to sing it, just whenever you play a song, chosen character of yours gains evasive until the start of your next turn. So this card can be pretty awesome. It's kind of doing a Peter Pan Shadow impression in a lot of ways. It can be pretty darn good. She sings Friends pretty good, and she does a lot. I think it's a pretty awesome and flexible card.
I gave it a 3.
I gave it a 4. I think
you're a little higher on it than me.
I think the pattern of like Ariel, Madam M Fox, Ariel sings Friends on the other side, Madam M Fox now has evasive, and I take out their mini is pretty convincing.
Yeah, I definitely agree that it can be a Peter Pan Shadow replacement.
Yes, and it's inkable and cheaper.
Yeah.
I think it kind of checks all the boxes to just be a strict upgrade there with the potential to be quite nasty.
But you also need songs. So I think that's why I was a little lower on it.
That's fair. I mean, she is totally song dependent outside of just being a mediocre statted evasive character.
In Ruby Amethyst, you don't play a ton of, like, you have Friends and you have Be Prepared.
Right. And waiting to Friends to gain an advantage out of this isn't always the best thing, or isn't always the thing you want to be doing. But in the mirror match, having options is great.
But you can sing Friends with her, so...
That's what I mean, yeah. Just give your Fox evasive and goodbye, Minnie.
Mm-hmm.
Give your Snake evasive, goodbye, Minnie. Feels pretty gnarly. But yeah, give it a 4. I think we're going to see a decent amount of this card, at least in the early testing phases of the new meta. Next up is Billy Bones. 6/5/1 for 5 inkable. No ability. And that's it. I gave it a 3.
I gave it a 2 because it's Maui without the rush.
I gave it the stats just because you might want it to smack around something or to have a big character. It's a pirate also, and that's going to be relevant here in a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see. I was generous. Next up is Captain Hook, Master Swordsman. 5/4/1 stat line on this gentleman. He's a 5 inkable. He has an ability of Nemesis. During your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, ready this character, and he can't quest for the rest of this turn. So he can kind of machine gun down some smaller characters via challenging. And the ability of Man-to-Man. Characters named Peter Pan lose evasive and cannot gain evasive, no matter what. It's fine. Yeah. It's like Tiny Scar, but it's inkable, which for Captain Hook being inkable is impressive. This is only the second one.
It's true.
So I think it's okay.
Yeah.
I'd give it a 3.
I gave it a 3.
I do think it's a little better than Billy Bones, so I think the 3 versus the solid 3 versus the soft 3 is probably pretty warranted.
I think that Man-to-Man will not really be a thing.
No, it's just ignore it's all about that first ability. Being able to chip through small characters. Like him coming down can be more scary than Maui in some senses, especially if he's given rush somehow.
Yeah.
Could be pretty gnarly. Next is Della Duck, Unstoppable Mom. 3/3/0 for 2 uninkable with Reckless. So it's shifted around stat Gaston. Yep. But it's not inkable this time.
Yeah, Gaston's just better.
I think Gaston's better. She does survive tagging the 2 2s for 1. Mm-hmm. So you can't just lure them into, okay, let me just get rid of the Gaston here by just questing. I get it. I just think the uninkable is where it loses me. Yeah. If she was inkable, I would say that we could see a version of this being played, but I gave her a 2.
I was right there with you.
Yep. 2/2/2. Next to Hey Hey, Accidental Explorer. This is hilarious art. It is a 3/2/1 stat line for 2 inkable card, and it has the ability of Mindless Wandering. Once per turn, when this character moves to a location, each opponent loses 1 lore. Doesn't really do much. Needs locations to do anything. The stats are pretty underwhelming. It can trade for Madam Mim. Minor upside here for this particular character. I don't really think we'll see a lot of him, but it's not a complete and utter unplayable either, depending on the deck. I gave it a 3 just in case.
I agree with the 3. The one thing we didn't talk about, I don't think we did when we were scoring, was if you have more than one location, you can just kind of move it.
No, once per turn.
Oh, I lied.
Yes, you did. Don't lie.
Well, you can do it each turn. You can move it.
Yes, that is in fact a legal play. Good try, though.
I tried.
You did. You were trying to make a case for it.
You said I always make cards more busted.
You do. You're considering the coconut, not so much
was.
the chicken inside the coconut. Next, we have a legendary card. Get excited, because this one is quite the stat line here. It's a 6/5/2 for the Hydra here. Deadly Serpent. It is a 6-cost uninkable card. Has the ability of Watch the Teeth. Good advice. Whenever this character is dealt damage, deal that much damage to chosen opposing character. Not that character. Chosen opposing character. On the right board state, this card could be an absolute devastation of a card. On other boards, it could just be simply taken out with not much repercussion for you.
It pretty much has to be non-damage base removal.
Right. I agree.
Or you have an empty board.
Right. You can't chip damage this, right? Because then you just lose your board. But because they can spray the damage outward how they choose. Mm-hmm. However, and also, whenever this character is dealt damage, deal that much damage, it's still dealing its damage to the character that's coming in. Mm-hmm. So it's still whapping for 6 and then dealing X more damage. Like, oh man, this thing can be so oppressive in a certain board state. It's kind of like, I lose this game.
Yeah.
Or you just let it sit there and quest for 4 or for 2. And just like, I guess I just never, until I find an answer, I just let you sit over there and quest because I cannot deal with this Hydra.
Yeah, this is a card that deserves to be uninkable.
This feels like an uninkable. This feels like everything on this card feels pretty balanced. I just feel like, again, it doesn't do a ton of getting you back into a game because if your opponent's ahead, it's not the best defensive measure, though it can deal the damage and throw it around, so it's kind of like a Tinkerbell a little bit. Mm-hmm. So it's not bad. I just feel like it's kind of like Tinkerbell, where it's like, you're going to play it, but it's not like the most busted card possible, but it's a hell of a card. So uninkable is the only thing really setting it back for me, but I gave it a 4. I think we're going to see a ton of it.
Yeah, I gave it a 5, and I have a note that Max is wrong.
We'll see. Moving on over to another legendary card is Jim Hawkins. I know this one has a lot of folks very excited, and there's a lot to talk about with Jim Hawkins.
Yet another 4/4/2 for 5.
Yes.
Inkable.
Mm-hmm.
That is it.
No, this is it.
This is it. See that? I can't do it. When you play this character, you may play a location with cost 4 or less for free. And then take the helm. Whenever you play a location, this character may move there for free.
I give that reading a 3 out of 5.
Okay. I improved as I went.
Unexciting.
Okay.
That's what we have labeled 3 there. Unexciting. There was no pizzazz.
We didn't give it a exciting score.
Well, I think I might change mine here after I've seen some information. Yeah, I think so. This character is pretty good. When you play this character, play a location with cost 4 or less for free. That's Fang. That's the Pride Lands. That is Tiana's Palace. These very oppressive locations. And playing anything for free, if you play something that costs 3 or 4 in my mind for nothing, that's a huge great discount for Jim.
I think he needs evasive.
And then
he's in space.
Whenever you play a location, he can just move over there.
Yeah.
So he really pays off the locations pretty well. I don't know how impactful the locations are truly going to be, and that obviously means everything to this card. This card on its own does nothing. Like Jim, so if you look at the floor of Jim Hawkins, is a 4/4/2 for 5.
That gets taken out by Mim.
Taken out by Mim. There's a lot of removal that can deal with it, but it's inkable. So it's not like the lowest floor possible. He's uninkable will be really scary, but the fact he's inkable is really smart because he's not always going to be super good. But I think there's enough upside here in the more controlling decks and mid-range decks that you're going to end up being able to pair him with a location with relative ease if you're playing like 4 to 6 locations in your deck. So I think I'm going to come up a little bit on my score. I'm going to give him a 4.
Okay. I gave him a 3, but I can definitely see that, so I'll give him a 4 too.
Okay, we'll give him the hesitant 4. He's a 4/4, after all. Next is Jim Hawkins Thrill Seeker, 3/2/1 for 2. Unfortunately, not really a playable. I gave this one a 1.
I gave it a 2.
Yeah, it's fine enough stats and limited, I guess.
Yeah.
Tag something that's cheap, but not very good. Next is Kakamura, 3/2/1 for 3 uninkable, and it has Plunder. When you play this character, each opponent loses 1 lore. So Aladdin's a 2/2
For 3.
for 3 that quests for 1 that gives you your opponent the loss of a lore.
But it's inkable.
It's inkable. So like you kind of trade like, okay, it's not inkable, but you get 1 more strength.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like this is a necessity in a format where there's items for limited, but I think on the whole the Kakamura for constructed play is not there.
Yeah.
So for constructed purposes, I gave this a 1.
And I gave it a 1 as well.
Next is Madame Medusa, the Boss. It's a 4/4/1 stat line for a 6-cost uninkable character, and she has an ability, that Terrible Woman. When you play this character, banish chosen opposing character with 3 strength or less.
We talked about this card a lot.
We did, and I think kind of where we landed on it was this character feels like she is very meta-dependent. If aggro is very good, being able to choose the character is a lot more flexible than Lady Tremaine. Mm-hmm. If the format is more mid-range and there's 1 or 2 good characters out on the board most of the time, Lady Tremaine is going to be the top choice here over Madame Medusa.
Yeah, because this card does not get around Ward.
No, it is very meta-dependent on which card is going to be the right call in your deck. So if you're interested in a 6-cost uninkable card that takes care of one particular character, I think you have seasoned to choice here. I gave this a 4.
And I gave it a 4 too.
Excellent. It is a 4/4 after all. Next, we have this bird with a hat. Maui, Soaring Demigod. It's a 5/2/0 for 3 uninkable. Has the Reckless ability, can't quest, and must challenge. And then we have the ability of Mabele, which is not supposed to be read with the Austin Powers accent, but I give it the Scottish accent. Anyway, whenever a character of yours named Hey Hey quests, this character gets lore for 1 and loses Reckless. So this is dependent on another named specific card, and we've talked about this a bunch during this review. That's typically the hallmark of a card that's fairly weak. I think on the whole, this character trades down a lot of the time, and the high cost of having an uninkable in your deck makes me not super interested, despite how compelling his hairdo is.
So I think we both gave this card a 1. Yes.
That is a 1. Next we have Maui in the form of a whale. No hair this time. This is an 8/8/1 stat line for a 7-cost uninkable. The mission...
No, it's inkable.
Sorry, inkable? Did I say uninkable?
Yes.
Sorry, a 7-cost inkable. Quite inkable. This mission is cursed as the first ability. This character can't ready at the start of your turn. And I got your back. You pay 2 ink, ready this character, and he can't quest for the rest of this turn. So he, again, can kind of just mow down your opponent's forces if need be, but doesn't quest for very much, and has to quest like every other turn if you want to get on the offensive with it. So it's a very singularly focused card that is very expensive. So I really don't think we're going to see much of the whale.
Yep, I agree.
I gave this a 2.
Yep, we both agreed.
Yep, just original Maui, still king of the red card. Next we have Milo Thatch, Spirited Scholar, 2/2/1 stat line for 2 inkable. I'm your man. Well, this is characters at a location. He gets +2 strength, so 4/2. It trades with Meandering Tower Shell. It does not trade with Meandering Tower Shell because this is only a 4/2. But it does trade with Madame Mim if he's at a location. Otherwise, he's a 2/2/1 for 2, which is normally a stat line we see on a 1 cost. So I do not see a whole lot of play or hope for this until we see a red shiftable Milo that is quite good. I gave it a 2.
Yep.
Next is Moana, Born Leader. This is a 4/4/2, our favorite stat line, for 5 inkable. She has shift 3 as well to make things a little bit easier on you. So a lot of flexibility coming out of this particular Moana. He is very Dirtle Turtle, the whale here.
we don't hardly have a good shift target for her, right? Didn't we discuss that?
Yeah, not a great Moana shift target at the moment. I think the next one is the shift target.
Oh, okay.
And welcome to my boat, which is a raft. Whenever this character quests while at a location, ready all other characters at that location. They can't quest for the rest of this turn. I think it's fine, but not great. I think that her not having evasive herself or resist at a location or something, unless you move her to Maui's Island of Exile, doesn't really do enough for me to make me terribly interested in readying a bunch of characters.
Mm-hmm.
So, meh, is what I says.
I agree.
I gave this one a 3.
And I gave her a 3 as well.
Good for your location-themed decks.
That's right. This was an awkward shift target.
Yes, because it's a 3/4 evasive.
I knew there was something with her shift.
So you lose the evasive, and it's a 4/4 shift line, right? Was it a 4/3 shift line?
4/3, I believe.
Yeah, 4/3 shift line.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4/3. That's an awkward shift line. Like, I'm not loving the. I do like this art a lot, but 3/4/1 for 4 inkable and evasive isn't lighting the world on fire for me. I gave her a 2, even though she's a shift target.
And I think I gave her a 3 because she takes out Minnie.
Yep, and you did, and that's true. And that is probably warranted. Move on over to Nutsy here, one of our vulture friends from Robin Hood. This is a pretty cool card to see here until you look at the numbers. 2/3/1 stat line for 2 inkable. No abilities whatsoever. That's it.
Yep. 1.
I give it a 1. Next is Peter Pan, the Neverland hero. 1/3/2 is the stat line for 3 inkable. It has Rush. Odd. Over
Again.
here, Tink. While you have a character named Tinkerbell in play, this character gets +2 strength. So it can be a 3/3 Rush for 3, so it can be Rafiki if you have Tinkerbell out.
Yes. But it's a shift target.
It's a shift target. It's asking a lot of you, so I don't think it is very good. I gave it, I think, a 3 because it's an on-curve shift target.
Yep, same thing.
Next is Peter Pan Pirate's Bane, which is a cool one. This is a 4/5/2 for 6 inkable. It's also got the old shift for 4 this time. He has evasive, and whenever he challenges a pirate character, this character takes no damage from that challenge. We haven't yet seen the rise of the dreaded pirate deck, which has kind of been this rumored deck that's existed because Ryan Miller dropped Steve Warner dropped that Ryan Miller has like a busted pirate deck that he's been keeping together since they've been playtesting together, and people have been trying to figure out this busted pirate deck since then. So it feels like that Peter Pan second ability might come into play at a point, but on the whole, I just think this card's a little slow on the board, though I do like the stat line for an evasive character. He can't take out Jafar, which is a concern. If it was reversed and he just traded with Jafar, I think I'd like that a little bit better, but he definitely devours a Minnie Mouse for sure. I just don't know how I feel about it. I think it's fine, but it's going to end up being not one we see too frequently. But on the whole, it does a lot, and it can come down pretty quickly. So I gave it a 4. I think we might be able to see it from time to time.
Yep, I gave it a 4. I like that it's evasive.
Yeah, it can quest fast.
Yep.
Next up is another weird one. It's Prince Eric, Expert Helmsman. This is a 2/2/2 stat line for a 4-cost uninkable, and he has the ability of Surprise Maneuver. When this character is banished, you may banish chosen character. Not the character that hit him, chosen character.
Any character.
2/2/2 is a good stat line, but it just feels like he gets taken out with a 1-drop.
Yeah.
You get to do chosen character, but it's not hard on my turn for me to sequence trade for my 2/2 and then play this much better card now that you cannot choose.
Yes.
Just seems too susceptible to things like that.
It's a cool card, but like 4 uninkable just kills it.
I agree. It just doesn't do enough for me. I may see a home somewhere, but I'm just not sure. I gave it a 3.
Yeah, I gave it a 3.
Being a little generous, I think. The uninkable makes it rough. Next, Scroop, yeah, from Treasure Planet. This is a 2/5/2 stat line for 5 inkable, and it has the ability of Brute. While this character has damage on it, he gets +3 strength. So he can be a 5/5 for 5. We have that already with Card Soldiers. So Scroop is a pirate, which is the thing that sets him apart, right? Card Soldiers is a 5/5 for 5, the quest for 2. Has a strict upgrade to Scroop, other than the character type having pirate in it. I gave it a 2.
I gave it a 2 as well.
When we see like the tier 1 pirate deck, I'll change that score perhaps. Next we have Simba, who is a scrappy cub. This is a 1/1/3 stat line for 2 uninkable. Yes, it is red Pinocchio. I like this art. It makes me giggle. The look on his face is like it's so much more than what he is about to do. Like he's like looks so pleased and ready and like poised and ready to get a grub.
He does.
Like it's just terrific. I think that this particular card obviously is the Pinocchio parallel in red.
It's gonna make the Ruby Amethyst aggro deck just so much stronger.
Right. That gives them more redundant copies of an already very busted card. So you can do a lot of unfair things in that deck already with picking things up and putting them back down. Simba is no exception to that. And it just makes it really tough. I think this card existing, just by the nature of it existing, you have to respect the fact that this deck can exist.
It is going to be heavy on uninkables, though.
It will. And it really, like, it means you can't shave too far on certain things, right? Mm-hmm. Like, your singers, your Steel Song decks can't shave too many Let the Storm Raids ons, because if these cards come down and just get out of control, they put 6 to 8 lore on the board before you can start to regain an advantage. It's not hard for them to...
Really.
Yeah, it's not hard for them to continue to clean up and just squeak out the last little bit of lore they need. It's really oppressive, and I think this card on its own has some slight clunk we've seen in the past. I gave it a 4, but I think this card is an absolute format and game-defining kind of card.
I gave it a 5.
It's proven it can be.
Pinocchio's busted, plus it's Simba.
Yeah, plus it's Simba. Next is Slightly, who is a 4/3/1 stat line. It's a 4-cost inkable card. He has an ability called the Fox. If you have a character named Peter Pan in play, you pay 1 ink less to play this character. So if you Peter Pan on 3, you can Slightly on 3. If you Peter Pan on 2, which I don't know if we can do, right? That, like, Shift Peter Pan was a 3/4 shift line. So that's the problem, is the clunk here with Slightly. It's like we haven't seen a good 2-drop Peter Pan yet. So he also has evasive. I think he's fine enough. Like, the stats are okay. Like, he's a good anti-mini tech. He's just a little slow to be like good anti-mini tech. So I just don't really think I have like a super strong opinion on Slightly. I think he's probably maybe a playable depending on what you're doing. I gave him a 1. Or a 3.
So you did?
I gave him a 3.
I gave him a 3.
Yeah, he's fine. I give him whatever I want. Next is Stitch Little Rocket, which is fantastic artwork. Look at this little guy.
Is he one of the...
He's a playmat.
Playmat, yeah. Okay.
This is a 3/1/1 stat line for 2 uninkable with Rush. So you can definitely snap out that little Simba. He gets him, but he trades. So it's a weird little stat line.
Yeah.
With the uninkable, it makes it rough.
Yep.
I don't know how I feel about this one. It's a really hard card to be like, will there be a meta where you want this? Like, trading for Olaf and Minnie Mouse, is that good enough?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I gave him a 3. So we put him at a soft 3. I think mostly because the artwork is phenomenal. But it is a soft 3. Maybe a 2. I don't know. Perhaps it's one of those cards where it's like, I guess we're playing this. We'll see. Next is Trigger to go with Nutsy. This is a 3/1/1 stat line for 2 inkable. And he has the ability of Old Betsy, which is his crossbow. And your characters named Nutsy get quest for an additional lore. Still not good.
No.
Still not great stats. We just talked about this. It doesn't have the rush that the previous Stitch did, so it doesn't impact the board very well. It wants to stay on the board to bolster your Nutsy character. So it's like it's kind of trying to serve 2 purposes with the stat line versus the ability. Like, it feels like a card that's in contention with itself. It is inkable. It's got that going for it, but it's slightly better than Nutsy, but like not to the point where I would really consider playing this card. I gave it a 1.
Yep, I gave it a 1.
Could be a 2. I don't know. Webby Vanderquack. This is what I'm talking about right here. 3/4/1. No abilities on a 3-cost inkable. I'm just happy to see more DuckTales in here, and her flavor text is hysterical. Finding lure is a lot easier when you have a grappling hook. I love that. It fits the character perfectly. If you've seen the reboot of DuckTales, you know what I'm talking about. And it's just a lot of fun to see. Unfortunately, the card without the art and the flavor is not. So I believe I gave this one a 1.
Yep.
Just not good enough. Very slow, very clunky. Not really even a card I want limited. Dive Bomb. This is a 3-cost action. Banish one of your characters with Reckless to banish chosen character with less strength than that character. So I'm going to take a minute to give you a quick primer on cards. So there's a card right now that sees very, very marginal play. You like the art? Yes, it is. Oh, it looks so good. It looks so good. I agree with you completely. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I agree wholeheartedly. So let me give a quick primer. There's a marginal playable in Dive Bomb, or comparable to Dive Bomb, called The Most Diabolical Scheme. It came out in Rise of the Floodborn. It is a 3-cost uninkable that lets you banish a villain to then... It is a song that lets you banish a villain to banish a chosen character. You banish one of your villains, banish one of their characters of your choice. This feels kind of like that. However, the asks that this provides you is much bigger. It is not a song, so you can't just exhaust your character, banish it to the ability, and then take something out. It also, you have to include characters in your deck with Reckless. Not every deck wants that. Now, you can use this to go, okay, cool, Maui takes something out, and then I use this to sack Maui, and I get to smack something else and take them out.
Then you need 8 ink to do that in 1 turn.
Right, or you're doing it over 2 turns and hoping that everything stays. It's a really thin, and even if that works and it's great, what are the odds that happens? Once in a tournament, maybe? Like, it's just not worth the cost of having a card like Dive Bomb in your deck. So, again, when you're looking at cards and evaluating cards, and we go over this on episode 2 of the podcast, make sure you're looking at the floor, which this card is just turns into ink. It's not the lowest floor possible. And also the ceiling of how good is it. And at its best, it's allowing you to 2-for-1. Yourself. Mm-hmm. That's not good. You want to get 2-for-1s, you do not want to pay out 2-for-1. That's not how that works.
Right, I think, what's the card you just said? The song?
Most Diabolical Scheme.
Like, that one, at least you can sing it. So, potentially with the character you're going to banish, so it's probably about to get removed anyway.
Right.
This, I just can't see being played.
No. Most Diabolical Scheme, you can get rid of something very small.
Mm-hmm.
This, you want to get rid of something that has enough strength to get rid of the other character.
Yeah, there's a lot you need to fall into place with this.
Correct. Not good is the answer. I gave it a 1.
Yep, gave it a 1.
I've got a dream. You're supposed to say, like, I got a dream.
Got a dream.
There you go. This is a song that costs 2 and is inkable. Ready chosen character of yours at a location. They can't quest for the rest of this turn. Gain lore equal to that location's lore. This is like, I can go the distance from Rise of the Floodborn. I think that card's more flexible and it draws a card. This one lets you gain some lore, which can be good. Lore out of nowhere is something, but I just don't think it has enough going on to really be much of a card.
I agree. I mean, maybe it'll be good in a location deck. I don't know. I don't think so. But
no, I got a dream for a better card. Yeah. I gave it a 1.
I gave it a 1. It's a lot of 1s in a row.
On your feet now. 4-cost uninkable action. Ready all your characters and deal 1 damage to each of them. They can't quest for the rest of this turn. This is the card you play when you're super far behind and your opponent's like, I'm going to win next turn, so I'm not questing with these cards. And you're just like, oh, crap. Oh, crap. Or they quest real hard and go, you don't have enough on board to fight me here. Oh, crap. That's what this card's for. It's a narrow... It's unfortunately a little too narrow. I want this card to be good because it can be powerful, but I think it's too specific a situation in the fact that the card is not inkable. Despite the fact it's trying to set you up for a situation that is very narrow, it's going to end up straight in your hand so frequently, so the cost of including it in your deck is too high.
Yeah.
I gave it a 1.
I gave it a 1.
Next is Voyage. Move up to 2 characters of yours to the same location for free. Well, for 1, because you used and a card in your deck. So these are the problems, right? Like, there's just too much going on here. I gave this one a 1 as well.
I gave it a 1.
Next is Maui's Fish Hook. This is an item that costs 3 and it is inkable, thankfully. -1 for Artemis Siege, noted. Using the Hyper Hippo scoring system, I see. It's Maui time. If you have a character named Maui in play, you may use this item's Shapeshift ability for free. The Shapeshift ability below is choose 1. Here's the other choose card.
It is the other choose card.
I wasn't crazy.
The other one's in steel. No, didn't I say it was an item, though? I think I said it was an item.
You may have, yeah. I'm not crazy, though.
You're not crazy.
So you pay 2 ink and you exert this item. You can take care of her if you want to.
Okay, she's
You
asking
keep looking. You keep looking over at her. That would be the dog. So if you're not familiar with Ellie, that is our dog. She's lazy and she's also quite hungry right now. So Sam is going to feed the dog while I work through these next couple cards. The shapeshift ability on Maui's Fishhook is exert, pay 2 ink, and choose 1. This is one of our first modal cards. So 2 different things we get to choose. You pick one of them. And it can always be different every time you pay and exert. Chosen character gains evasive until the start of your next turn. And or chosen character gets +3 strength this turn. So pretty neat. You can do one or the other depending on if you can ready this and pay the cost and do it again. You could pick the same thing twice or one of each or whatever you want. But it gives a lot of opportunity, but it just is extraordinarily slow in what looks to be a meta that the fast decks are getting a bit of a hand and getting better at. I think that overall this is just a little bit too clunky. I think in Limited it's probably got some implication. That's why I gave it a 2, and Sam did approximately the same, so we were at a solid 2 on the Fishhook. Next is the Sumerian Talisman. Another DuckTales card for us here. This is an item for 3 that is inkable. Source of Magic is the ability. During your turn, whenever one of your characters is banished in a challenge, you may draw a card. Can be good. It's, again, it can give you value for challenging. You want to be in the challenging decks. This is kind of like the Red Queen of Hearts, which was a marginal playable as well. I think it just is asking a little bit too much, and the fact that this cannot quest whatsoever makes it a bit of a liability in those decks. That being said, there might be a deck that wants it, but I just don't foresee that really being the case. I gave it a 2. Sam did the same. I think it's just asking a little bit too much of you. First red location up on the docket is Agrabah, which is a 1/5/2 that costs you 3, but it is inkable. This seems like a middling location to me. It's alright. The 5 is not great, but the 2 is. So it just depends on how much you can keep the opponent from wanting to challenge Agrabah and take it out, or how thin you want them to stretch them, and then you walk them into like, okay, cool, now I'm going to play Maui, or I'm going to Madam and Fox, or I'm going to do something to make it so now that you've overstretched to take out Agrabah, I'm going to take over control of the board. So it feels like it could be a bit of a bait. So it could be quite good. It could be not very good. I gave it a 3 because, just to be honest, until I get enough reps in with locations, I'm not going to be a good... I don't think any reviewer is going to be a good source of truth on locations until we have the reps of playing it after weeks and weeks and weeks. So I give it a 3 just because I'm uncertain. Sam did the same. So we land on a 3 there. Next is Jolly Roger Hook Ship. This is a 2/5/0 for the cost of 1 uninkable. First ability is Look Alive, you swabs. Characters gain rush while here. And then all hands on deck, your pirate characters may move here for free, as opposed to that chunky 2 move cost. I don't love the move cost. I don't love the uninkable. That really restricts the number of these you want to be playing. I do think that the rush is pretty neat, and being able to just go like pay 3, give a character rush whenever you want, feels like it could be pretty oppressive. I just am not strongly convinced that there's enough going on here that it's going to be a playable, unless this like mysterious pirate deck is solved. I gave this a 2, and Sam did the same thing. It's cool. It's got cool art. It's just not quite enough on the card. Next is the RLS Legacy. Now this location is a little bit different. This is a 4 cost that is uninkable for a 3/8/2 stat line. So pretty chunky. 3 move cost, by the way. This is our ship, is the first ability, and characters gain evasive while here. So very strong. And Heave Together Now is the next ability. Over Encumbered Fruit, how are you? It just works. If you have a character here, you pay 2 less to move a character of yours here. So this really is like the Jim Hawkins, like, I play Jim Hawkins, ergo, I play RLS Legacy.
And then he moves there for free.
Correct.
So.
Yep, you play him, play the Legacy, move him for free. You mitigate the move cost to the Legacy to give all these characters evasive and go.
And 8 willpower is
8 willpower is heavy and hard
2
to
lore
hit.
per turn.
Yeah. So I originally gave this a 2. I'm going to bump it to a 3 because I do think it has a lot of implications to be good.
I gave it a 3, and I think it makes sense that you're going up because we went up on Jim Hawkins.
Yeah, exactly. So up a little bit on that because I've seen a lot of people testing it and it looking decent. So that clears us for Ruby. And now we will get started on Sapphire one more time. I do it between I want to go a quick wrap up. I think Red didn't get the most. It got some odd things that I think gives it some depth, some like kind of width, I guess, more than depth, where now we can have like pirates that are doing stuff, and you get the ability to have versions of things that are slightly different, so you can season a little bit more to taste. Like this feels like fine tuning on the knobs, where like some colors just got huge bumps. Like green feels like it really got gifts, and this red feels like it kind of got a few things that help, but no like here is just a gift.
Right.
Like it feels like it got some things that are good, but nothing that's completely and totally insane. But it feels like it did get the ability to kind of enhance and tune and, you know what I mean, fiddle with the dials a little bit. We are here every Sunday at 8 o'clock Eastern, just to remind you with the stream. Check us out. We're playing all sorts of games. Lorcana typically, if Sam and I are here. Jared's been playing Star Wars. We're always playing some Magic, so we like nerding it up for you. We like nerding it up with you. That's what you get when you're here with us on Sundays at 8. Really appreciate everybody being here today for this one. And the Illumination Podcast, of course, is the podcast Sam and I do every other Wednesday. It is a Lorcana podcast. And we talk all things Lorcana. It's about a 20-minute runtime on that one so that it fits into your schedule without being too much. And we try to investigate some topics that are important, generally aimed at tournament caliber Lorcana, but all kinds of stuff's going to sneak its way. And there's a podcast, right? You do anything long enough, you're going to talk about all kinds of stuff over time. So check that out. You can get it anywhere you have podcasts available to you. If you like videos and such and you want to throw it on YouTube, youtube.com/superliminalfilms. You can grab it there. And all our other good stuff. Every Thursday a video comes out there.
And Facebook. Give us a follow on Facebook.
Oh, yes, we do have a Facebook for Illumination as well, and Superliminal Entertainment, so check that out. If you can spell Superliminal, you found it. Illumination is exactly how you think it's spelled, and I think it's Illumination Podcast. On the socials, and we'll probably get more social as we go, but I am a curmudgeon and hate social media, so this is all on the back of Sam to do a good job.
I've been trying. All
right, so let's make our way into Sapphire next. We have Audrey Ramirez. This is a 2/5/2 stat line for a 5-cost inkable character. She has the ward, and she has an ability called Spare Parts as well. Whenever this character quests, ready one of your items. So you can use the fish hook a couple of times if you have it out, like we were talking about when we did Maui's hook. But overall, this seems like...
Fishbone.
It seems... You can fishbone. I think this is just a little slow for what it does. I think that we're going to see this a couple of times with the item-based payoffs. Until I see it actually go off, it just feels like it is a lot of work for not enough payoff.
Social media sucks. It can.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I am a curmudgeon for that kind of stuff. But I think this card's just a little clunky. A little too clunky, unfortunately, for me. But, again, maybe we see it do something. It's a critical engine piece in the future or something like that that lets some kind of well-tuned item machine get going. But for me, I gave it a 3. I could see it going either way. Stats are decent. Not great, but fine. Cost is a little clunky, but inkable. Like, it just kind of does everything, but it's okay.
Yeah, I gave it 3, too.
Moving on to Captain Amelia. So, 1/5/1 stat line for a 3-cost inkable with, during your turn, this character gains evasive. We see this more often on 3/2s, not 1/5s. It's a very bizarre stat line. She's perfectly challengeable by your opponent on their turn, excuse me. But on your turn, she can challenge evasives, but it takes like 3 Minnie Mouse challenges to hit her. It's like
weird card.
Really leaning on a support character to help this one. And I don't know as though I love cards that rely on other cards to make them good. Ergo, I gave it a 1.
I'm giving it a 1, too. I don't know why I didn't.
Evasive.
Originally.
She quests and has evasive, and she comes down relatively quickly.
I gave her a 1.
1 it is. Next is Dewey, the showy nephew. This is a 2/3/2 stat line on a 3-cost inkable with support. I think, again, with locations, support kind of A terrible curse that content creators need to rely on. Yeah, it's like, we need your help, but I know. Like, just know that we know.
Like, how else would we get this out there?
I promise we won't inundate you with garbage. We just generally go, hey, we're going live if you're interested. That's typically what we do, and Jared comes up with some cool, interesting posts about once a day, so we definitely won't overfill your inbox with social media shenanigan. I promise. Again, support pretty important with locations, and I know this is part of like a 3-card combo. I'm using air quotes on that. But it's fine, but not great. It's unexciting, but not really good. I give it a 2.
I also gave it a 2.
So a 2 it is. Next is one of my favorite characters from DuckTales, Flint Heart Glomgold. Awesome character. 3/4/2 stat line here for 4 inkable. During your turn, it gains evasive. This is kind of what you want when it gains evasive. It's big. It can smack things. Oh, thank you so much. That's all Jared. So kudos to Jared for social media coolness. This is kind of what I want for my evasives. Like, my anti-evasive tech, I guess. He does stuff. He can also quest if things are going on. It's Madam Mim, tradable. I think it's fine. Like, it's not, again, not lighting the world on fire by any stretch of the imagination, but it's solid. So, I am pretty happy with Flint Heart. I give him a 3. Sam, you gave him a 3.
I did.
Next up is Genie with some fantastic art here. He's cramped up in his lamp. Hilarious. 2/2/2 on the stat line, 2 inkable cost. Unfortunately, outside of the art, I don't think that the Itty Bitty Living Space is going to help you out at all. I think it's just kind of meh, unfortunately. So, I'm giving it a 2 as well, I believe, to go with all the 2s on it.
I gave it a 2.
2. Grandma Tala, Keeper of Ancient Stories. This is a 3/3/1 stat line for a 4-cost inkable. Wah, and the ability is, I don't know what the wah means, but wah, and the ability is, there was only ocean. When you play this character, look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You may put 1 into your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. So you can put 0 into your hand if you want, which is why the wording may read a little strange here. I like that it's when you play, because this is the shift target for the next Grambatala. For the most part, I still think the 2-drop is the better shift target.
Right.
I think this will maybe see marginal play as a shift target. So I do believe that I gave this one a 2, just because I think the 2-drop is better.
I agree.
Here's Grammatala, the big one, legendary one. This is a 4/8/2. What a stat line. Yeah. Shift 5 or 7, uninkable. That's, oh yeah, good point. That new, any...
Okay, what is it? I don't remember. Is it Nui?
No, it's How Far I'll Go.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for that, 7K. Appreciate it. That's a great call. Definitely some validity there, 100%. And that's why I like having the chat here for these reviews. I'm really liking that, because they call us on the carpet, and I like that. There's just, if you go back and listen to episode 2 of the podcast, I do kind of come down hard on these set reviews, because we can't think of everything, right? Like,
especially like this one, we haven't played with locations, so how are we supposed to, accurately judge locations until we see them in play?
You're judging 204 cards on their own with the other 203 cards in the set, and then the other 408 cards that exist previous.
Right.
Good luck. I'm not promising to be anywhere good at this kind of thing, but I've been playing card games for a long time, so I have some decent intuition and ability to figure out when cards are a little bit off the mark. That's the best I can give you, is like kind of hopefully narrow your field of view a little bit, and that's all I can do. But having the chat here has been so helpful, because people also have some great points to bring, so really appreciate that. So she has an ability. Do you know who you are? Whenever a card is put into your inkwell, for any reason, gain 1 lore.
Yeah, I love this card.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
yep.
I was Popsicle deck, so I like the ramping and the putting extra cards in my inkwell.
Well, she's a ramp payoff, right? Like, you're ramping to something, like I want to play my bell, so I want to get to 10 ink, and along the way, Grandma Tala is just going to give you like 4 or 5 lore, plus what she gets from questing.
For what Blue's doing, or what Sapphire's doing.
She definitely passes the Madam Mim test, as she chews through 2 of them. Mm-hmm. Good lord, we haven't said that yet.
Yeah, and you can heal her with a Popsicle if you need to.
Yeah, no, she's nuts. She's really, really good. I think she is, in fact, the real deal. This is definitely one of the best cards that Sapphire gets. I have my hesitations about her, just because of the vulnerability with no keyword here. I don't know how often you're going to want to quest with her. But if you can attain board control and use your ramp to your advantage, I think you can leverage an advantage, and I do think we're going to see a ton of this grandma, so I put her at a 4.
I put her at a 5.
And I think that could go either direction. I'm not firmly convinced she's a total bomb, but I could end up being wrong here, like the Hydra, potentially. I think I'm going to be right about the Hydra, though. Next up, a DuckTales favorite, Gyro Gear Loose, say 1/4/1 for 3 inkable. Has an ability, now try to keep up. Has exhaust here to put an item from your discard on top of your deck. Like Audrey, I feel like this card is probably a little bit too slow.
I think it's worse than Audrey, and I think I scored it less than Audrey.
I'm on the same boat as Audrey. I put it at a 3.
Right.
What do I want to get back?
I put it at a 2. Right. I think.
So there's an item that draws me multiple cards. I don't know if there's anything I want to.
I know this can get you any card item back on top of your deck, but I don't know, like.
Put a
what do you want to get back?
in.
Put Popsicle, but I'd rather play a Nick.
I agree with that part, but it's like put Popsicle back in with a Maurice's Workshop to kind of keep this breakfast machine of drawing cards going, but you're investing so much ink into your little machine that you're not advancing towards a state of winning a game of Lorcana, and that's why this is tough to give a high score to in terms of, while it's cool and I love the artwork a lot, I just can't get there in terms of tournament playability. You're diddling yourself and not winning the game, and that is a problem and probably illegal at Lorcana. Next up on the docket is Huey. This is a 2/2/1 stat line for a 2-cost character with support and an ability called 3 Nephews. Whenever this character quests, if you have a character named Hugh or Dewey and Louie in play, you may draw 3 cards.
It's so hard to accomplish.
Yeah, this is just kind of living the dream. Like, this is too much. This is what we call in Magic quite frequently Magical Christmas Land, where you're living in this world where your DuckTales characters just chill on the board and nobody stops you and there's no removal in the game and everybody's happy. And yeah, it's just unfortunate. The stat line's too low. He's susceptible to every piece of removal in the game, and it is not worth putting yourself at risk to give your opponent advantage by playing cards like this. I gave it a 2.
Did I give it a 2?
You did.
I gave it a 2.
I'd like to play it limited because I think it's cool. Other than that, not playing it. Next up, King Louie. 7/7/3 is the stat line for the 7-cost man. Monkey? What is going on in my watch? Oh, it's just put me in a workout. This is a workout. You're right, watch. No abilities here for this particular character. Very cool card. He's the band leader. This is another Tailspin reference, so I'm all in. I love the way King Louie looked in Tailspin. He's got that lay on, he's got his Hawaiian shirt, he's just ready to party, as only King Louie would be. So, in terms of a card,
it's pretty good. I mean, in Sapphire, you ramp, so you can get this down quick.
That's the great point to make, is in juxtaposition, I'm doing a marathon stream, it is true.
Yeah, we probably got, another hour?
Probably, yeah, there's a lot of talking. Normally when we play a game, I can sit for a little bit and, like, the game does stuff, and, like, this one's all on me to keep Brian. If I try to let Sam even read the simplest of cards, she botches it.
I could have done this one, I think.
King Louie. I do think that, yes, that is the hallmark difference between this and, like, Starkey we saw in green. This is the ramp color. Mm-hmm. I kind of don't have any difficulty playing this card on, like, turn 5. Mm-hmm. After I go, like, 1 jump or Grandma into Detective Mickey, like...
Fishbone.
How far I'll go, Fishbone. Like, there's so many ways to get this King Louie's cost to where you can cast him quickly.
And he sings Be Prepared if you need it.
He does sing Be Prepared.
I just thought of that one.
He sings pretty much any song, really.
Yeah.
So,
I think that is correct.
Minor flexibility. You might see King Louie. I doubt it. But I put him at a 3 because he's certainly not an unplayable by any stretch.
Yep, and I did the same. Excellent.
Moving on over to more Tailspin. You'll love to see it. Kick Cloud Kicker, the Navigator. This is a 2/5/3 stat line. And if you're a little nervous, don't worry. Because even though it's a 6-cost inkable and a shift 3, you also have Ward. So you don't have to worry about this thing getting knocked off by a Dragonfire. This is nuts. I like this card a lot. It doesn't have the greatest Madam Mim matchup, but she can't chomp it down in 1 turn.
Right.
The Ward on here is pretty nice. I wish it had evasive, of course.
I mean, he's flying.
I do like the yeah, exactly. I do also love in this artwork, because he's a Floodborn, right? So this is like him reimagined. Instead of having the physical airfoil, he has like this glove that's projecting the airfoil down. What is going on? And he's got the tether line is like, also looks like it's the same like illusory material as the airfoil. Damn it, that's cool. Whoever comes up, can I get a job making up cool Floodborn shit? Because that would be premium for me.
No. We didn't give our score.
Oh. Yes, for this last one, I just want to make up cool shit. That's all. Where are we at? Kit Cloud Kicker. I gave it a 3. You gave it a 4.
Mm-hmm.
So soft 4 from us. Moving into the shift target for that particular Kit Cloud Kicker. This is the Spunky Bear Cub, which that is definitely story-based. This is a 0/1/1 for 1 inkable, and it has ward. This is your shift target.
Yep.
And I think it's fine. It's not great. It's fine. I'd give it a 3.
Yep.
Next up is Louis, the last one of the Triumvirate. We have a 3/4 for 2 for 4 inkable. Has support. They'll have support. They support each other. It makes sense. The flavor is great. Unfortunately, the card itself is medium. It trades with Madam Mim. That's something. It's probably one of the better of the DuckTales characters, but it's still not one you'd play in a constructed deck. It is still going to get the 2. Maid Marian, 4/4/2. We love that stat line here. 5 cost inkable. Highborn Lady. When you play this character, chosen character gets -2 strength this turn. We've seen this effect stapled onto other characters before. It typically doesn't mean a whole lot. Especially now we're more interested in buffing our characters by way of something like support in order to take out a big location. I think this Maid Marian is kind of on the weaker side. Overall, I gave her a 2.
I gave her a 2.
Next up is Mama Odie. This is a 1/3/1, and she is a 3 uninkable. And she has the ability of this is going to be good. Whenever you play a song, you may put the top card of your deck into your inkwell face down and exerted. So it's pretty good. You could go like 2 Grammatala on 3 play Mama Odie, and then use Grandma to sing 1 jump and double ramp. Which is pretty gnarly. And then they're scared to death you're going to shift the Grammatala, so she's getting taken out. Yeah. And then you're up a bunch of ink. So she can really help generate ink advantage. I don't think she's phenomenal. The uninkable scares me. There's already some problems with uninkables we've seen with like Detective Mickey, causing some difficulty with hands until you draw like the fishbone to make that a little less awkward. So Mama Odie feels like she's not exactly where we want to be, but she definitely feels a little better than something like Mrs. Judson.
Right, like, I mean, Mickey's the same 1/3 for 3 uninkable and automatically does it. You don't need to play a song.
Right, which it rewards you for playing a character. This doesn't. Right. You have to play songs. You have to do something in deck building that requires a cost, where Mickey is just simply rewarding you for playing the game as intended. So I'd probably say that this is a 2 or a 3. I gave it a 3.
I gave it a 3, but I think it's a 2.
So we'll go with a soft 3 on this one. Next up is Pluto. This is a 3/4/1 for 3 inkable, no ability, and really don't have a whole lot to say about this particular Pluto. It is not good. It's unfortunately the worst Pluto, despite the cool art. I gave it a 1.
And so did I.
Dies to matter. Trades with Madam Mim, and that's about all I can say about that, so you're not going to play it. Rufus, Orphanage Cat. This is a 4/5/1 stat line for 5 inkable, and it has the ability of too old to be chasing mice. Me too, Rufus. When this character is banished, you may put this card into your inkwell face down and exerted. So it's big 2-drop Grammatala.
I heard Zepha say today that this was Beast.
I think that was hyperbole.
It was.
But he did say that. But yeah, no, this card's a little too clunky, a little too slow. It doesn't really do enough. It doesn't quest for an aggressive enough amount to make you want to put it in quest and then like ramp to Hades or something. It's just not quite there, unfortunately. No. So for Rufus, I gave this one a 2.
Yep, and I agreed.
Excellent. Next up is Scrooge McDuck. Oh man, this art is cool. 3/5 for 5 uninkable. 3/5/1 is your stat line there. I'm Going Home is the first ability. During your turn, this character gains evasive. So again, this is your anti-evasive technology. 3/5's good stats for that. And I didn't get rich by being stupid. No, he did not. During your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, you may play an item for free. Obviously, a little pushed here to get his lucky dime, which is a 7 cost. We'll get there. But overall, I'm not super duper impressed with this Scrooge, though I cannot wait to get my Scrooge McDuck deck box. And sleeves. Yeah. Just cannot wait.
Are you getting the sleeves?
I don't know. Maybe.
You didn't pre-order it.
I'm impulsive. Oh, sleeves sit on the shelves because they suck.
That's true.
So it don't matter. So I gave this Scrooge a 2.
And I think I did too.
You did.
I did.
2s across the board. And here's some great art too.
No, we gave it a 3. This one's a 2.
Oh, sorry, 3. Did we get this one? Yeah, the 3. Okay.
If it was inkable, it would be much better.
Yes, I agree with that. So this is a 1/3/1, 2 inkable. Treasure Finder's the ability. And whenever this character quests, you may pay 1 less for the next item you play this turn. Stats are not great. The cost is not great for those stats.
I like the money in the text box.
Yes. Oh, the text box. This is just... The design in this set in particular, like, they just keep upping the ante.
Was there money in the last text box?
On how cool the designs are.
Yes. Very cool.
Yeah. Really love the design in this game. It's awesome. I don't think the Scrooge is all that good, unfortunately. I don't think you really care about reducing your cost this way in a color that's already ramping. I just think it's too at odds with what the color's already doing, so I gave this one a 2.
Yes.
For sure this time.
Yep, I gave it a 2.
Next up is the Queen Mirror Seeker. This is a 2/5/1 with a 4 cost that is inkable, and it has the ability of calculating and Bane. Whenever this character quests, you may look at the top 3 cards of your deck and put them back in any order. Sam, you like this artwork.
I do. I think it's very cool.
I love how many times you can see her in the various and sundry mirrors.
Yep.
It is really cool. I don't so much love the ability for the cost and the stats.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
If you could move them to the bottom, I'd like it a little more. Like if you could do top or bottom, like an actual scry.
Right.
But,
yeah. Not great. I would probably give this a 2. And I did. You also gave this a 2. Moving on over to Tinkerbell. Very clever fairy. This is a 3/4/2 stat line for a 5 cost inkable card with the ability I can use that. Whenever one of your items is banished, you may put that card into your inkwell face down and exerted. So a little bit of ramp if you're going to start using your popsicles, which I think is kind of cool. But if you're going to Nick Wilde style recycle them back, or gyro perhaps, you're not really going to want this ability. So I'm not sure who wants this ability.
Right.
Again, if this were an off-color card, I would be like, oh, cool, it's ramp in a different color. But it's already in the color that gets ramp, so it feels like we can ramp more efficiently than using our items to then turn into ramp cards.
Yeah.
When we have cards like Tamatoa that recycle them back. Yeah, it's a weird card.
Like, I like her, but, like, I'd want her to come down on, like, 3, so maybe, like, a significantly less stat line for the same ability.
Or have evasive, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it's quite there, unfortunately. I gave this one a 3, because maybe, but I doubt it.
I agree. 3.
3 it is. Yep. Moving on over to Wendy Darling. This is a 3/1/2. Great stat line there. With ward and support. All that for just the low cost of 3, and it's inkable. And I'm not being sarcastic. Like, that seems crazy to me. They're packing on a ton of keywords and value into this card. This card seems like the hallmark for taking out locations.
Yeah.
With the ward and support, it seems very good. Being able to support while questing for 2 is not a common thing to be doing. Like, this card is just... It's taking, like, cards like Phil and other small cards and just, like, edging them, like, cranking up the power level on all those little things. It's a very good card. I really like her a lot. I think she's well statted. I think she's well keyworded without being completely busted. So, I think she's exactly the kind of card you'd be interested in playing early in a blue deck. And I gave her a 4 for that reason.
I gave her a 3, but I could definitely see her being a 4.
I think we'll be seeing a lot of this card, no doubt. She is the authority on Peter Pan. Next up is Distract, with hilarious artwork here. It is an action for 2 that is inkable. Chosen character gets -2 strength this turn. Draw a card. This is probably a limited card if you need to fiddle around with things to get more effective challenges. Just little micro things like that don't really add up to enough in actual constructed to make a difference. You need, like, really powerful abilities, and this just is not one of them, even with the card draw attached. I gave it a 2.
Yeah, same here.
Friend Like Me. Sam, you want to read this one?
Sure. This is Friend Like Me. It's a song, 5 inkable, Each player puts the top 3 cards of their deck into their inkwell, face down and exerted.
How you feel about this card?
I don't like this card.
I know you don't.
No, I just do not want to give my opponent 3 ink. And it's exerted, so it's not even like I get to use it first. They do.
They do.
So I'm not into it.
I'm okay with it because you could be facing an aggro deck that doesn't need the ink anymore, or...
That's so narrow, though. You could be facing that aggro deck.
Or you could be playing against an opponent who's out of gas. No cards in hand, and you're getting ready to ramp into your Tamatoas or...
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's inkable, so you don't have to play it. You can ink it if you need to.
Right.
But I'm not big on it.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think these are all things to consider while you're evaluating a card or looking at a card. I think it's definitely, to me, worth a... the only use you can see is if you hold like 2 of them for the endgame Tala. Oh, that's cool. Another great point. 7K, you should be on the podcast, clearly. Just making all kinds of good points. Everybody in the chat is just wrecking us at evaluating these cards. I do like that. Yeah. And it could be the right thing. It does go
really well with Tala.
Right. It puts a ton of cards in very, very quickly. So it could win the game out of nowhere.
It could.
Because she can quest and then something
That might make me go up to a 3 instead of my 2 that I have.
There you go. You did it. You did it, 7K. Appreciate it. All right. So I gave this a 3. Sam is giving it a 3 now. So it puts us on a firm and solid 3. Speaking of solid cards, I do like this one quite a bit. This is How Far I'll Go. This is a song that costs 4. It is not inkable. However, can be sung, obviously, for anyone that can sing 4 or greater. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. One into your hand, and the other into your inkwell face down and exerted. Jared, it's Cultivate.
And this is the card that can be sung by the other grandma, the little grandma.
Yeah.
Medium grandma, I guess.
Medium grandma. Yeah, absolutely.
And the other playmat art.
Yeah, I think this is a really cool piece of art. I think this is a really good card. If you're familiar with Magic the Gathering, there are 2 cards that are like this, and they are both extremely playable in a deck that's looking for this kind of value. And the fact you can sort and put it face down, it's really good. It is an awesome card. I can't remember the name of the arcane one, Jared.
Bot?
A Lorcana bot? I don't know if one exists. Jared, tell me the name of the arcane Cultivate, because I know you know. I just feel so bad I don't remember. I know the artwork in my mind's eye, but I cannot remember the name of the card. Brutal. Brutal, my memory. Thank you. Kadama's Reach. Damn, how did I forget that? That's bad. I'm old. But this is Ray Garmagov? I butchered that. I know I did. I'm gonna go over here to look at it closer to make sure I can pronounce it better. Because appreciate the follow. Ray Garmaganov? Garmaganov? I hope I did that some kind of justice. I don't know. Kadama's Reach, you nerd. Oh, it's brutal. And it's like, I got Cultivate immediately. I know the art of Kadama's Reach in my mind. I know the composition, I know the colors, I know everything. I can visualize it perfectly, but goddamn, could not remember the text on the freaking card. But yeah, How Far I'll Go, this card's really cool, really interesting. And, oh, yeah, Sauce QC, appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. This is awesome. Really appreciate the support, everybody. This is awesome stuff. So this kind of card in the right deck is definitely a playable, right? Like, it's giving you value, it's putting you ahead on board in terms of resources. It's just doing exactly what you want to do. So it's really good. That's true. That is true. And you can't even splice on a Cultivate. Yes, thank you, Jared. We've been doing it between colors, so we'll hit it up again too.
I was gonna say I'll go ahead and put in this, so we're a little early.
Yeah, but feel free, everybody, if you want to check out more of what we do. I will hit us up between the colors here, coming up close to coming into Steel on the home stretch. So yeah, this card is awesome. I think it's really good. Much like the cost, I gave this one a 4.
And I believe I did too.
Yep. Very good. Next up is Repair. This is an action that removes up to 3 damage from one of your locations or characters. A little bit more flexibility, like we were talking about early on in the stream during the Amber and Emerald reviews. Mm-hmm. I still don't know as though I want this. It's still a full card that I'm using for part of an effect. I just don't think I want this. I gave it a 2.
I gave it a 2 too. But it has awesome art.
It does, and if you have a busted limited location, like the purple location in limited or something, you might want to play this to preserve it. I don't right now. This is a cool one. A good talking point. Sad trombone noise. Aurelian Gyro Sensor. This is a 2-cost inkable item with the ability of seeking knowledge. Whenever one of your character's quests, you may look at the top card of your deck. Put it either on top or bottom of your deck. Scry 1 if you play Magic.
Yeah.
And I think this card is relatively strong. It's a bit of an ask if you're not in an item deck, so I think there's a specific deck here. But you want to quest to win the game, and this just rewards you for doing something the game already wants you to be doing. That's the hallmark of a good card. Deck space is also a resource, so you need to be careful about what you fill it with. So this could also not be great, but the floor is only so low because it's an inkable.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a bad card by any stretch. I also don't think it's necessarily lighting the world on fire.
I like it. I think it'd be good in popsicles.
Yeah, it could be quite good. I give this one a 3.
I was right there with you.
Yeah, 3s all around. Next up is the Heart of Tefiti. This is a 3-cost item. Has the ability of Create Life. You can pay 2 ink and exert this to put the top card of your deck into your inkwell face down and exert it. So this is like odd Fishbone, or I guess Fishbone with a cost.
We talked about this a lot. I don't like it because Fishbone just does it for free, but it comes out of your hand and not the top of your deck.
Yeah. Right,
But
you're not losing a
you're
card.
paying 2 every time you want to do that.
You're not losing a card from hand, but you are losing 2 ink and tying it up to just accelerate. And 2, again, we talked about.
Also, it's exerted.
Is that cost. 2's that cost where it's not quite like you have an extra 2 floating around most of the time. An extra 1, sure, that's what we were talking about with locations and the move cost. You might have an extra 1 lying around, and that feels pretty good to move with, but like 2 means that you have to plan this into your turn. Or it's a really bad game and you have all this extra ink, in which case you're not interested in using this unless you know the top card, in which case how'd you do that? It just seems too narrow. Doesn't seem as good as Fishbone to me personally.
I agree.
Right, exactly, yeah. It's a great point. Champ bringing up all the good points. So, I gave this one a 3 because I am a bit of an optimist.
Yep, and I gave it a 2.
So we're at a very soft 3.
I just like Fishbone better.
I agree. Next up is the most expensive item printed in the game of Lorcana.
So far.
And it's legendary. And it is the Lucky Dime. Scrooge's Lucky Dime.
Is this our first legendary non-character?
It might be.
I think it is.
I think that's fair to say. So, this is a 7-cost uninkable item. What's it do? Number 1, you exert it and pay 2 ink, and then you choose a character of yours and you gain lore equal to the lore they have printed, or are able. Sorry, you gain it to their current lore.
Current lore, yep.
So, Steve Warner, one of the 2 game designers along with Ryan Miller, had spoken out, if you have a card that has plus that lore symbol on it, so examples would be Belle, Strange but Special, or Tamatoa, they get plus in the lore, you get that. So if you have Tamatoa out with 3 items,
you get 4 lore.
You get 4 lore from your Lucky Dime. If you have 10 ink out with your Belle, Strange but Special, you get 5 from your Lucky Dime.
Right.
However, with the new Magicka, that only gains equal to the cost of the item. She doesn't get the plus lore sign. She just gains and then checks. When she quests, she checks. So she has nothing. Lucky Dime would not give you 7 off of her. So you can't quest with Magicka, Lucky Dime to gain 14. That is not how that works. Just to be clear. Oh, I'm sure it does. But you know what doesn't haunt me? The moon theme. One of the best video game themes of all time. So good. But yeah, I think Lucky Dime has a lot of implications to be pretty strong in the right deck. And I'm excited to see people start to fiddle and tinker with it. So we'll see where it goes. I gave it a 3 because I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I gave it a 4 because I hope it's good.
Right.
It's cool.
It is cool. Something to ramp to, and it can do some powerful things. On 9, you can play and exert it right away.
Yeah. I think it's like a 1 or 2 copy.
Definitely. Next up is Scrooge's Top Hat. This is a 2-cost uninkable item, and it has the ability of business expertise. You may exert. What are you going with exhaust? Exert this item to pay 1 ink less for the next item that you play this turn. Again, I think this is too narrow in a color that already is ramping. I don't need to ramp and reduce the cost. That's more of an Amber thing, reducing the cost. I don't think you need this weird, like, item adjacent ramp when you could just be playing generically generically better cards in your deck.
Yeah.
So I gave this one a 2.
And I gave it a 2 as well.
Cool. Could be good and limited, though, because you only have so many choices, right? Hey, the best could be yet to come, Artemis Siege. You never know. Next up is Vault Door. This is a 4-cost inkable item with the ability of Sealed Away. Your locations and characters at locations get resist 1, meaning damage dealt to them is reduced by 1. Pretty powerful. However, in order for this to be good, you need locations out, you need characters out, you need, like, it's just a lot, and the resist 1 is good, but not phenomenal. If they knock off the location, then the characters no longer are getting that resist.
And that item's just kind of sitting there doing nothing.
And then, yeah, you lost this item. It's not like you could really bounce it back to your... I guess if you could if you're playing purple and use the Magicka to bounce it into your hand to get the benefit of inking it.
Well, you could destroy it with Hiram.
Unless that Magicka is 3 or less.
It's 3 or less.
Yeah,
because it's her power, or so unless you supported
buff her.
Or
my
something.
Goodness. Yeah, it's exactly. And Champ pulls up the point that I've brought up a few times during this. You have to evaluate the floor and the ceiling on this card.
Hiram could banish it.
The floor on this card, that's true, is low. You can either sack it to Flavisham to draw 2 cards, or you ink it. Or, on the opposite side of the spectrum, it's doing something, but not a lot. So, I gave it a 1 because, to me, I'd rather... If I'm sacking this to a Hiram, that's a big win for me.
Yeah.
Then you gave it...
A 2.
So, yeah, it gives us a soft 2 on this card. I think it's not great, but it's a common, right? The commons have to do something. Our first blue location here is Bell's House. This is a 2/6/0 stat line for a 1-cost inkable location. The ability of Laboratory. If you have a character here, you may pay 1 ink less to play items. So this is kind of like upgraded Scrooge's hat to an extent, because it's a location at least, but it's not gaining you lore. And you have to pay 2 to move here, but it's inkable. So it's like, all kind of don't care when, again, I can just ramp instead of reducing the cost of my items. I just don't like it. We haven't... Who's It Collector is a reason to pay less for items. Mm-hmm. Because you can, like, quote-unquote storm off with her, potentially. But there's not enough fiddly bits to give you, like, a proper storm-style go around with her, so I don't think that Bell's House is really going to help you very much. I gave it a 3 because I was just super unsure.
Yeah, I gave it a 2.
2 might be more correct. So we'll go with a very soft 3, a mushy 3. Next up is McDuck Manor. This is a 1/9/2 for 4 inkable. Wild stats for this particular card. 9 willpower. It doesn't do anything when you move there unless the character has an ability.
Say, the one thing about this card, and there's probably been other cards I didn't think about it, but like 1/9 for 2, you don't have to move a character there. It still gets you 2 lore at the beginning of each turn.
Correct.
So like
you can just play it.
You can just play it.
Sure.
And it's giving you 2 lore a turn, and it's 9. That's a lot.
It's hard.
And
it's hard to
in
take
blue,
out.
you can probably easily get this down on turn 3.
Yeah, oh yeah. 1 jump ahead on 2.
Yeah. Just.
For sure.
Yeah. I like it.
I think it's decent.
I don't remember what I did.
We went with 3s. I think that's valid.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna...
I would maybe give it a 4. I don't know.
I don't think it's gonna be a strong
Probably
staple,
not.
yeah. But I do think it's
But I was just
playable.
thinking more about it. I'm like, you know what? You don't even have to do anything. You can just let it sit there.
You can. Next up is Montanui. This is a 1/5/1 for 2 inkable. And it's got the ability of Reincarnation. Whenever a character is banished while here, you may put that card into your inkwell face down and exerted. Yeah. I think this card is pretty darn solid.
Might be the best location.
It's really good. It's cheap. It's got that sort of negligible move cost. It's got enough lore it might be ignored, or your opponent has to start answering it. And again, they might stretch themselves thin just to take it off the board so that you can't then challenge back. But goodness forbid you play another Montanui, move somebody over there, and then hit them, trade stuff away, and you're gaining resources and they're just straight losing them. That can leverage you an advantage in a game of Lorcana, for sure. So I do like this one better than the previous 2 quite a bit. I gave it a 4.
I also gave it a 4.
Excellent. So now we have concluded Sapphire, and we're about to clean up with the last color, of the Lorcana Rainbow with steel. So, take a brief moment to thank everybody who has been hanging out, chatting, following. This is awesome. Thanks to Zepha for the raid. That was awesome. You guys all hanging out and interacting with us is incredible. It makes it so much fun, and it helps share insights that we didn't have so that we can impart that in kind to our audience over at the Illumination Podcast, which you can get by following our RSS feed. You can go to our site, type in Illumination Podcast, you will find us. Also, every Sunday, not just me and Sam are here, a bunch of us are here every Sunday, usually doing some fun nerd stuff, and you should hang out with us when we do. We got Lorcana, we got Magic, we got Star Wars, we got all kinds of stuff. Dan will play some Marvel Snap from time to time. I am sure he's going to bring us some Star Wars Unlimited here in the near future, so lots of fun to come from here. So every Sunday at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, you can find us over on YouTube. You will find the Illumination Podcast along with a new video from Superliminal Entertainment every single Thursday. So check that out too. It is a ton of fun, and we're all super happy to be here with all of you. So thanks so much for making this a blast of a stream as we move into the final color. You give this stream a 4 because it dies to Dragonfire? You're right, we don't have Ward. I can say that for sure. We have support, though. That's worth something.
All right.
Awesome. So thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. And we're going to jump into our first steel card here, and it's a relatively forgettable one. It is Chief Tui. 3/4/2 on the stat line, and he is a 4-cost inkable. I just don't really see us playing this. It trades with Madam Mim. It quests, but it's slow. That's not a card that you're going to play in Constructed, unfortunately. But it's a solid common for limited, so I gave it a 2.
I also gave it a 2.
2 it is. Next on up is Eeyore. What a good little sad art Eeyore we got here. Overstuffed Donkey. 4/5/1 is the stat line. It is a common. It is a common. Limited exists, right? So this is also a common. 4/5/1 stat line. 5-cost inkable. Has resist 1. Is big butt, as you can see by the art, and he's definitely breaking the bridge with his big butt.
Oh yeah, didn't even notice that.
Yeah, he sure is. And this, like the previous card, is a limited card. I think even limited, this is a little rocky, though it can hit a location kind of hard. I just gave it a 1 because I don't even know if I want this in every limited deck I construct. I'd probably not.
I gave it a 2 because it's Eeyore.
Because it's Eeyore. There's no weight set in this limited, so I don't know about that. Speaking of weight set, next we got Gustav the Giant.
Such a weird card.
This is a 6/6/1 stat line for a 3-cost inkable card, and he has 2 abilities here. All tied up, this character enters play exerted and can't ready at the start of your turn. So that's a problem. How do we ready this character? During your turn, whenever one of your other characters banishes another character in a challenge, you may ready this character. So the problem I have with Gustav is he's obviously goes in a controlling deck based on his stats, but readying him, you're just readying a quest for 1 or taking out another character very slowly. Yeah, it's super bad Goblin Sharpshooter. It's like, what if Goblin Sharpshooter had provoke but costed 5 and was a 3/3 or something? It's not good. It just doesn't quite get there. It's really strangely thought out. I feel like this card was much more powerful in some way, and in testing they're like, we have to make this not incredibly powerful. Just doesn't feel like it gets there for me. I gave this one a 1.
Yeah, I gave it a 1. I feel like they just wanted a big giant that costed a little. And that's what they had to nerf it down to.
Much worse than the Maui whale. It's just not in the realm of playable, unfortunately, despite the awesome artwork. Next up is Hades, Hot-Headed Ruler. This is a 5/5/2 stat line for a 6-cost inkable, and has the ability of Call the Titans, wherein you may exert this character to ready all of your Titan characters. So if you are building the Titan theme deck, Hades is pretty cool.
And he's good with Stratos.
Very good with Stratos. Yep. And he's got decent enough stats. I don't think they're fantastic stats, but they're pretty good. So I think largely you want this if you're going to play a Titan-style deck. I don't know if there's enough good Titans to really make it worth it, and it's kind of, again, Magical Christmas Land where you have a bunch of them out to ready with this Hades. So overall, I don't think it's very good. I gave it a 2 because I don't think it's going to be very good in the world of constructed Lorcana.
Yep, and I went with you with a 2.
2 it is. Next up is Helga Sinclair. This is a 2/4/1, one of the worst stat lines in the game for 3-cost Inkable, and it's got Challenger 2. You disagree? A 3 for 6/6 is a good card? That's a tough one, Mr. Magic Man. I think my problem is, so you get him, you ready him, so you can do something with him. What are we going back to, Gustav?
Yeah.
So you ready, so you can do something with him. But what do you want to do with him? You challenge one character? Like, if for 6 I can just play removal, right? Like, I'll just take something out. Otherwise, he kind of just sits on the board and does a whole lot of nothing. He could collect damage for you to, like, Rapunzel him. It just seems like the implications are narrow to me. Like, I don't think that this card is going to be a playable in any way. Like, I think you're going to end up working hard to make this card do something as opposed to what a good card should be doing, which is doing a lot to work for you. He could sit on a location. Yeah. That is true. You kill a guy and he readies. It's true. And it's something the game already wants you to be doing. Once he's ready, what's he up to?
Right.
Just chilling?
I mean, maybe we're wrong. But
I'd be happy to be wrong because I think I would just love to play this card.
Yeah, he's very cool.
He's awesome art, but I just, from my experience, I know that a card should be working hard for me. I shouldn't be working hard for a card. And I feel like that's what I have to do with Gustav, if that makes sense. I don't want to oversimplify. Helga Sinclair, worst stat line, 2/4/1. She dies to Madam Mim and does not trade. She has Challenger 2, though, so she can challenge up as far as 4. I just think this card's pretty medium. Again, it's a common. I'd play it in limited because she can smack a location kind of hard. Because remember, Challenger is just while challenging, which is awesome. So I like that a lot. But outside of limited, I don't think she has very much implication at all. But there's no Madam Mim in this limited, so she goes up in value. I gave her a 2.
Yep, and I gave her a 2 also.
Excellent. So we're moving on to this John Silver, who I think is quite cool. He is a 3/3/1 stat line for 3 Inkable, and he has the ability of chart your own course. For each location you have in play, this character gains resist 1, and when he quests, he gains an additional lore. I think this card is awesome. I think this card's quite good. I think with like bayous or like some of the cheap locations we're talking about, this guy is good, and he's a nightmare to have to deal with. He can fit into like the Amber Steel Bodyguard style aggressive decks, and you just don't want to interact with this card directly. For each one he gets resist 1. So it's like, it's very easy to give him resist 2. And it's just like, this dude's a nightmare. He's just all over the place. He's just questing for 3, and I can't stop him. He just seems very good if you're playing locations at all. He feels like he is a powerhouse. Again, needs other cards to really be good, so that is always a bit of a downside, but it feels like this could be very good in terms of being a payoff for locations. So I gave him a 3, much like all the numbers that are on him.
I gave him a 3 as well.
3
You're
for
talking
3.
him up a little bit more than a 3, though.
I like him. I just don't know if he fits solid staple. We'll see what locations do. He could very easily be a 4.
Yeah.
But I've watched him on Pixelborn be quite oppressive with 2 locations out. Speaking of oppressive, Kita, Royal Warrior. This is a 2/3/1 for
Simba.
2 Inkable, and it has Bodyguard. This is the first chapter Simba Protective Cub, but in steel this time. Very cool card. Has a great card that can shift on top of it if you're playing Amber Steel. And this Bodyguard is already proven to be a headache of a card, and a card that you have to know that they're going to go 1-drop the quest for 2 into a 2-drop Bodyguard. So you have to know that play pattern exists, and your deck has to have a plan to overcome it already. So this card existing is just a default standard, kind of how I talked about the red Simba. So much like the red Simba, I give this one a 4.
And I also gave it a 4.
So this is a solid staple, no doubt. Next up is one of my favorites of the Floodborn, Little John, Resourceful Outlaw. This is a 4/5/2 stat line for 6 Inkable, and he has Shift 4 to help you out with that cost, and he has the ability of, okay, big shot, while this character is exerted, your characters with Bodyguard gain resist 1, and they quest for an additional lore, which is awesome, because we're seeing some Bodyguards that's starting to quest for 2 natively. So this card can be pretty darn oppressive. I think he's got decent stats. I think that he has a good ability, and he himself can quest when you have the bodyguard assembled already to help him be protected. I think he's awesome. Very cool card.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to light the world on fire, and I think there are definitely times where on the opposite side, his floor is pretty low. Like, it's just like, all right, but 4-5-2, that's a good stat line. Not a lot takes that out. It takes like a Maui to take that down for the most part. So I'm pretty into it. I think he's quite cool, and I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 3, but I can see him being a 4.
Definitely. Could also see him going back down and falling back to, like, you see him very rarely. We'll see how good this one is, I guess. This is Little John Robin's Pal, 241, a terrible stat line indeed. Has Bodyguard, though, and it is inkable, and it has the ability of Disguised. During your turn, this character gains Evasive, so he is able to challenge some evasive characters. Not a great stat line for that particular ability, and it is a little weirdly at odds with the Bodyguard ability, so I don't love this Little John.
Right. Yeah,
But
I agree.
He is a shift target. Yeah, so I'd give him the 3 just because he is a shift target if you need that 3-4 play pattern. So if you're not playing Morph in green, you kind of need this Little John, so if you're going to play the other one. Not need, but could use. Next up is Lythos. This is the Rock Titan. Stats are 4-1-1, and that is the information number for all of you youngsters out there. It is a 4-cost inkable card, and it has Resist 2, and the ability of Stone Skin, which allows you to exert this and give a chosen character Resist 2 this turn, including itself, which I don't know why you'd want to do that, but you could.
Yeah.
So, an interesting card. Obviously, Hades readying 4-1-1 humor. Hey, who'd have thought? You got to come to the podcast because you never know what's going to come out of my mouth.
That's why you said... I didn't know why you said that. I was just...
You don't remember 4-1-1?
I know it now,
Okay.
yes. Until he wrote that, it didn't even occur to me.
Oh, okay.
I was just like, I don't know why you said that, but okay.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. All right. So, this is an interesting card. Obviously works well if you exert the Hades that readies it so you can give like 2 things resist. It doesn't quest for a bunch. It challenges reasonably. I wish this was like a 3-1 with the abilities for 3. So it could actually do something in the early game. It feels like it comes down a touch too late to be really super impactful in the very early game, where that's more where I want something like this. So on the whole, I'm not like super in love with it. I think it's on the weaker side for the Titans. I gave it a 2.
I also gave it a 2.
Mickey Mouse Stalwart Explorer. This is a 3/3 for 3. It also quests for 1. And it has the ability of Let's Take a Look. This character gets +1 strength for each location you have in play. So this could be like a 4/3 or a 5/3. No abilities to really hit anything. It's like 3/3 for 3 is not a terrible stat line, but it's not a great stat line either. The fact he doesn't quest all that well is not great. I think he's pretty medium poor.
I agree. We both gave him a 1?
Yep. Yeah, just not quite there. 811, call before you did. There you go. Now here's one that would excite Champ, because it is the steel version of Elvish Piper. It is Mickey Mouse Trumpeter. They even gave him a musical instrument. It is a 0/1/1 stat line for a 4-cost uninkable with the ability of Sound the Call. You may pay 2 ink and exert this Mickey to play any character for free. Which isn't really true, because you're paying 2 for it, aren't you? But you get to put it into play for free. So this is already a Magic card. It's slightly different statted in Magic, obviously, but the cost is the same. 4 is the same. This ability looks pretty flashy, and seems like when this is a card you look at and you immediately are like, you think of all the upside, right? Your head is just an absolute flood of... Oh yeah, no, it definitely is. It's an absolute flood of all these big, amazing characters that you can put into play for the like on the 5th turn, or if you're in ramp, you're like, oh, he plays on the 3rd turn now, and it's like on the 4th turn.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's that you are looking at the ceiling, you are not thinking about the floor, where you've just spent 4, put an uninkable in your deck for a 0/1 statted character that cannot immediately use its ability.
Yeah, and it's gonna take it out before you can do it.
it has the implication to be good. And you can't always say dies to removal is the argument. It's a miserable top deck. If anybody is the authority on this card, it's Champ, who's probably cast this card more times than a lot of people I know combined. It's just bad on the top of your deck. It's bad more often than it's good. It has to line up so perfectly, right? You have to have the expensive character in your hand for it to work. I think there's just more consistent ways to get down big characters ahead of schedule than something that is this big of a fluctuation, right? Like high ceiling, hyper low floor. Ward. This is the low. Needs ward. It's definitely the lowest possible floor because this is not even inkable. This is in fact a big cost to put into your deck. So unfortunately, not nearly as good as you would hope. I gave this one a 2.
I gave it a 3. We'll see.
We will see that it will be a 2. Next up, Minnie Mouse. Funky Spelunky. It's Funky Spelunker, but Funky Spelunky is just better.
You've been on here too long.
I have. This is a 0/3/1 for 1 that is inkable, and it has the ability of Journey. While this character is at a location, she gets +2 strength. So it's a 0/3 for 1. It can take a hit from your early shift targets, but needs a location to really do anything at all. I think that she does have the ability to sit there and quest. This is the kind of character I'd want sitting in a location, right? More so than I'd want Gustav. Because she can hang, she can do something, she can just chill and then tag something. She's just kind of doing stuff, you know? Yeah, exactly. It does the thing that the set wants to be doing. But I think this is a good example of how it should be done. I didn't know if you were getting ready to say something.
No,
you took a big breath. I was like, uh-oh, she's got a lot to say here.
I don't.
Nothing. Okay.
No, really.
I gave her a 3.
I think I gave her a 2.
You did.
Yeah.
Next up is Mr. Smee.
Heard some good
Clumsy
stuff about Mr.
Sailor,
Smee.
or bumbling mate, depending on what you believe. This is a 3/3/2 stat line. So, whoa, quite the stat line, I think. 2 cost inkable. Wow. So what's this ability then? Oh dear, dear, dear. At the end of your turn, if this character is exerted and you don't have a captain in play, deal 1 damage to this character. This card's pretty awesome. Shout out to Zephyr for the raid again, but he was talking about this card at length and thinks that this card is going to be super duper powerful. I have a tendency to agree with him, not just because he knows what the hell he's talking about, but because we've already seen cards like this, like Madam Mim Snake, impact the game so much, and this quests for twice as much as Madam Mim Snake. And it's not unrealistic, and what about Smee? Smee's me. Going turn 1 Captain Hook, turn 2 Smee, that's legit. And even if you're playing like the Amber Steel Bodyguard style decks, you could let Smee sit there for a turn or 2, take some damage, and then play Rapunzel and heal Smee for 2 and draw 2 more cards. There's a lot of implications with Smee. Smee seems like quite the role player, and I think when you see people playing Steel, you're going to see a lot of people playing this particular Mr. Smee, along with another great uncommon here. I'm going to bump my original to a 4 after seeing it in practice and hearing about it more.
I think I agree. I'll take it at a 4 too.
We will put that one at a mighty 4. Next up on this one is one of your favorites, Mufasa, Champion of the Pride Lands. This is a 3/10/3 stat line. Crazy. 7 cost inkable. No ability here.
Yeah.
But it does quest for a lot, and it takes a whole lot to get this thing off the board. This definitely is grown worthy. I have definitely been up against different characters that have made me go, oh man, I can't get rid of that thing. This thing is huge. How the hell am I supposed to get rid of this thing? It gets there's a little bit more support in this set, obviously because of location, so this Mufasa can be a little less scary because you're trying to support a little bit more potentially, or be prepared for the idea of high willpower. Yeah, right? That's exactly it. This is exactly the kind of thing you want to be shifting in. The new Robin Hood, this Mufasa, these are the big, crazy targets where it's like, yeah. They just do a lot, and I think this Mufasa is reasonably statted, and I think the right deck is going to want to play this particular card, so I don't think it's unreasonable. We will see this. I gave it a 3.
I gave it a 3.
It's pretty good. Next up is Nala, 242, so slightly better than the old 241, but still a pretty miserable stat line for this point in the game, unfortunately, for Nala. Just because, again, Madam Mim makes better cards than this one not playable, so I don't see any reason why Nala would not be included in this grouping. So I unfortunately came down a little hard on her, even though she's got great perspective art and great flavor text to go with it. I gave her a 2.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, it sucks, but I think that's the way of it. But it is awesome art with flavor text combo. Next up, Pyros, another Titan, the Lava Titan to be exact. This is a 5/4/1 for 5 inkable, and it has the ability Eruption. During your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, you may ready chosen character. So I think this is a little better than our Gustav, right? There's a lot more options on this card. It is, yeah, 2/4 is terrible because of Madam Mim. Like, Sisu's not playable, and Sisu's straight up better than Nala. But Pyros here is kind of like good Gustav. It is more expensive. It costs 2 more, but not too bad. Like, not so much more that it's oppressive. And being able to just ready any character you want. It has to be this character banishing, but it's like, this is the character you want banishing, right? So he's kind of like reverse Gustav in a certain way, but I think that makes it a much more favorable card. I think this gives it a lot more flexibility, and it lets you play into a little bit better of a turn. You may just ready chosen character. Does not have the it can't quest clause. Yeah. So don't forget about that. It's a powerful card. Like, I think people are going to sleep a little bit on this card. It's definitely not the best Titan. It's not like a phenomenal rare, but I think people are going to overlook it a little bit at first, and I think it's going to hide kind of, and quietly, somebody's going to end up finding a way to abuse it pretty well. I gave this one a 3.
And I also gave it a 3.
I think we can see it probably creep up potentially as well. Next up is Razul, the Palace Guard, who is a 1/3/1 for 2 inkable with the ability of looky here. While this character has no damage, he gets +2 strength. So he's kind of like reverse Prince Eric.
Yeah.
Where he just chills, but he's kind of cool, Prince Eric, because he quests. He's like, come on, come at me, bro, come at me. He's just like holding his pointy, weird-shaped sword at you, just, yeah.
Right, because he doesn't have Challenger. He just, when he's not damaged, he has 2 extra strength.
Yes. So in your deck, it's kind of just like, if you're like, I'd rather be questing and not challenging, this is your choice. If you'd rather be challenging and not questing, Eric's your choice. So you get some flexibility, and I love that. That's really cool to see as the game evolves. We're not seeing totally busted cards at every turn. We're seeing cards that help fill in and give us choices, which is very exciting. I gave Razul a 3.
I did too.
Excellent. On to Robin Hood, who's a 2/2 for 1 that is inkable. He also quests for 1, so you know he's a shift target. So we gave him a 3. He shifts into this Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood. This is a really, really cool card. Nope, I am not familiar with the Scimitar, even though I've been playing with Magic cards with that word written on it for years. It's a weird shape, even for a Scimitar. It gets very fat. It doesn't have like that, you know what I mean, like that classic Scimitar crescent moon shape. It gets like fat. It's got like the fat. You got a fat Scimitar is what I'm saying. Champion of Sherwood. 3/6/2 is the stat line. This is a 5-cost inkable card, and it's just for 3. So that's pretty nice. His ability of Skilled Combatant. During your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, gain 2 lore. So that's nice. And real nice is whenever this character is banished in a challenge, you may draw a card. I love that.
Yep.
So I think this card is pretty awesome. I know a lot of people are testing out this card to see how, in fact, good it is in play. It reads really well on paper. I think the stats are interesting in that he survives a Madam Mim hit pretty effectively, and he comes down at about that point in the game if you can shift him. So I'm really interested to see what this character can do. I haven't yet made heads or tails of it for sure, but it reads very favorably, and the artwork is real nice. Like it a lot.
Yeah. I think we both gave this card a 4. I wanted to give it a 5 originally, but I think after we talked about, like, early game, this card seems very good. Like, it would be a 5. Late game, not as much.
When you're playing Hades and that, and like Lady Tremaines, it's kind of like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. He gives you a card back, which is nice, but it has to be banished.
Right.
In a challenge. That's very specific. It's hard. It's very hard to say.
He's banishing. He has to banish another character in a challenge. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In a challenge.
I'm reading the first ability.
No, you're good. So. First ability is just gravy. The second ability is what it's all about.
Yeah.
So, I gave him a 4.
Yep. I think it's like A solid 4.
Yeah, I agree. Next up is Great Art on the Sheriff of Nottingham, Corrupt Official. This is a 2/4/1 stat line for 4 uninkable, and he has the ability of Taxes Should Hurt. Whenever you discard a card, you may deal 1 damage to chosen opposing character. This is a cool card. He is now part of a, what I'm going to use air quotes when I say 1-turn kill. He has the potential to, your opponent has to have 10 willpower worth of characters out for this to be a 1-turn kill. But he does have the potential to be in a deck that can 1-turn kill or just wipe your opponent's board.
Right.
While gaining you, like, probably somewhere in the wheelhouse of 6 to 10 lore.
And I saw it work today, and it worked.
Right. It's pretty good. So if you're not familiar with the combo, I'll briefly explain it to you, because it is kind of cool if you want to brew with it on Pixel Board. So you play the Beast Relentless from Rise of the Floodborn. That is the green Beast. So that's a 6-cost inkable, and he has the ability of, he quests for 2, and whenever a character is dealt damage, you may ready this character. So he can quest with him, and then if something's dealt damage, you ready the character, right? And then there is a card I will get to towards the end of the set review called Bayou.
The very end.
That is, it's the very last card we'll do. It is a card that is a 1/3 location, and it has the ability of whenever one of your characters quests at this location, you may draw a card. If you do, you discard a card, which is the steal ability, right? Draw a card, discard a card. It's referred to as looting in Magic. So you put Green Beast on the Bayou, and then you use the Beast to quest, allowing you to draw a card and then discard a card. When you discard a card, Sheriff of Nottingham will deal 1 damage to a character. When a character is dealt damage, the Beast will ready. And then you can quest again. Discard, draw and discard. Trigger the Sheriff. Untap or ready the Beast. And you can keep doing this for as much willpower as they have. So you can go from 0 to 20 with this. Yeah, and it's, believe it or not, it's pretty good. You go Beast on 6, and then I think your turn 7 is play Sheriff, play Bayou, move Beast to Bayou. So all you have to do is have Beast survive that 1 turn, and then you just go Sheriff, Bayou, move Beast, combo.
Yeah, and the person I watched do it today did it in the first try.
Yeah.
It was the first game, and he was able to
it can just
pay it off.
Yeah, it is potential 1-turn kill. If you're at 0, they need 10 willpower worth of characters because the Beast quests for 2.
Right, and by the time you get to that point, you're probably not at 0.
Right, exactly.
So,
if you have some small potatoes gain, you probably need, like, realistically, like, 6 to 8 willpower on your opponent's side of the board, which is pretty realistic by turn 7. Yeah. Cool combo, cool card. I think Sheriff of Nottingham is really neat. I just don't know how much implication he has outside of that 1-turn kill combo. He is uninkable, which is a strong cost. Chief Bogo saw very little play, and he's a very similar card to Sheriff of Nottingham. So I don't know how much we'll see that outside of this combo. But the idea of having a combo in a game...
This is the first true combo, right?
This is the first true combo, and it's in a game where you cannot interact on your opponent's turn. So if your opponent does this, you just lose.
Yeah.
Or you have no board, and they have, like, 16 lore. Yeah. It's a problem. So that is Sheriff of Nottingham. I gave this card a 2 because I don't know how viable the combo is.
And I gave it a 3.
Because I think in the early stages of the game we're going to see people comboing with this. It just depends on how the deck's constructed to see how easy it is to pick apart. There's nothing that interacts with it outside of bare necessities, so it could be good. Next up is technically the first modal card that we had ever seen in the game.
Modal character, at least.
Yeah, and it's the first modal character. It's the first one we saw spoiled that gave us the option of doing something. This is Simba, Fighting Prince. Is a 5/7/2 stat line. Pretty nuts stats. 7 cost, just like his dad in this set. And he has the ability of step down or fight. When you play this character, and whenever he banishes another character in a challenge during your turn, choose one. You may. You don't have to. Draw 2 cards, then choose and discard 2 cards, or deal 2 damage to chosen character. So very similar to Kronk, very similar to Tinkerbell. On the second ability, the first ability lets you find more cards if you need them, which is pretty cool. That's card filtering, right? It's the looting we just talked about with the Sheriff of Nottingham. Yeah. So, seems like a good card. I think it's just a little expensive, and the stats are a little bit, like the questing for 2 is not as good as Mufasa. Like, I'm not sure what you want to do with this character exactly. Because you're running low on cards in hand most likely by the time you draw 2, discard 2. Though you could be looking for your whole new world. I'm not sure. Yeah. I have a tough time with it. I like it, but I don't know how much play it's going to see. I gave it a 3.
And I gave it a 4.
So we're on a soft 4 on that one. Then we have a different Simba here, the Rightful King. This is a 4/6/1 stat line for 5. Inkable is a triumphant stance. During your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, chosen opposing character can't challenge during their next turn. It's a lot for a little. Like, it's definitely limited playable. I like it from that context. I just don't think it has any implication as a 5-drop in Constructed Lorcana.
Yeah.
That's just not great. Like, it definitely passes the Madam Mim test, but at a 5-drop that only quests for 1, it just definitely wants to be challenging, and it seems like a little bit too small stakes.
Yeah,
here.
I agree. So I think we both gave this a 2.
That is the double 2. Next up, a Tailspin character. It's been a while, so I'm excited to see it. We have Thaddeus Inklands, Metallic Leader. 3/5/2 stat line on this one, with the cost of 5 that is inkable, and an ability, My Teeth Are Sharper. Whenever this character quests while at a location, you may deal 1 damage to chosen character. Again, card that do what set do. Nothing fantastic. I think it's way too small potatoes to be good. Though you could see it maybe if there is a location deck that kind of crops up somewhere. I gave it a 2 for now, though, because I would play it limited, certainly.
And I gave it a 2 as well.
Okay. Well, and then along came Zeus. He hurled his
Then along he
thunderbolt.
came.
Yeah. He hurled his thunderbolt. He zapped. Locked those suckers in a vault. They're trapped. And in his own, stopped chaos in its tracks. And that's the world's first dish. I think that's the next line.
I don't know.
I could be wrong. Anyway.
Should have stopped there.
That's okay. That was the flavor text. Deal 5 damage to chosen character or location for 4 uninkable. This card is real good. This card is significant. It definitely helps Steel overcome a lot of the problems it's had within the first 2 chapters. It is a significant source of a lot of damage. And the fact it's packaged on a song and it's dealing more damage than what it costs, unlike Smash, is, and it's not a fluctuating number like Strength of a Raging Fire, means that this card is pretty darn powerful outside of the uninkable cost to play it. Awesome card. I don't think there's much... If you know trading card games and you see something that lets you just exert, tap a character to deal 5 damage to any other character, I think you know that's a strong card. And for that reason, I gave it a 5.
I gave it a 5.
Card's nuts. Followed up with Baboom, a card I haven't heard much about at all. This is 2 damage to chosen character or location for 2. That is inkable. Not a song, though. I gave it a 3. And I think that's fine.
Yeah, it's more flexible than Fire the Cannons. It's inkable.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
It does a little bit more. It's got the ink. If your deck wants this one instead of Fire the Cannons, I totally support it. If not, I also totally support that. Olympus would be that way. This is a 1-cost action that is inkable, that gives your characters +3 strength while challenging a location only. This turn, way too narrow. Not much going on here. It's a pretty clear-cut one.
So 1. Bad shock, still shock. Yep.
Bad shock, still shock. Well said. Rise of the Titans. This is a 3-cost inkable action. Banish chosen location or item. We have Break that costs 2 and is inkable. I think one list was trying it out and it never really got there. I don't see this really getting there unless items become super prevalent. So it's got like the smallest... Or sorry, what did I say? Items?
Yeah.
The smallest little hallmark that a location...
I think we might see it, just depending on the locations.
Yep, we put a note unless there's a very busted location or we just see like a location deck. This card probably isn't going to get there, especially with... And then along came Zeus.
Yeah.
Way more flexible than this. Next up is Captain Hook's Rapier. This is a 3-cost item with the ability of Get Those Scurvy Brats. During your turn, whenever one of your characters banishes another character in a challenge, you may pay 1 ink to draw a card.
Agreed.
Yes. Yep, we kept saying it earlier, hashtag sideboards in Lorcana. It would change a lot. And then the second ability of Let's Have At It, your character's named Captain Hook gained Challenger 1, which means that they get 1 strength while challenging. This card does stuff, and it does have draw a card on it, but the cost of the uninkable for having ink available post a challenge to draw a card seems pretty narrow, right? Like, even me just listing it off seems like hoops you have to jump through. I don't think anybody's going to be super interested in this, even in the pirate decks and things. I think it's just not very good. I gave it a 1.
I gave it a 1.
Items have to do a lot to be good in this game because they don't advance you towards winning. Speaking of items that are awesome but not very good, this is one of my, like, when I saw this, I screamed. I think I gave a little squeak. I gave a screech, right?
I don't even.
It was during the live stream.
Maybe a screech.
Yeah, I gave it a...
You were excited.
Yeah, I gave it a maybe or something like that. I was very happy to see this card in this game. So this is the Gizmo suit. It is from DuckTales. If you're not familiar, it is the suit that is worn by Gizmo Duck. It costs 3. It is inkable, and it is an item. It has the ability Cybernetic Armor. Banish this item. Chosen character gains resist 2 until the start of your next turn. And I like the fact it's in like a hall of armors, and other one looks like Gizmo suits as well, so it's like different variants of the Gizmo suit from over different reboots and things. Oh man, from a flavor perspective, this is super exciting, and it even has the flavor text of standing in the Hall of Lorcana waiting for someone to speak the secret words. And I think we all know what those secret words are. Super exciting. You don't remember, do you?
No, I don't.
Nope, I'm sure you do not. Yeah, it's not very good.
Something?
Blathering blatherskite is the phrase. It is really cool to see it here. I think that at some point we'll probably see like a Fenton character that like makes Gizmo suit completely bonkers or something, where it like lets you tutor for the Gizmo suit and like put it on him or something, or just like permanently put it into play or something. That's what I think we're gonna end up seeing, which is totally cool with me. It's a neat way to tackle it. But yeah, unfortunately, like Mouse Armor's better than this. It is inkable, but it's just super situational. It's not a card you generally want to be playing because it's pretty poopy. Unfortunately, from a tournament constructed perspective, I gave it a 1.
Yep, same.
From a flavor perspective, I give it everything. Next up is the map of Treasure Planet. This is a 3-cost inkable item that has 2 abilities. One is Key to the Portal. You can exert this item and pay 1 less ink for the next location you play this turn. So a little bit of a discount, but you got to pay earlier to get the discount later. And then Show the Way, you may pay 1 ink less to move characters to a location, which is useful. Like you can, with this and Jim Hawkins, you can move them to the RLS for free. But it's a card that has to be in your deck that doesn't do a lot. Again, it is inkable, but it's just, I don't think unless locations really become insane, I don't think you're interested in this card very much.
I agree.
I gave this one a 2.
I was right there with you.
And over time, it could prove to be more than that. I bet you the foil will look slick.
Yeah, it will.
Next up, our first steel location. This is Maui's Place of Exile. It is a 1/5/0 for 2 inkable, and it has the ability of Isolated. Characters gain resist 1 while here. Really strong ability. Ability to just move your folks over on the cheap and start questing with them because they have resist. Not being worried about grab your sword. Your opponent has to take that out first. You can get the board into a state where you can kind of shape it via this card. I think it's quite good. I just don't know if 5 is enough, considering it itself does not get resist, and there's no character that gives the location resist.
Right.
So, I gave it a 3 because it seems good, but I don't know for sure.
Yep, and I also gave it a 3.
We shall find out. We took the safest possible bet there, right? Next up is Nottingham. It is Prince John's Castle specifically. This is a 2-cost inkable 1/6/1. That's it.
That's it.
This is like Forbidden... What's the Forbidden Mountain? Gosh darn. It's been a while. I've been streaming for a minute. Yes. 4 hours and change here. Yeah, Forbidden Mountain, kind of in that ilk. This is the common location for steel. I think it's fine. If this is what you want, I think it could be fine. I put it at a 2 because I just think that steel has access to better locations for approximately the same cost.
I put it at 3 because I think we did the other ones at a 3 that were like
I think so, yeah. I bucked the trend just because of steel's locations. And then there's this, which I consider to be in my top locations list. This is the card I talked about during the Sheriff of Nottingham loop. This is the Bayou. It is a 1/3/1 location for 1 inkable. Whenever a character quests while here, you may draw a card, then choose and discard a card. So again, you put Green Beast from Rise of the Floodborn here, Beast Relentless. Quest, use the draw discard to trigger Sheriff of Nottingham. It deals a damage to a character, therefore the Beast readies per its ability. And then you quest again, trigger the Bayou, trigger the Sheriff, trigger the Beast, and you create a loop or a combo. One of the first combos we have seen in Lorcana. And again, in a game where your opponent cannot respond.
Yeah.
Their response is trying to set up to stop them from that line, which can be very hard. So I'm excited for that line. I just think on its own, this is a good card. You can put it down early, put a character on it. Like, you can go turn 1 character, right? Turn 2, move it over to the Bayou, quest, filter a draw. That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
Really good. Good implications in the purple steel Jafar decks, I think, when you're playing your cheap, like, 1/3 or your 2/2 shift target. You just move it over and quest.
I also think this specific location might not be... Like, it's a strong effect, but it might not be, like, a strong enough effect where the opponent wants to use its resources to take it out.
Especially early.
Right, early.
They
Late,
put themselves in a
but...
position where they could stretch themselves thin. If you're playing this in a Jafar deck and you play that Rafiki, for example, and they're just like, oh, crap. Like, I don't want to deal with this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're going to smack me with that Rafiki. Like, this isn't okay. Or you Madam Mim Snake or Madam Mim Fox. Like, I'm not going to set myself up to get wrecked by that.
Yeah.
It's scary. It's very, very good. I gave it a 4.
I also gave it a 4.
We did it.
We did it.
We made it through all of the cards in the new set into the Inklands. Into the Inklands is going to be available this coming Friday at time of recording, which is 2/25? 3?
2/23.
2/23?
Am I wrong? No, I'm pretty sure it's 2/23.
What year is it?
It's It's
technically Monday.
It's technically Monday. So yeah, it is 2/23.
2/23 at your local game store, and then 2 weeks later, which I believe is the 1st, you will be able to get your product.
The 8th. Only 1 week later is the 1st.
Oh, okay. So the 8th is when you can
8th.
get it? Okay. So Friday the 8th, you are able to buy the product at your big box stores.
Same weekend as the con.
Which is the same weekend as SCG Con Philadelphia, which we are hoping to be in attendance at.
Yep.
So hopefully if you are there to play some Lorcana, hit us up. Of course, let us know you watched this. Let us know you're interested in the podcast. We love hearing from people. Make suggestions. We're here. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit the buttons underneath. We'd appreciate it. I don't care what buttons they are. You know, thumbs down it. That's okay. It's too long. You talk too much. Yeah, wow, that's wild. What a day for poor Artemis Siege's wallet. But yeah, it'll be buttons. Yeah, just hit the buttons, please. If you're watching this, if you're listening to it on Illumination, really appreciate the support there. It means a lot, and we will be back with the next episode, of course, on our Wednesday release. As per usual, it's a bonus episode for you because it's long and it's raw. And yeah, you're getting the uncut, uncensored version. I was cursing up a storm there for the usual fare we put on the podcast, so I'll probably have to put a content warning on this one because somebody used some bad words. Hit the buttons, do the things. We appreciate everybody coming in with the subs early. I did the song. You got 3 boxes. I'm already sad. I feel you. I feel you. I also got a lot of boxes of Lorcana, and I am also similarly sad.
How many we got? 5.
Between the two of us, 5, yeah. Plus troves and all that kind of stuff. But we will be back here Sunday, I believe. I come back, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's me. I am back again because Jared's been Star Warsing, so I'll be back with testing on Pixelborn. So I'll have that. I'll have a bunch of things going on, so it'll be exciting. And I, of course, will be back with Illumination for the next episode, and I will pop this onto YouTube. That is my video. So you've all joined me for all of the things. Really appreciate all the Lorcana support. Let me know your thoughts on the cards. Let me know where we screwed up. Let me know where we were right on.
Off.
Yeah, definitely. I am in for all the good stuff. Really excited for this game. Really excited for this stream. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We will be back next Sunday. Bye.